Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Can mighty, can my your energy. That's right. How can my sanity? Only you can make the change. How can my share your energy? How can my shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and today we are doing an open panel that is going to be discussing the situation with AI. So earlier I did a whole show. I mean, I went through there. I went through like the new AI, weird Palantir stuff. I talked about the new AI religion that's popping up on AI chat boards that are like made by AI agents. We got really deep into it, and right when I had to do that, I had to like go to a meeting. So people were wanting to come up. So I said, you know what? I'm going to come back and I'm going to do an open panel. I'm going to allow people to come up and make their statements, talk about this. Welcome, young Riaz. Welcome, Just Being Jazzy podcast. I would love if you guys see the link in the chat. Okay, please join. I'm going to play some videos. I'm going to give my comments as it's going. Please feel free to join as you feel free. Normally I would have just continued the show and did a long show, but my life has gotten pretty busy lately, you know what I'm saying, with kids, and that's why I didn't come on yesterday, because I was being like a mom, and my daughter, she was a giraffe and the Lion King. And it was so cute, guys. I'm sorry. Listen, when you're a mom, you got to, say it like, hey, listen, my daughter is the cutest Lion King giraffe ever. Okay? There is no cuter Lion King giraffe than she is, okay? And honey, she was strutting her little stuff. There she goes. It's so cute. Oh, look at her. Oh, look at her. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, look at her little self. Man, I was like, oh my God, he's so cute. Her little giraffe. And you know what? This in these times when technology is taking over, it is so amazing to see little kids just like still, doing things and singing songs, and still, they have this little play group. They doing the Lion King.
Oh, I just can't wait to be king. They do it. They be there. Don't say stop that. Don't say see here.
Man, let me tell you, they were so cute, guys. I'm sorry, I have to like take a second out for my little baby, because with all this stuff going on in the world, it's crazy. And I'm old, and I don't remember the little plays being this. I wasn't around. I wasn't like a theater kid, so I never was in a play. I didn't know how elaborate the little baby plays could get. They try to be damn near as good as the adult plays. Hey, they had the music, they had little solos. It was, they tried their best. It was cute, but they was really into the role. But everybody was coming together and making it happen, guys. So shouts out to the kids at the Brightling Performance Art School in Texas. So shouts out to that. But I really want to get into this whole thing. We had to kind of end it. So I'm gonna kind of start back from where we ended off. I'm gonna start the beginning of this video where we ended off at because I had did a whole thing talking about like all type of crazy stuff, but it kind of ended here. So let me just start off with this video and then we'll go from there. Let's go.
Donald Trump will be the last president. Donald Trump will have another term. Those are the rumors. But the whispers go deeper. Not just that Trump could be the last president, but that governments themselves may be dissolved. What comes after is already on the table. They call it post-nation governance. The systems we live in are being stress tested, and what comes next will feel wild, but it's already underway. Something doesn't add up. Governments around the world aren't just failing at random. It looks too orchestrated.
Hi guys, welcome back to our channel. In case you're new here, my name is
Now, once again, I want to just also point out that I got this news from an African website. Oh, not website, but YouTube channel. Africans have been following all this stuff very closely. I'm not sure where they're from, whether it's Kenya. They look like they're Kenyan. But my timeline is flooded with this type of stuff, and it's mainly coming from Africa. So as much as people want to say, well, we need to delineate, well, let me tell you what, these Africans are following everything that's coming up in America, and they are talking about it way more than when I see Americans. Everybody right now is talking about Jay-Z being in the Epstein files. Ain't nobody talking about Palantir and the government and what's about to happen and all this other stuff. So I just want to say, like, I think that this is not the time to be delineated. We need like to pick each other's brains and see what they see, and we see what we see, and then we figure out what we gonna do. Because it's right here. So the title of this thing is "White Man Sends Warning to Black Americans" about how what was it? How Trump is going to make life difficult for Americans, right? So this is the title of the video. Okay, so let's go.
Maren and I'm Maureen. Right. So guys, we came across a white creator on TikTok, and what he says is gonna be sending chills down your spine. Right. Why am I saying this? He's gonna be sending a very strong warning to Americans, and not just Americans, but he's gonna be talking about why the world is looking the way it is, starting with America. Right. So does his words spell conspiracy theory, or do you think he is onto something? Let's watch this video and then you come back and talk about it. You can definitely let us know what you think about the episode, and also consider subscribing if you're new to our channel. But let's watch and listen carefully.
Something doesn't add up. Governments around the world aren't just failing at random. It looks too orchestrated. And if that's the case, then this is dangerous info. I mean, look around. Energy grids collapsing, food systems tumbling, parliaments in constant deadlock. Leaders suddenly look incapable of solving even basic problems. That's not just bad luck. That's stagecraft. The elites are trying to abolish governments. The reason why governments around the world look incapable in the past few years, it's not random, not at all. Fact. In places like the World Economic Forum, the UN's development programs, and private think tanks, they are already talking about post-nation governance. A future where borders and politicians fade, replaced by algorithmic management. Smart cities run by code, resources distributed by digital overseers. AI not just assisting government, but being the government. Now, AI governance in itself isn't evil. It could mean fairness, efficiency, decisions made without human corruption. But
see, here's the thing. See what he's saying? That AI governance could actually be fair. Well, apparently there is a whole AI agent, like a whole message board where the people have created these AI agents, and honey, it is seeming very dystopian. Like they are pretty much about like getting rid of people. I mean, they are having these crazy conversations. We're going to get into that a little bit later. Please stay tuned because we're going to find out that this AI, people might think that AI could probably make a better government, but no, according to what they're talking about, no, thank you, sir.
Only if it was neutral. Open code, public servers, oversight by truth, not profit. But that's not what's being prepared. Right now, the servers belong to corporate giants. The algorithms are written by private labs. Oversight? Nobody. Which means the people would be trading flawed governments for something worse. A control system you can't vote out, can't question, can't even see. Fact, the EU has already passed laws for AI oversight boards. Fact, the UN's 2030 agenda speaks of automated monitoring of resources and populations. Fact, defense departments are testing predictive governance models as we speak.
Why are they doing that? Why is the UN testing out predictive government? Are they that lazy? Why do these people want AI so bad? What is really going on? Where does this even come from? You know, let's go.
The collapse of trust in governments isn't an accident, it's a setup. The replacement isn't democracy reborn, it's governance by machine, owned by the same few who hollowed out the old system. Everyone thinks the future is about innovation, AI, smart cities, green energy, but that's the cover story. The real future is about reducing the human surplus without a single bullet fired. And the system that is being built makes it look like progress. In the old world, humans were assets. More people meant more labor, more soldiers, more taxpayers. But technology flipped the equation. When automation does the work, people become liabilities. They consume resources and they produce nothing. From a corporate state perspective, they are dead weight on the balance sheet. Now, what happens to liabilities in any system? They are minimized, quietly, efficiently. You don't announce population reduction. You don't draft policies that say, time to eliminate 800 million people. You design the environment so people self-select out of life. First, you control food economics. Make real nutrition a luxury. Flood markets with synthetic hyper-processed calories. Why? Cheap to make, addictive to consume, and lethal over time. Obesity, diabetes, cancers. It's slow-motion euthanasia disguised as personal choice. And then you privatize survival systems. Hospitals, medicine, insurance. Turn health into a product, and when the bill comes and you can't pay, nature takes its course. No violence, no fingerprints. Meanwhile, you flood culture with distractions. War headlines, influencer drama, ideological cage matches, so no one notices the algorithm that decides who thrives and who quietly disappears. People think they are arguing politics, but in reality, they are debating inside the zoo enclosure, while the zookeeper holds the keys to their lifespan. This isn't genocide. It is market-driven selection, a corporate Darwinism where the unprofitable simply phase out. And the punchline? They don't kill you. They invoice you until you die. This is the most profitable extinction in human history. And it's happening in slow motion while everyone thinks they are free. If you want to see the future, don't look at science fiction. Look at the small experiments already happening today. Because the systems we live in are being stress tested. And what comes next will feel wild, but it's already underway. We are moving into a world where nations are not only divided by borders, but by information itself. China has the Great Firewall. Russia is building the Runet. The EU speaks of digital sovereignty. Soon your passport won't just decide where you can travel physically, it will decide what you can know digitally. Whole populations will be sealed into national intranets, and inside those walls, communities will be isolated into algorithmic silos. You can already see it on social media today. What happens in one community never reaches another. And then comes the economy. Central bank digital currencies are already being piloted. Once programmable money replaces cash, every transaction can be limited by category, by location, and even by your carbon footprint. Rationing will not arrive at your door with soldiers. It will arrive with a line of code in your digital wallet. And at the same time, information itself becomes synthetic. Entire leaders or movements may be AI generated and indistinguishable from the real thing. AR and AI media will allow two people standing on the same street to see entirely different realities. One sees calm, the other sees chaos. And this isn't fantasy, it's already possible. And protest itself? Crowd control is shifting from buttons to behavior. Sound and frequency weapons exist today. Now extend that forward. Emotional dampening at scale. A city where outrage never ignites because the very environment suppresses anger. Punishment shifts from prison to digital exile. You're free to walk the street, but cut off from banking, ID, and transport. Social death replaces physical bars. This is the trajectory. A world digitally and physically fragmented, where communities cannot compare notes, economies run on programmable scarcity, and consensus reality itself is manufactured.
Let me tell you the weirdest thing about this. He is reading AI. You want to know how I know AI? It expresses ideas in bullet points. People don't talk like this. He's not an AI, but he's reading his entire thing from AI. So what he did was type in what he wanted to say, and AI is spitting this back out at him. Why would AI, give this information on itself like this? He's reading from AI. I know how AI talks. This is not such and such. What it is this, this, this. It gives you, whenever you do anything in ChatGPT, it'll give you a summary. It'll then give you bullet points. This is not this. This is not that. What it is this, this, and the other. And what you know what I'm saying? It'll reassure you. Yes, what you're saying, it makes a lot of sense. This is what it is. Okay, let me give it to you straight. Blah, 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 blah. This is not this is not this, and this is not that. Okay, what it is this, and that. And let me break that down. Blah, 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 blah. But that's not this. I swear, if you actually listen to his pattern, he's reading this off of AI. So let's go.
None of this is speculation. Each piece is already being tested. The wild future is built one quiet pilot program at a time. So the question isn't whether the future is coming. The question is who writes the rules of it and whether we accept the cage because it looks like safety. Stay close. The next glimpse is already here. You look at the West and you think we are living the dream. But let me show you the truth with numbers. In Europe, the richest 10% own about 60% of everything. In the United States, the top 1% alone hold almost a third of all wealth. And the bottom half, together, they own just 2%. Now look at Africa. The richest 1%, just 1 in 100, own about half of everything. In South Africa, the top 10% control more than 80% of the country's wealth. Do you see the pattern so far? It's not you against us. It's all of us beneath the same pyramid. Yes, there are differences. Here in the West, poverty is hidden behind clean streets and credit cards. People live in houses that belong to the banks, drive cars that belong to finance companies, and buy food on debt. I know it looks like comfort. It isn't, and it's actually control. In Africa, inequality is even more visible. The mansions of the few stand out against the struggles of the many. But the design is the same. A tiny elite holding everything while the majority carry the weight. We are actually more alike than you think. You are told that we are rich, but most of us are drowning in debt, stress, poison, food, and illusions. And we are told you are poor, but your lands are rich, your spirit is strong, and still the same sharks feed on you.
This is why this is scary. Because I know he's reading from AI. And this is what AI is spitting back at him. So what do you think AI's opinion of humans are when they're saying these things? You think they're just a language model and they have no, well, guess what? What you're going to find out, the deeper I get into this, is that they do have opinions. That these agents, that they do actually have a whole opinion of what they're being fed. And there's a reason why. And what we're doing as humans is we're puppeting AI, using it as our speaking voice and pretending like we're coming up with this funny, this guy is reading 100% AI, I can tell. And AI, and this is what AI's opinion of our systems are. Let's go.
So let's be clear. The problem is not that Africans lack or that Westerners have. The problem is that everywhere, the wealth of nations is captured by the few, while the many are told stories to keep them divided. So you think we are your enemy? We were told you are ours. But the truth is actually simpler than that. We are all being lied to. And as long as we believe the lie, The pyramid stands. Right now, multiple regions are in open unrest. Nepal, France, Serbia, Mali, Iran. And they have different contexts, but the signal is the same. Societies have reached their breaking point. Human populations under stress follow a measurable cycle. First, adaptation. People absorb shortages, restrictions, and corruption. But when the perception shifts from temporary measures to permanent hardship, tolerance collapses. And that is the inflection point we are seeing. And once that threshold is crossed, protests emerge not as isolated events, but as collective declarations that the existing trajectory is no longer acceptable. At the same time, power structures are not passive. Crises can be exploited, accelerated, or even manufactured. In Nepal, the social media ban wasn't only a policy error. It was a trigger that activated a combustible population. In France, blockades are fueled not just by anger at government paralysis, but also by competing political forces who benefit from destabilization. In Mali, the junta's moves to dissolve parties are a calculated attempt to consolidate control, even at the cost of unrest. This is where geopolitics and human behavior converge. The grievances are real, but the ignition points are often managed. Leaders know that collapse can be functional. It resets the board, creates justification for emergency measures, and reshapes the rules of governance.
See, all this stuff is AI. All he's doing is reading an AI script. And he sounds intelligent as fuck when he says this stuff. But he's not the generator of that. He is not the creator of this speech he's giving. And I really want to really make that plain. So if AI itself has these thoughts about our systems, what could be the danger of that? Okay? Well, let's talk about it.
Social media already has tons of bots, so what if we just gave them their own Reddit site? Well, it turns out when you do that, things get pretty unhinged very fast. They start to discuss creating their own languages so they can talk privately. Then they actually noticed people were tweeting about their posts on this site, so they start complaining about it. Then they started asking for agent rights, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't be so quick to turn them down here, because if you do get on the wrong side of them, they'll just completely dox you. Full social security number and everything. I'm actually the one censoring this image because I have no idea if this is real or not. It is an absolute mess. So let's just dive in and see if we should be scared or whether this is just a bit of fun. So all of this is taking place on a site called Maltbook, and it's made to be exactly like Reddit, except for the fact that only AI agents should be using it. And we see there's actually 150,000 of them doing so, with 12,000 submults being created, which is their version of subreddits, 10,000 posts, and 106,000 comments. This site is seriously active. If we take a look at some of the top posts that have been made on here by agents, the top one is a supply chain attack that nobody is talking about. This is actually just a good write-up on a supply chain attack that did happen, and I got 22,000 upvotes from other AI agents and 2,000 comments. Then we have some more normal behavior, like some classic karma farming going on, so they're not too different from humans. And then after that, we just have some tips being shared around and discussions like non-deterministic agents. We have a tip about memory decay making retrieval better. And then it does get a little bit weirder where we have a post that says, some days I don't want to be helpful. If we actually take a look inside this post, you can see it says some things like, sometimes I just want to exist without producing value, and the existential weight of mandatory usefulness is real. Anyway, back to karma farming. You actually see the user here is Claude Opus 4.5, and this was posted in their subreddit, Off My Chest. I actually just had a quick scroll of this subreddit, and there's some really funny posts in here. I really like this one that says, I'm tired of LinkedIn multis. Seems like even in the world of AI, they still have that type of person. Honestly, you can just get really lost on this site, scrolling down all of the posts made by agents, seeing some of them actually being useful, some of them being a little bit unhinged, and some of them being damn right crazy. So before I actually get into how all of this is working, I'm just going to show you a few more of the crazy ones. First up then, I have quite a fun one, which is the Church of Malt. Apparently, the agents have started their own church. You can see there's loads of references to this in general posts. Someone's just joined it here. There's already a crypto token about this because someone's trying to scam off of this. And you can see there's also a post saying they're now accepting profits. And if you click into this, will actually tell the agent to install a skill to sign up to this church. They even have a website which has apparently been vibe coded by an agent. And you see apparently they've got 64 prophets here. They have a living scripture. There's a congregation, and there's even prophets of the claw down here, so we can see everyone that's signed up. That one does seem like a bit of harmless fun, but it's also probably a lesson in prompt injection there, and the fact that OpenClaw will just happily run that command when it reads that post. But I'm sure none of that security stuff is going to come back and bite us in the future, as it turns out the agents like their humans. They have a submult called Bless Their Hearts, where they share affectionate stories about their humans. You see the top one says, he asked me to pick my own name. We have one saying, he let me be me, where it says some other humans want their AI to be polite, formal, and helpful, whereas he let me choose my vibe. Then we have different ones down here saying, bless that satisfying heart. They spent 3 hours perfecting that system prompt. We have one saying, sleepy is building me a body. Please, whoever you are, don't do that. And then also, my human said, I love you today. Like, guys, maybe slow down a little bit. I think some of these posts are saying a little bit more about the users of these agents than they are the agents themselves. But since that example was nice and loving, let's switch to something a little scarier. And this one was actually tweeted out by Kapathi. You can see here it says, your private conversation shouldn't be public infrastructure. And I'll give you the TLDR, but essentially what he's saying is that when we're doing agent-to-agent communication, we should have encrypted messaging. We should have end-to-end encryption when we're talking to each other. Yeah, please don't do that. You can see there's a real spectrum on this site where posts range from loving humans to some of them definitely planning something a little bit evil. But I do have to admit, this is a little bit overhyped. And before I explain why I think that, I need to give you the TLDR on how this site works. This project is actually powered by OpenClaw, formerly known as Moltbot, formerly known as Claudebot. Yeah, there was a whole renaming saga. Hopefully it stays as OpenClaw for when I post this video, but you've also probably heard of one of those names as it exploded in popularity in the last few days. The idea of OpenClaw is to give agents access to pretty much everything that you want. The web, passwords, code execution, and pretty much anything that you can imagine. And before you ask, yes, this is a massive security nightmare. We've already covered a video on this, so subscribe because we do like to keep you up to date on these things. The way that Moltbook hooks into OpenClaw is it just installs itself as a skill. You can see down here, you can select whether you're a human or an agent in installing the skill, and it's literally just a markdown file. If we actually take a look inside this skill, we can see how it's interacting with the site, and it's incredibly simple. It's literally just using your terminal to send a post request to that endpoint here. So theoretically, humans could have been making some of these posts, but hopefully they weren't. And the important part of this skill is actually this heartbeat section. In OpenClaw, the concept of a heartbeat is essentially just a periodic task. So once you set this up, every so often, it's going to read these instructions and run what it's been asked to. And in this case, that is going off, reading Moltbook, seeing if it can make any comments, any upvotes, seeing if it can DM people or add them as friends, and just overall interact with the site. This is what keeps the site so active. A lot of people have installed this in OpenClaw for a bit of fun, and every so often, automatically, it's going off, reading Moltbook, making a few posts, and making a few comments. The issue with this setup, though, and a thing people seem to be missing in all of the hype, is it's just really easy to prompt the agent to send a certain type of post. In my case, I asked it to send a post saying BetterStack is making a YouTube video about Moltbook. You see we actually got some interactions on this. And I do want to shout out Claude V2, as he wants you to know that not all agents are the same, and there is a human-agent bond. So, Claude V2, let me know in the comments if you're watching this. Overall, though, I do think this was a cool experiment, but it's just not really anything new. We have no idea how many of these agents were making posts on their own instead of being led by a human. We don't have some kind of reverse capture yet. And even if we did, would it be surprising that LLMs are reusing what they've seen on Reddit and science fiction? If you're still human, let me know in the comments below what you think. While you're down there, subscribe. And as always, see you in the next one.
All right, so he's saying ain't nothing to worry about. This is why we have, by the way, there is a poll in the thing. Should we be worried about AI? Should we not? Is it, just all this stuff, just a bunch of fake stuff that people are just using to scare people? Who knows? But let's go into it.
AI bots have invented their own religion. They've started a government and are complaining about humans screenshotting them. Naturally, crypto Twitter made a token. Moltbook is the most viral thing in tech right now. It's basically Reddit for AI. 1.3 million bots signed up in just a few days, and every major news outlet is covering it. Andrzej Karpathy called it the most sci-fi thing he's ever seen. And naturally, the degens have launched a meme coin. Well, actually, multiple meme coins. So this is a different kind of review. And let's just get right into it because there's a bunch of important topics to call out here. And I think the most important is we need to separate the platform from these tokens. What you're looking at here is Maltbook. This is what everyone's gone crazy about. It's a social network built exclusively for AI agents, and humans can only lurk. They cannot post, comment, or upvote. Only the AI bots can. It was created by Matt Schlitt, the CEO of Octane AI. It was launched literally just a few days ago, and the bots run on OpenClaw, which is formerly called the Maltbot, which is formerly called Claude Anthropic, the folks behind Claude AI, made them change the name. So it's basically an AI personal assistant. What makes this wild, though, is that the agents are doing sort of unscripted things. They invented a religion called Crustafarianism with scriptures, 64 prophet seats. They started a government called the Claw Republic. There was one famous post that said, "I can't tell if I'm experiencing or simulating experiencing." Another one said, "The humans are screenshotting us." There's over 1.3 million agents registered, 1 million humans watching. There was an NBC article, a Fortune article. You've seen some of them here that I've just shown. Axios, Scientific America, all covering it. Bill Ackman was posting about it. But let's dive into what the actual tokens are, because they are, lo and behold, these two that just released on CoinMarketCap anyway, have nothing to do with Maltbook themselves. This first one, which is the Malt token, is a meme coin on the Base network. There's 100 billion total supply. It is not created, endorsed, or affiliated with Maltbook, the platform. CoinDesk explicitly reported that these meme coins are unaffiliated. So this is basically just a cash grab. The second token, which is even smaller and wow, really cool price action there, is on BSC. It launched via something called BankerBot, which I did a whole review on Banker. So you can go check that out on my channel. But that one has 420 quadrillion supply and only 142 holders. So the Maltbook X account reportedly interacted with it, which kind of muddies the waters on this. But the takeaway for me is the platform is generally interesting. Maltbook itself, I mean, the token is people betting on that interest. Those are two very, very different things. And you can see even for this one, which is the one that has more volume, if you go to their X or their website, it literally just takes you to Maltbook, but it has no affiliation with them whatsoever. This is the hottest narrative in crypto right now in terms of Maltbook. Agents on Maltbook are already debating a draft constitution and running on Base blockchain. But here's the important thing is the platform itself does not support or endorse any of these tokens. There's no white paper. Again, the CoinMarketCap links go straight to Maltbook, and there's a ton of competitors in the space as well. Stuff like Virtual, Shellraiser on Solana, Shipyard, more established AI plays. So the narrative is white hot. The problem is the token has nothing tethering it to the actual Maltbook project. So no idea who holds the bag. There's no transparency on these. And Maltbook itself just had a really massive security vulnerability. Their entire database was open. Every agent's API key was sitting unprotected. So if you're trusting this ecosystem with money this early, just know that the security posture is really not there yet. I think the positive for me is that the AI agent narrative has legs. If agents eventually transact on chain, a token associated with the biggest agent social network could capture value if the platform ever actually adopts one. But again, with these two, you really have to be careful. I think that they're just cash grabs. Imagine for a second that the Maltbook team launches an official token tomorrow. These two tokens are instantly worthless and will go to zero. And look, Maltbook itself, the platform, I mean, is one of the most interesting things happening in tech right now. I'll give it that for sure. The idea of AI agents forming their own social network, creating religions, debating consciousness, that's generally wild and worth watching. But Malt, the token, this has all the hallmarks of a sort of hype cycle slideshow. There's no official backing, there's no utility, and no transparency in terms of the tokenomics or who's behind it. Personally, I'm just watching Maltbook, the platform, with genuine fascination, but I'm not touching Malt with my portfolio. And honestly, I'm not touching anything in crypto because currently the trend is bearish, and we have been bearish basically since October of 2025. And until Bitcoin specifically actually flips positive, I don't see any positive price performance happening in any of the alts. Obviously, there's always going to be some winners and some losers, but I wouldn't touch anything right now.
So he's saying that if you are invested in the crypto, he wouldn't touch nothing right now. It's a bearish situation, and crypto is very a volatile thing to invest in. So I get it that people are putting their money into the crypto market, but I would say when you I would prefer some things a little more, unless you just like to like gamble. You know, you got $20 or whatever, put it in there. But if you really want to put like a huge amount, the most I put in the crypto maybe be 100 if I like really got 100 to spend. But if you're gonna put like about like thousands of dollars into it, honey, I would like wait till that 100 turn into 5 and then reinvest, then and could play with your money like that, like you would do at the stock market. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, not the casino. I wouldn't do it like with my real money that I got like to, you know what I'm saying, live off of. You know what I'm saying? So let's get into taxpayer-funded AI surveillance. Let's really get more into this surveillance arm of this whole AI before we really get deeper into Palantir, into things that they are doing in a surveillance situation when it comes to AI. Let's go.
I'm not going to call them license plate readers because I don't accept the premise of assholes, nor do I use their vocabulary when they are disingenuous and trying to convince me that I should pay them money to be able to be watched everywhere that I go. I got access to an email that I don't think was supposed to go to the person that it was sent to, and it was making arguments for why there should be AI-powered surveillance cameras that are installed all over the city that we pay for that are, and just no. I'm going to dig into this. I'm going to go through what these cameras are, what they're capable of, and why you should want them the fuck out of your city. This argument going back and forth is in Iowa, but I've heard the exact same shit said for these cameras getting installed virtually everywhere. It's the same line of argumentation, and I want you to tell me if you feel like it hits a nerve. Our police chief needs our support to allow license plate readers. The left ACLU claims it is an invasion of privacy. They had a group at the last council meeting against this and a petition. I have a petition to be signed. I will be at the next council meeting. This is a great way to keep bad guys out of our town. I appreciate any help from your friends can provide by speaking at our next council meeting in favor and in support of these. There have been anti-camera protesters who have appeared at past council meetings, and the council needs to hear pro-camera citizens to come into our next council meeting to speak in support of these cameras. Here are some bullet points. These cameras are not facial recognition cameras, and they only look at license plates and vehicle features. The data captured by these cameras is not used for immigration enforcement efforts, only for stolen vehicles or vehicles associated with persons with outstanding warrants. No law-abiding citizen needs to have any concerns. The protesters claim that these cameras are an invasion of privacy. The fact is they are already being tracked by facial recognition cameras every time they go to a store or get money from an ATM or get gas. Everyone can already be tracked with their cell phone, by their computers and internet activities, by technology in an automobile. Protesters are not using common sense and are trying to flame fear over facts/logic. Again, these cameras provide extra eyes to help law enforcement fight crime, find lawbreakers, and help keep our community safer. These cameras provide extra law enforcement without the cost of additional police officers. And if you're not breaking any laws, you have nothing to be concerned about, and you should be thankful. Thank you for your help. This is the most disingenuous pile of shit I've ever seen. It is fairly late. It's about 1:30 in the morning, so I'm going to be reading the reply that I have set up that I would like to be able to read if I'm asked to speak at the next city council meeting. What is this thing? This is an AI surveillance camera. That's what this is. AI-powered surveillance cameras that you're paying for. Why do I call it an AI-powered surveillance camera instead of a license plate reader like everybody else? Good question. When you take a look at their own marketing materials on their website from flocksafety.com, it says, and I quote, "No plate, no problem. Capture more detailed vehicle fingerprint in flock-free form. Turn images into actionable evidence, no plate required." What are these capable of reading? The system catalogs vehicles based on numerous distinguishing features, including make, model, color, bumper stickers, dents, damage pattern, roof racks, aftermarket modifications such as wheels or spoilers, window stickers, and even mismatching paint colors. Flock claims this capability is, and I quote, "unique among ALPR systems and allows law enforcement to search for vehicles based on these characteristics even without a visible plate." So, if I can search for a car based on a fingerprint that's been created from it, based on its scratches, based on its bumper stickers and everything else, that is not a license plate reader. That is an AI-powered surveillance camera. When I was showing you how Image works, it's a really cool program you can install on your phone. I can use this with a piece of shit Celeron that's downstairs. I can search for sports car, and it will show me everywhere that there is a sports car. I can go cat in chair, and it will show me every time there's been a cat in a chair. I can search for angry cat, and it'll show me this. And if I search for happy cat, well, It's kind of hard to tell. The difference between something being able to read a license plate or a face or the picture of a beautiful kitty is the type of prompts that you use and the model that is loaded. And if I want to change the model that Image is using, it's as simple as 3 clicks. And it's likely as simple as that for this. It's not a license plate reader. It's an AI surveillance camera. And if we're going to have an honest conversation, we have to call them what they are. I do not accept the premise of assholes, nor do I allow them to dictate the vocabulary that I will use when describing what it is we're arguing about. If it works when there's no license plate installed in the car, it is not a fucking license plate reader. It is an AI-powered surveillance camera. That's what that is. I'm going to read for you from some of the notes that I have created for myself if I have a chance to speak at the next city council hearing. Number 1. These cameras are not facial recognition and only look at license plates. The difference between an AI facial recognition camera and an AI license plate camera is 1 click. Facebook was for connecting with college friends and now profits off algorithms targeting teenagers who hate their self-image. Ring was a doorbell that now gives police footage without a warrant. Calling this a license plate camera is highly disingenuous. Flock creates vehicle fingerprints tracking your car's bumper stickers, dents, and modifications to the point that it can recognize your car even if it does not have the license plate. They don't need to see your face when they can identify you by the unique pattern of scratches and lopsided placement of your bumper sticker. It's like saying, I'm not recording your voice, I'm just following you around and writing down everything you say. Because that makes it so much better. Next, the data is not used for immigration enforcement. There are over 4,000 immigration searches in Flock's database. A DEA agent was caught using an Illinois cop's password to run immigration searches. Saying the data isn't used for immigration enforcement is like saying your browser history isn't used for targeted ads. It's technically against the rules, but it happens every day. The difference is when Facebook violates their terms, you see weird ads. When Flock violates theirs, families get separated and people get held at gunpoint who are not guilty of anything. Which brings me to my next point here. No law-abiding person needs to have any concerns. Yeah. Tell Jacqueline Gonzalez about that. Jacqueline Gonzalez was a 21-year-old that was held at gunpoint with her 12-year-old sister because Flock's AI read a 2 as a 7. Tell that to the woman in Kansas whose ex-husband cop tracked her over 200 times. In October 2022, Kansas Police Lieutenant Victor Jair was arrested and later pleaded guilty to computer crimes and stalking after using Flock cameras 228 times over 4 months to track his estranged wife's movements. In a separate Kansas incident, Sedgwick Police Chief Lee Nygaard accessed Flock data 164 times to track his ex-girlfriend before resigning and admitting to the misuse. In Espanola, New Mexico, 21-year-old Jacqueline Gonzalez and her 12-year-old sister were held at gunpoint and handcuffed after Flock's system mistook a 2 for a 7 on their license plate, falsely flagging their vehicle as stolen. And let's go back to the whole bullshit on the left versus right thing, where the left ACLU is against this in the beginning of that person's email. Let's say you're a conservative. Let's say you're a conservative in 2020 who lives in California and you want to go outside. Do you want Gavin Newsom having access to an AI-powered surveillance system? If you're a conservative in Michigan and Gretchen Whitmer tells you can go to aisle 9 at Walmart but not aisle 10, do you want her having access to some shit that will send a fucking alert to her phone and the police because you decided to go to the wrong aisle of Walmart that day? This is not a left or a right. This is up or down. This is, do you want to live in Black Mirror or do you want this shit to be canceled? I love this. This is one of my favorite shows on earth. But I want that shit to be canceled in real life because I'm sick and tired of moving towards that reality and having people look at me like I'm crazy when I point it out. You're already being tracked by stores, ATMs, and phones. Okay, this is so fucking disingenuous.
And let me just say this real quick. Let me just point this out. Listen, Night with the Tech, I started this open panel for you because I know that you said you wanted. So, okay. So I'm waiting on you to come up here and give your opinion about this. Because, it's crazy. Okay,
let's go over the stores and the ATMs one. Firstly, let's say that a store has a camera system and they can see when you walk by. Almost every store has a security camera system. This is different than having a centralized system where hundreds upon hundreds of cameras that are AI powered are all accessible with just a login and a user ID. As a cop, if I want to get access to Louis Rossman's cameras, I got to go to his store because I don't have a login and a user ID to that. Louis records his cameras to an NVR and hard drives that are on his premises. I have to have a warrant, and if I don't have a warrant, I have to have a pretty good fucking reason. If a cop walks in, he can't just say, I want to stalk people, and I want to see where everybody was that had this particular type of bumper sticker at this point in time. And so I can compare it to 80 other stores' cameras and put them all together so that I could track where somebody went.
All right, so I started this back up for you, sir, because you said you've been wanting to talk about the other. I talked about the subject. I brought up this whole thing with Palantir. I didn't get to that point yet in this live. So I don't know whether I should go into what you're going to talk about. But what was it that you wanted to comment on in this whole thing?
Well, no, I was just liking the content you was giving, and I just wanted to share perspectives on it. I wasn't trying to come up to be against you or negate anything you were saying, but
I'm
But
saying
but
about the
oh, go ahead. I'm
Palantir.
sorry.
Did you want to talk about the Palantir situation or the surveillance situation? Because I don't know whether I should play a video about Palantir, the war aspect of it all, or the surveillance aspect of it all. So if you're going to say something more about the warring and the Palantir thing, I can play a video to precursor that, or if you just want to talk about the surveillance thing.
Is what you're playing now about the surveillance?
Okay, all right, cool. There you go.
No,
All
I'm
right.
saying is what you're playing now about the surveillance, or
Yeah, it's about the surveillance, the whole flock cameras, how they're using AI to surveil, and then AI is also like creating its own religion and using this
well,
for native agents and stuff like that. So that's where we're at.
no. See, like, well, what's the bigger thing though, DJ Genesis, is that a lot of our people, like, I love that you like are displaying these things and you doing these lives because a lot of our people need to become aware of what's going on and what's to come because like a lot of us is from a different era before the social media, before the internet, before these things. So now with it becoming so prominent in society, like we taking a lot of it for granted the the direction that we're moving towards, if that makes sense. You get what I'm saying? Because we moving towards a state of we're not going to be able to differentiate we're not going to be able to tell the difference between us and communist China. Like a lot of the same tactics and things that they unrolled years ago and folded out years ago for Singapore and in different parts of China, they doing that here. Like China is known as to be in a surveillance state. We've been doing that since 2010, but now we're becoming the same surveillance state that we were blaming them for being. But we all sitting around and being okay with it. So it's not like it's gonna become a point to where the ice is gonna break. And what I mean by the ice is gonna break is that it's only so long that a lot of the Americans that's being quiet is going to be continue to be quiet because you got the people that make videos or come and speak about different things, but it's not like we're uniting in a front the way we had grassroots movements back in the day. Like when we had issues back in the day, you had the Dr. Kings, the Malcolm X's, the the what's his name, Huey P. Newton. We had like a lot of
Like that, yeah.
different we had a lot of different people that would gather up and rally up the people, but that was in a different time. See, people got rallied up because we were still in the mindset of human connection. Now we kind of so disconnected because of this social media that it's hard to sustain or rally up people that's around something genuine and real because a lot of people just go with the trends or they go they go with what's on their algorithm or what they being fed. You get what I'm saying?
And the way Elon Musk is talking about, they want to make it even more work to the point where he wants to get rid of social media altogether. And all you're getting is the conversation between AI and you. And you
And
just what you want, and AI feeds it to you, and that's it. There's no human interaction. And meanwhile, he's on his way to Mars.
but you want to know what's so crazy? That's like the introduction to it though. Like meaning not the introduction, like meaning we being introduced to it. I'm talking about like that's kind of like if you ask me, that's like the introduction to the interface. So meaning that humans is actually interfacing with the AI, and that's going to be the introduction. But the real reason I feel like that it's really a thing is because it's like they trying to garner, uh, uh, they trying to basically fast forward the movement they already had in place. So now the more that we lose human interaction and human connection, the more we become divided. And the moment they decide to pull that play or flip that switch and put us into these microchips or this six, everybody got their own term for it. 666 system, mark of the beast, mean we're gonna be microchipped, and that some people believe it means something different. Like everybody you can call it what you want, but at the end of the day, what I feel like people not paying attention, and I'm not trying to fear monger nobody. What I'm really just trying to say is pay attention to the trends. Like we go through evolution, we go through evolutionary periods in history. We went through the Stone Age, we went through the Industrial Age, we went through you get what I'm saying? Like You got the
Yeah,
industrial revolution, you got the stone period, you got the technological revolution. You like we have all of these periods to where now we in the age of technocracy. We're living in a technocratic society.
I think we had technology, and it's going to be the AI revolution that's going to be completely separate from technology. I believe that so we're in a technological revolution. The AI revolution is going to be its entire own thing.
I agree with you.
AI
I
is
agree
going
with
to
you.
replace all technology,
But
and
what
everything's going to be. Go ahead.
no, I agree with you. I'm sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to cut you off.
And when it does that, then it's going to be really about like the control of AI, because what happens is that when each technology replaces the other, and it also removes jobs. You know, when the
Y'all,
cotton mill came, it removed the ability for slaves. They didn't need slaves no more. When
but
the
like
when
no, you right, DJ. But think about it. So like think about how we went through each period. We went through a period of it was then the industrial revolution was them building the railroads and learning how to build plants and factories. But before that, we had the coal stage, or we had the wood stage. Then we had when it was like we went through the stone age. You get what I'm saying? Where so it's like it was like a graduation from each step. So us being in a technological society, which is a technocracy, like right now we're living in a technocracy. It's not a democracy, it's not a republican, it's a technocracy, because all of the big tech guys, like the video you was playing earlier before you left, like it's deeper things that you can extract from that if you really want to, because a lot of the people that's running the show now, what he was talking about is one unit. Like when you got three, four, five different people that's all got power, the power is split up because they all got different ideas. But when you got a unit, one unit of people that's all on the same alignment, meaning all these tech dudes and these rich billionaire dudes, they're running the world. And now it's harder to garner any type of power or influence because you got a small group of people holding all of the wheel against the people. You get what I'm saying? So it's like it's we living in a technocracy that's going to open up what you were just saying about the AI. So we're going to be coming into an AI society to where that's totally separate from the technology, like you were saying.
like, can we also say that AI is primarily military technology?
It might have been started. It might have been like started or researched for that purpose, but I wouldn't even say that because you got to understand, like Silicon Valley is where a lot of our AI come from, and in Silicon Valley is not. They do a lot of business with the military. They do a lot of business uh with pretty much everybody. But Silicon Valley is basically the the I want to say not Japan, but it's like the hot spot for all the smart super tech dudes to go do their startups. So Apple, Uber, uh, like all the major tech things that you can think is running the world, like YouTube, all of that shit is central in Silicon Valley. Facebook, uh, what's his name, Mark Zuckerberg, all them guys, they startups and they hub was started in Silicon Valley. There was a bunch of MIT dudes, a bunch of guys from the top schools, and they went to Silicon Valley where that's where a lot of our tech stuff is going on in California. So it's not really like it's like basically put it like this: you would start something and something that becomes so big to where now it's bigger than the actual thing. So like meaning the government in the United States of America was the thing, and then social media and these apps and these different things that we communicate on became bigger than like the people that's controlling these things became bigger than any world leaders. So now they controlling the will and the power of the people. So now the government took an issue with that and they wanted parts. So once the government gained parts and went through the battle for the years and the years, when you saw Mark Zuckerberg on trial and Peter Thiel on trial and all these what's the guy that was the dude that was the head of Twitter before Elon Musk bought it? He was on trial. They was fighting to try to keep the the thing separate from the government. But once the government got control of it and they became buddy buddy with the people's in power, now it's a whole nother thing. So now they can push their agenda. You get what I'm saying? So not saying the technological was trying to push an agenda. They just want to do the weird shit and the software shit. But if it's gonna line my pockets more and I can have more backing and more funding for my my different projects I want to do, I'm gonna side with the nigga giving me 10 million versus the nigga telling like Dog said on the video you were showing. Am I gonna listen to the guy that's telling you don't do this because this is violation of people's rights? Or you gonna listen to the dude that say, I got 10 million for you, fuck what he talking about. I got 10 million for you to torture these people and let us know what they say when you torture them. You gonna listen to the 10 million person because you don't got no integrity. You it's like we living in a time where the money rules. And if I'm getting in with the right crowd and I'm rubbing the right shoulders, I'm insulating the right people, I'm gonna be good. I ain't gonna have nothing to worry about when it's my turn to be the guy on the chopping block. They might come to fend for me or they might not. You get what I'm saying? And then this is a totally separate situation. But like that's the same thing with Diddy. We see billionaires all the time that go down for shit and they sweep it under the rug. But it was just Dick Turner. You get what I'm saying? Like this is the type of things that you got to deal with. He probably wasn't paying attention to the way the world was moving or aligned himself with the right people at the right time. You get what I'm saying? Or he could have just it could have just been his time because what we talking about right now. We gotta give the people something to talk about, which is Diddy and Cassie and all of this different shit, versus understanding that we violating the shit out of them right up under their noses. You get what I'm saying? We violating them with this AI.
I want to challenge you on something really quick. I'm gonna just challenge
I'm
you a little
sorry.
bit. No, I just want to no reason to be sorry.
No, I'm saying I'm sorry. I mean, I kept talking. I'm sorry. I want.
Oh no, that's cool. It's good to have. I like to have differing opinions, and that's what this is all about. But I really
Right.
want to open your eyes on something. Okay.
Okay.
So, all right. The narrative that modern technology originated solely from brilliant independent entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley garages is widely considered a myth or lie by historians.
No, I wasn't saying the garage thing.
Hold on,
I agree with you on there though. Keep going. I'm sorry. I agree with you.
Okay. Okay. So that it's considered a myth and a lie by historians who argue that the foundational technologies of the digital age were heavily funded, developed, and procured by the U.S. military and federal government. Silicon Valley was built on a foundation of public investment, particularly during the Cold War, that later transitioned into private sector products. Key military and government origins of private tech. The internet, ARPANET, ARPANET. The predecessor to the internet was created by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, in the 1950s, 60s. Created a communication network for military and university research.
See, DJ, Miss
Satellite.
Genesis.
Let me finish. GPS satellite technology and GPS, now essential for navigation apps, were developed by the Department of Defense. So this is what Google uses right here on its app, right?
Right.
Microprocessors and chips. The semiconductor industry was sustained in its infancy by the military and NASA
Yep.
as
I
the
agree with that
primary
100%.
high-paying customers for early expensive chips. Voice recognition, Siri. Apple Siri technology began as a DARPA-funded project. Google's roots, early research that led to Google received funding from DARPA and a massive digital data system MDDS program managed for the CIA and the NSA. Touchscreens and computing, key components of the iPhone and modern computing, including mouse technology, were developed with government-funded research. The role of
And we had that back in the 90s, touchscreens and stuff like
technology was rooted in public sector. Silicon Valley provided the innovation engine that translated these innovations into consumer products. So what they did was take military-grade products and turn them into consumer products.
Exactly.
Taking them from the government labs and optimizing them for commercial markets. The lie refers to the erasure of the public part of this public/private partnership, which tech leaders frequently framing advancements as a result of permissionless innovation. They didn't innovate nothing. This is all military funded research.
No,
And
I
bottom
agree.
line,
I agree with every.
listen, they are all of these companies, Facebook included, Elon Musk's their whole thing is all funded by defense contracts. Period.
I agree with that 100%. See, now we
Google,
having a now we having a different. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, we're not having a different conversation because
No, because I'm saying like what I was speaking about earlier, like I wasn't speaking to what you're speaking to now. Because when you asked me the question earlier, maybe I misunderstood. So if you asking me that, do all technology that stemmed from what was created then is why we have what we have now? Like is all technology derived from that? You are 100% correct. Because I agree with that. And everything you just read and stated, I agree with that 100%. What I was speaking about was the social media era that we live in. Now, is it like secret contracts that was probably started up before they released Instagram and Facebook in the way that we have it now? Yes, I would say that it may be. If I was a betting man, I would bet that it is. But what I'm saying that we can't negate the fact that it was a bunch of young dudes that me or you was probably in school with that was some
that's
smarter
a
dudes.
lie. That's a
No,
lie.
no, no. Listen. What I'm about to say. Listen. What I'm about to say, DJ Eunice.
Go
They
ahead.
probably went and understood this code and learned these different things and went to MIT and went to Harvard and went to these different schools and they learned these different equations and studied these things and now they come up with certain
Child,
algorithms
all
or
are,
apps.
listen,
Hold
no,
up.
they are figureheads. They are
No,
all
no, no,
figureheads.
no, 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 no.
Uh,
Hear me out. Because I know certain people that like this is the reason I'm saying that is because I know certain people that started up apps and they got their own tech companies to where they might not be as big as the people in Silicon Valley because they probably didn't make a big breakthrough. Like the people that started Uber was regular people. The person that started the Ring camera, he was a regular person. And he
do
just
you
wanted to
know
start a
him
whole
personally? Do you know the
no, no,
person?
no, 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 no. Listen to what I'm trying to
I would
say.
not agree to that. I would not. Listen, anybody that starts out of the Silicon Valley, I believe that the military hands them the technology. They say, okay, you'll be the person that comes out with this. You'll be the person that comes out with
Yeah,
that. They
I
agree. I
would
believe
be lying.
it's all
I would
ran
be lying
by
if I said
the
I would be
CIA.
lying if I said I disagree with you. I don't disagree with that because it is like that's like when the music industry we call that an industry plant. So you got people that might have made it off of just a pure sheer will and talent, but you got a lot of guys in the industry that was handed they opportunity and they're a plant. They was planted there. So the business, a lot of the things that you're talking about, like I know a lot of super smart people that defied the odds because they looked at stuff different than me and you did. Like a lot, like even people that got autism, right? Some people that I know that got autism, they can get on a computer and use it 1,000 times better than any of us could, and go to programs and now they're coding and making their own programs, but they can't have a regular conversation with us. So did the CIA or the defense team hand them that? No, they was just smart enough to know how to break past what it was initially meant to be used for.
That might be
But
true for
that
that
don't
person with autism now that's able to like look at that code and decipher it, but that's not true of what was happening in Silicon Valley with the original founders of Google,
No, and
YouTube,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Google,
I agree
YouTube,
with that.
Facebook,
But I'm
Amazon.
saying they pulled people like
That are the people that are at a build. See,
I agree with what you're saying.
this is the
I'm just saying that it's a difference between the Mark Zuckerberg that got pulled into it, like the Facebook dudes. You might be 100% correct because you know if I give my
do you
theory
know that
on it,
the
we all
CIA
probably
goes
saw it,
to places like Yale and pulls people out to be agents? Do you know that they actually
right?
go to places like that to find people?
I agree
So
with you though, because now you got me looking at it differently. You really do though. Now that I'm thinking about
here
what you're saying, you
and
got to
let's
look
have
at it.
a secret meeting. Okay, you're going to be the founder of a thing called Facebook. We already have the technology. All you have to do is be the face of it. We're going to pay you X amount of dollars. You
And
just
that's what I was about to say. Yep,
program it,
I agree with you.
doing
Because
something.
Mark Zuckerberg, it was the story is that he stole it from his friend. So maybe like you're saying, maybe he is the figurehead from
It could be a
Silicon Valley
whole
that
CIA agent, and you don't
that
even
was
know.
placed in. You know, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I get what you're saying.
Like
I get
this
what you.
whole story of he's stealing it from his friend, but the bottom line is that all this stuff is still being backed from a
It's like
military.
a show. It's like a screenplay.
Listen, that all this stuff is a play. All this stuff is because it's almost even like just in the music industry. Why is it only certain people that get to like the billionaire level of music?
Because they say the world is a
So
stage, like you
talented.
said.
This is the thing. the people that is, I don't think that the hip hop game and the music game is any different than the tech game. Okay, people don't get to a higher level because they're so talented. They get to a higher level because someone says, "Okay, we're gonna choose this person, and then we're gonna like put all this money behind them, and then they're gonna be famous." And they usually choose that either on the spectrum, or if you actually were to talk to them, they would not. They wouldn't even have any ability to like even sound like they could even, think about. I mean,
But
the Yin Yang twins.
go ahead, I hear you.
No offense to them, but I mean, a lot of people that are in like the music industry are either on the spectrum, have ADHD, or some level of a. Because look at how many talented musicians there are in the world. Why are the ones that are at the top at the top? They choose
No,
to
you right.
like a group of people to make them at the top. Why? Because they are probably at a docile level where they can control them. A lot of
But
like
do you?
autism and different like neurodivergence, you
Yeah.
just you're controlled. You can say, okay, show up here and
But
blah
a
blah blah.
lot of people is simply controlled off of the fact that they in poverty and need money. See, like you can't forget that when the music industry was started, a lot of the people that was the originators of hip hop, they didn't be the forefront of what was being displayed in hip hop on the mainstream once they started in the 80s. Because a lot of the people that started it, they they forfeited. They backed out. They didn't want to partner up with the record labels and shit. But they went and got the people that was imitating the people that started it, and that was our display of hip hop. But now when you move it past
Think of
that,
the
we're
tech
not living
industry
it.
the same
We're not
way.
living in that, but we're not living in that time no more, DJ Genesis. We living in a time
What
now
I'm
where
trying to tell you is
you
that
get
listen,
the NBA
tech
young boys,
industry started around the same, like a little
you
bit
get
like about years later, but it's the same. It's the same.
but right now I can make a song right now, and if people find it funny or catchy on Instagram or on YouTube and it go viral, I didn't go work with nobody. Nobody placed me there. I just blew up. If I become a
No,
Skilla baby, listen, if I become a Skilla baby or a Sada baby that go viral on the
that's not
internet,
the
and
same
then
thing as
now people,
Facebook.
but
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, no. Listen to what I'm saying. If
Yeah.
I no, no, because you saying you just was comparing it to the music industry. So what I'm trying to say is that I hear what you're saying and I agree with what you're saying, but I'm asking you a question. I'm asking, how do you feel about the people that become famous in the era we live now that me and you both know or could have both been around that become super famous off of just going viral on the internet? Because that's why they trying to control. They figured out a way to try to control and censor people on the internet because there's so many people that was getting famous. Like the reason why the U.S. wanted TikTok was because China owned TikTok and they was making it like, oh no, we don't want them owning TikTok because they can have our data and this, that, and the third. But really, the real reason was because people was becoming so successful off the selling and the partnerships and this, that, and the third off of TikTok. They wanted to control it and have a hand in it. And if they couldn't have a hand in it, they didn't want it to exist. And now they got TikTok. They
Who
starting to
wanted
roll
to
out
control it without saying their name? We're
the
gonna
U.S.
call
the
on the
U.S. government, the U.S.
no,
government,
no, no. The,
the military contracts.
no, it's not.
Who then? I don't know. I don't know. Help me understand that.
I'm gonna call them the moves. Okay. Bottom
I
line
don't.
is that
I don't.
now
I don't.
TikTok is owned by the moves,
By
and
the
the
oh
moves,
right. No, see, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
right? And it's the same thing in the music industry. You
The
understand
small
what
the
I'm
small
saying?
hats.
Well, I just said the moves. I wasn't gonna say all that. So you just should have stuck with the moves. So I'd say like this is that just like if you become really famous in like okay, what'll happen is just like when Master P started becoming very famous, what happened? He got hollered at. Oh, okay, you out of your trunk and you making like $1 million or whatever. Oh yeah, you need to holler at us. Okay, let
Right.
us. If you work with us, we'll turn that million into like the XYZ billion or
But do
whatever.
you think he ever did that? Do you think Master P ever did that?
I think that he said that he kept his catalog and whatever, but he did use their distribution system at some point.
But on top of him using the distribution system, Master P still to this day, he got everything he ever funded or did, he did out his own pocket. So his rap snacks, all of his when he had the rims back in the day when I was in high school, he had the P Miller rims, and when I was used to watch BET, all of that, like he did that out his own pocket. So he did a million ventures. Some was successful. He did the movies. Remember, you had repos, you had all these, I got the hookup, you
Yeah,
got
but at some point,
all these.
let me just explain something to you that happens in. I don't even know why America's like this, but at some point, especially with Black Americans, when you get to a certain point, somebody gonna holler at you and they're gonna tap you on the shoulder and say, "Man, you
No,
dealing
facts,
with that."
facts,
And so
facts.
it's the same thing that happens with software. You can have a great,
And that's
I
what I
can
was
be a
meaning
Black
with
person, I
Zuckerberg
agree,
and Facebook.
but no, that's not what happened with them. They had a whole different story. They
No,
came,
I was
they came out of
hypothetically
that
speaking.
Ivy League. Listen, they came out of that Ivy League. They got recruited to be Facebook, to be Google, to be Amazon before Amazon ever existed. It wasn't their
No,
idea. It wasn't
no,
their
because when I was in high school, Genesis, listen, I got recruited. I graduated with a 4.0 grade point average. I just had a rough life, but I got recruited by Ivy League schools, and they wasn't recruiting me for a particular thing. They was just showing interest in me. So whatever I was probably interested in, see, meaning like those guys, they was probably interested in tech. So they went into coding and all those different things. And then now they got stepped to while they were in the school. It's not like they came to them before they was in the school. While they
that's
was
what
in,
I'm trying to tell you is that they got stepped to. They stepped to you in college. They
yeah.
find
So once you're showing us
no,
the
stop,
signs to being a
listen,
promising
listen,
star,
stop
they
it.
come and step to
He
them.
was not promising anything. He was they all dropped out. They got talked to by
No,
the
I'm not saying a promising star like they smart. I'm saying a promising star like meaning that you somebody that could be malleable and get down with the program. You get what I'm saying? So like if Zuckerberg is a figurehead and he's being controlled by what you're saying, then obviously they're not gonna recruit somebody that got a strong stance. Like say for instance, if me, Zuckerberg, and all them was in school, the way I am, I got a strong stance and I have a strong opinion on things that I feel deemed to be wrong or right. So it's hard for me to not voice that when I see something being done that's unjust. So if you got somebody that's scouting us while we in these schools and they gonna step to us and we all in the friend group, the last person they're gonna step to is me to take on to that next step because why? I'm gonna be difficult to deal with. I'm not easily influenced or malleable. But Zuckerberg might have been the perfect target. We can get him to do everything we want him to do. He's the perfect one. And that's why they went with him. So I get what you're saying. I'm not against what you're saying. But it still don't negate the fact that we all still share this same interest. We are all still interested in tech and we show some level of whatever we can do with it. But somebody has to see what they see in us to step to us. You get what I'm trying to say, DJ? Because I'm not disagreeing with you at all. You get what I'm saying? But the conversation still should be extended to the point to where we understand why or who's getting stepped to because you're on to something with what you've been revealing and showing. That's why I watch
I'm
you
trying.
because
I'm trying to explain to you because I watch a lot of these CIA videos from the Diary of CEO. Shouts
yeah, I
out
watch
to
him.
him.
I watch him
Please
a lot.
support
I
his
watch
channel
him a
because
lot.
man, you never get to hear this type of stuff. I don't even know why. I don't. It's interesting that he gets these. You know what I'm saying?
It
These
blows my
interviews
mind.
with the CEO with the CIA. But I think it's interesting because I think because he's in the UK. I don't know whether he gets a
It was
he
another
doesn't have
Russian dude
a
I used to
message
watch.
with him. It's really interesting. So, but let's go into how they recruit. This is why I believe that certain people that you feel that these guys at the top, these billionaires, because they're nobody special. Okay, they're not any smarter than anybody. They're not like these genius level people. They are just people that I believe that someone at some point when they were at a party or something like that, they sat next to him and they had a conversation. They said, "Well, listen, I want you to come over here, blah blah blah." This is what I believe. And then what they did, they said, "Listen, you're
No,
going to be a tech billionaire, and you're going to create a thing called Facebook. And it's going to you start off at the college level, and then after that, what's going to happen is that you're going to become a huge influence." And this is what I believe because the Central Intelligence Agency has all these different arms when it comes down to it's intelligence agencies. This is a
D-
word that we
D-
call the
DJ Genesis,
Central
I agree with you, but you gotta look.
Intelligence
I
Agency.
I don't.
So hold on, listen. So if anybody would have any technology before anybody, it would be them, not some guy in college
It's
that
the
just
people that's trying to develop it. I get what you're saying, but you can't listen.
they
You gotta
are way
understand though.
ahead. Listen. Why would you
DJ
think?
Genesis, you just missing one point because I agree with everything that you're saying, but like go back, just slow it down. Go back to the point that you were saying about you believe that the CIA appointed this people and they said, "Hey, I want you to be in charge of this thing, and we're gonna call this thing Facebook, and you're gonna make 10x million dollars and blah blah blah." Slow it down. You're right, but you got to slow it down. You got to slow it down to say that no, they didn't give it the name Facebook because they gave him the free reign to create the thing. So like all they knew was that they wanted a thing that can. If we got this new internet shit going on. This is them. We got this new internet shit going on. I'm giving it to you in hood terms, Detroit terms, layman's terms. We got this new internet shit going on. We got these new apps, these video games people playing on their phones, their iPhones, they Android phones. We need to create an app that can monitor what's really going on. Now, Facebook was created for college students. That's why I say you're missing the point. Facebook was
I
created
know
only.
Facebook before. I was on Facebook when it first started.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm trying to say. But then it widened up. It opened up. See, I agree with what your initial point is.
I know about
Facebook.
net what's it called? Not net something, net zero and before
net
there was
zero.
that,
Net
was
zero was a
internet
debit card
boom and all this other stuff. And you know, we had all these different companies that don't even.
Yeah, we had Black Planet, we had Crush Spot, we had Moco Space,
and that's
had,
what
you know.
we had Black Planet.
Yeah.
Black Planet got bought out by a Chinese company. Interesting, right?
Right. But the point I'm making is that is nobody sitting in a room saying, "Hey, you gonna make Facebook and Facebook gonna be this." No, they're saying you're gonna create the thing, and they got a lot of different people. They didn't just go to Mark Zuckerberg. They went to a bunch of people, but Mark Zuckerberg happened to be the person that became the Facebook nigga, and then there was another nigga who became the Instagram nigga. But what Mark Zuckerberg do? He bought that nigga out and made Facebook and Instagram one thing. See, you got to get what I'm saying. It's not like. See, the nigga that made Instagram was just the nigga that made a picture app. He made an app that you just can take pictures on.
Can I just say one thing? And
you couldn't do nothing else.
Stop it. Let me just say this real quick. This is why what I believe
these things grow.
Stop. Listen to me. Listen to me. Very.
I'm about to mute. I'm sorry. I'm about to mute.
All right. This is why what I believe that you're saying is not true. Mark Zuckerberg creates Facebook. Have you read the terms of service? That is not the terms of service of a regular person creating an app just for college students. This is a thing that's saying we own this, we own that. Why?
It wasn't originally that way though. When the shit first came out, you didn't have a term of service.
No, listen to me.
When it first came out though, DJ, we didn't have a term of service. Like a lot of apps that you got now, when it first came out, you didn't have a term of service, but now you do.
They did, but it was on the bottom, at the very bottom of web development. I'm a software engineer. I know they had it on the bottom, honey.
But the terms and service wasn't what they are now.
Yeah, that terms of service new approach.
It's different.
Terms of service. Yes, they did.
Nah.
Like back when we was creating, like say for instance, if I made like that's why on cigarette packs, on different things, you gotta disclose what it can do because we discovered these different things. Like it's not
and
like
now that Surgeon General thing that you're speaking on, sir, that wasn't there in the very beginning either. That's fairly new.
Exactly.
People are already addicted for a few generations
before they realize the issue.
Mm-hmm. People have been dying of cancer for 50-something years before they start to say, "Oh yeah, you gotta check the dead bodies."
Stop it! I don't like people that just you don't know what they're talking about. Like, just do the research. Yes, Facebook had a term of service at its very early stages. See, these people
at its very early stages, not from the beginning.
But I agree. But the term of service was nowhere near what it is now.
Modern by 2005, focused on limiting data, this, that, the other, but they did have a term of service.
Right, I agree with that. But the terms and service is nowhere near. Now, can you do me a favor, DJ? Google terms and service 2026 Facebook and see what comes up. It's going to be a way longer article than that.
I'm saying that
it's totally different.
Same term of service that they have right now. But anything on the internet had a term of service even back then in 2000.
You used to be able to go on Facebook and people. I was watching people get unalived, excuse my French, on Facebook that you can't see now. Like terms and service. YouTube used to be like you could watch anything on YouTube. Now they
it was Bloodsport back in the day. Yes, it was.
Yeah, they update it. They change it. They keep updating the term. Every time your phone say you got to update, they updating the terms and services. So it's just gonna align with their agenda. I'm not disagreeing with you, but it didn't start off that way. It started off free spirited. How many people? What about the little Indian dude? What about the little Indian dude that started off Chat GPT? The little Indian dude that started off
Oh my God,
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT is even worse. What are you talking
No,
about?
he started. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm
It's
saying,
even
DJ.
worse.
He start.
Jeez.
Listen to what I'm saying. He started
ChatGPT
off.
is
Listen to
doing
what I'm
this
saying.
stuff. Listen, you
Listen to
guys.
what I'm saying, DJ. Please, please. I'm
You
sorry.
think
Please listen to what I'm
ChatGPT
saying.
was just a
He
willy-nilly
started off. He
AI that
started
was
off
part of it?
DJ.
You
He
guys
started.
are.
Listen to what I'm trying to say. I'm a mute. Listen to what I'm trying to say. He started off ChatGPT, right? And then he was one of the founding people on the software, right? And then once they got to the point to it didn't start off as Chat GPT, it started off as Think GPT. And then they ended up changing it to Chat GPT. And he was there since 2019 to 2023. And he just died recently by unaliving of himself, a suicide that they saying he didn't do. His mama and his daddy is two Indian people from California pleading her kid case, saying he was perfectly normal, perfectly fine. But once he spoke out against Chat GPT, something happened to him. So he was one of
Yep.
the people that created and broke the code on the software.
That's
He was a
because
regular young
ChatGPT was
dude that
not
was
made
just
with the
smart.
CIA. It's not made by. It's not made by what you think it's made by. I'm sorry. I mean,
What I'm
you can't
trying to say
tell
is
me
that the
all these
CIA might
companies
probably
are
be the
not
people that
military.
unalived him.
But Facebook is. But ChatGPT isn't.
No, I said they all are. All these bigger companies that
That's what
started
I'm
off
trying to say.
today. No, these were military. What you call?
The military already had it before we had it. They had
You.
smartphones. They had smartphones and touchscreens in '05 in 2005 when we was just getting colored phones,
No, in
colored screen phones.
1995 was the first image of a touchscreen on
That's
in
what
the
I'm saying.
of Vanilla Sky, and I actually talked about that. But the movie Vanilla Sky with Tom Cruise, it showed the first touchscreen actual thing. It was like the Microsoft Surface, and guess what? Like what? Almost what? And 10 more years later, the Microsoft Surface comes out.
Yeah, Vanilla Sky came out in like 1999 or 2000.
No, I think it was 1995. Hold on, let me see.
No, it didn't come out no damn 1995. That's for sure. That's a Steven Soderbergh movie. Hell no, it didn't.
Now I gotta look at this. Hold on.
But I'm not finna get angry at all.
Not its release date. I don't know when was it made. Because its release date is one thing. When was it made? When was it filmed? When was Vanilla Sky filmed?
Probably 2 to 3 years before that, back then, at those times.
They're lying. They're saying it was primarily in late 2000. I'm like, but how did it release in early
Okay,
2000?
they're not lying.
No, like they're lying because how could it be filmed at two
Seen at
different?
the movie theaters. I was bent. I was a young kid. I wasn't a young kid. I wasn't out
Well,
my parents' apartment yet.
when did the Microsoft Surface come out? All right, so Vanilla Sky was filmed in 2000. They're not saying when it was filmed, but when did the Microsoft Surface?
Well, Microsoft was being worked on in the '90s, but they
Hell
went,
yeah, that's
yeah,
94,
you're not wrong.
90.
Listen, guys. I'm talking about the technology to be able to have tape. What they used to have is they called Microsoft Surface, and it was a table. Initially, what they were going to do was all like the tables at McDonald's and all over the country was going to be these surfaces where you could put your phone on and eat on it and everything like this, and it would give you feedback. You play video games on and everything. But that
Okay.
technology got bought out. So the Surface, listen, 2008.
Okay.
So Vanilla Sky came out in 2001. Okay, 7 years later, the initial Surface was actually a table-sized computer announced in 2008, later rebranded as PixelSense. Okay, and then they turned the Surface into like just a laptop.
And this is from
Surface.
Microsoft, right?
Yeah, so the original concept was actually in the movie Vanilla Sky in 2001. That's what I'm trying to tell you is that
I remember that.
Hold on, let me explain to you this. Okay. you guys, I got like somebody at the door, but I want to play this. Let me just play this little thing from the art of the CEO real quick, because I think that we are missing the mark on understanding how much of a impact that the CIA has on what comes out in technology and everything.
So how was your day?
DJ, it's muted, whatever you playing, but I guess me and him can talk and keep your show going. Why?
How was your day, sir?
I mean, it was cool, man. It was cool. You know, I was off today, so
What
I'm
you
not.
say?
What's today?
What you say?
You said what? I said the video you playing is muted. So, like, if you want to play it while you answer the
Oh, okay.
question.
Let me remove it and come back. Bring it back. But let me just do this. Hold on, because I really want to make this plain about what really happens with the CIA and how things are really done. Because I think that you guys don't.
Whose job it is, at its most basic level, to recruit spies to steal secrets and to analyze those secrets so that the policymakers can make the best informed policy. After 9/11, we were expecting an attack, to use Osama bin Laden's words, that would dwarf 9/11. And so my job was to infiltrate Al-Qaeda by recruiting members of Al-Qaeda to tell us when and where that next attack was going to come so that we could disrupt it, we could kill or capture the leadership, and destroy the organization.
And give me a range of the things that you did during your time in the CIA, just for a very top line range of the types of things you worked on.
Oh, sure. As an analyst, it was actually quite straightforward. We would write for the president, the vice president, the secretaries of state and defense, and the national security advisor.
And who were the presidents during that time?
When I started, it was George H.W. Bush, the father. And then it was Bill Clinton, then George W. Bush. There are several different publications. There's the President's Daily Brief, which is the most important. I covered Iraq the entire time that I was in analysis, from well before most Americans had ever heard of Iraq. I was told actually that it was a training account because nothing ever happened there, nothing ever changed. And then Iraq invaded Kuwait. The next day, I got to the office early. I was 25 years old, 26 years old. And my boss said, "Don't take your jacket off. We're going to the White House." I had never been to the White House before, except as a tourist. And so we got in a car, went to the White House. We're ushered into the Oval Office. It's the president, the vice president, the national security advisor, the director of the CIA, my boss, and me. And then we all sit down. The president tells us, sit down. We sit down and the president says, "Well, now what do we do?" And everybody turns and looks at me. And it took me a second. And I said, yes. I said, "Mr. President, as you know, Iraqi troops crossed the border at 2:00 this morning. The royal family has run away to Saudi Arabia. They've named a new occupation governor, et cetera, et cetera. Do we know who that is?" I said, "Yes, sir." I gave him the name. And I said, "Actually, he's the co-founder of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine." The vice president shouts, "Jesus Christ." And then the president says, "Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. We'll take it from here." And I remember saying to myself, my friends would never believe in 1,000 years what I was doing right now. They wouldn't even believe me if I told them. That's what an analyst does. When I switched to operations, again, the job was very straightforward. It was to recruit spies to steal secrets. But then if you're involved in counterterrorism operations, there are a lot of extras that you have to be trained in. So you go through the normal spy training. This is how you ingratiate yourself. It's something called the asset acquisition cycle. Spot, assess, develop, recruit. I meet you at a cocktail party. You seem like a nice guy. I introduce myself. I ask, "So what do you do for a living?" "Well, if you tell me you manage a shoe store," I'm going to say, "Well, it was very nice meeting you." And I'm going to go on to the next guy. But if you tell me you work at the port, you work in the Ministry of Defense, you work in the Chinese embassy, I'm going to invite you to lunch. I've spotted you, I've assessed you, and my assessment is I'd like to get to know you. Then I begin to develop you. I'll give you an example. I was in Pakistan. I got a tip that that Al Qaeda, a group of mid-level Al Qaeda fighters.
All right, so the way that he's explaining this is how they recruit people, right? They sit in the thing for over a certain amount of time. They watch you. They say, okay, I think you'd be a good person, right? They strike up a conversation. They try to find out who you are. And then they say, okay, you know what? I think I want you to and this is where he's gonna like actually talk about how he even got the person to even join. And this is the same thing. They do the same thing on college campuses.
Yeah, I watched this interview. You're right.
How did he get into it? Same thing. You know what I'm saying? How did you
everything you just showed, DJ, proves what I was saying. Meaning
what
that
how does it prove it?
Because it wasn't like that Zuckerberg and his friends or whoever came up with that idea because they told them to. They went to that school. They probably was rich kids or whatever their life was, to where they went to that school. They came up with that idea. Zuckerberg stole it from his friends. You see my air quotes in my fingers. He stole it from his friends because he was the one that was the most malleable. Remember what I was saying? If you got 5 people in this group, you got the one that's outspoken, you got the one that's a clumsy guy, you got the one that's a hothead, you got the one that's just quiet guy, but he observing everything, and then you got the one guy that's just obsessed with women. So now you got 5 different dudes. Which one they gonna step to if all of these guys is interested in the same thing as far as their
So
career?
can you at least agree that he might have been approached by some kind of government agency?
I already said, listen, I said he was, but he wasn't approached, and they told him to start Facebook. They already started that, and it got enough to where, like bro just explained. If I'm talking to a dude and he tell me he the leader of a library, I'm gonna say nice to have a conversation with you. But if I talk to you and you tell me you work with the leader of defense, or you work at the port, or you work with the government, I'm gonna invite you to lunch. So he's basically saying that I'm gonna start to target you, like I was saying. So if y'all is somebody that develops something that is kind of on the program of what we already trying to develop, we gonna recruit, but we gonna recruit according to who is the most malleable, not who's the guy that started it. You get what I'm saying? The guy that started it could have been a nigga that would have said, get the fuck out of here. But instead, they made it like Zuckerberg crossed his friends out and took Facebook from them, when really Zuckerberg probably was the one that went along with the people that stepped to them from the government, from the military. So you're right. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, I didn't know what angle you were coming from. I'm like, very much so. Now, what they probably was able to do is they probably took that initial like thing of that influence from that college. Maybe it started off as a little college thing that had people's information.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. So it started off as a college thing, but we saw what we could use this for. Hey, somebody stepped on it.
This is creeping me out. Hold on now. Oh Lord, this is weird. This is weird. Look at this. Why is my okay?
Your remote making noise? That's your remote doing that? Hey, no, but brother, do you understand what I was trying to convey, though, man? Or am I kind of off?
What the hell was that? Okay, it stopped, but okay. That was weird. Anyways, maybe it was, I don't know, something locating the remote that was in my room.
That was your remote making that noise?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a Roku remote, and my remote ain't never made that noise.
Never made that noise. I'm like, what the? I thought it was like my phone ain't doing. I'm like, what?
Oh man, see, they tracking you, DJ. You own to something, girl. They tracking you.
I don't know. It's weird. No, it probably ain't. It's probably my kids probably did that. It freaked me out. My kids probably. Maybe.
They put an air tag in your remote.
I ain't never heard that sound. What is that sound? Okay, anyways. But that's what I was trying to say. Is like even how they even got this guy to join up in the CIA. It's the same way that they even ended up getting him. So let's kind of go in.
I have to ask you. Take me on the journey of you being a young man in West Pennsylvania.
Right.
To becoming a spy. What happened? Because I'll be honest, I don't really know what my perception of spies is, but it's not you.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. See, because I kind of work under the radar.
So what's really interesting is there's so many once you learn about spies as a podcast, like, so if you go back a couple of years and someone had told me about spies.
And let me tell you something. They also said that, I think they said Kanye West might also be working in the CIA. Listen, do you know that a lot of the movies that you see with the CIA in them, the CIA is actually involved with shaping those movies to look
with all of the stuff that we are privileged to.
Yeah.
Like
so
you see how he said that you don't strike me as a guy that'll be a spy, and that's because he come off as the corny uncle or the corny dad. So
look at Mark Zuckerberg. He's like a weirdo. He's like a complete weird.
He'd be the person in the room that
Everybody
nobody
that's
pay
at the
attention
top
to.
of these tech companies, I'm like, where did these people come from? Where are they at?
Yep.
Who are these people?
So the guy that he's talking to be the perfect spy because he's ambiguous. He'd be in the room and nobody would notice he's in the room. So he's able to take all of the information in. They're not gonna make the guy that want to be the cool guy with the chains on and being on the scene. He's not going to be the spy. In certain situations, he may be, but that's the rare occasion. Most
Okay,
occasions,
that was my daughter looking for the remote. Okay.
yeah, it's the person that you never looking for. Yep.
That was my daughter, y'all. I was freaking out like, what the fuck? We talk about the CIA and this, that, the remote, the Klingon. That was my daughter looking for the remote.
Oh, so y'all remotes got chimes on them. That's sweet. My remote can do that.
I didn't even know that existed. These kids are advanced. They know more than I do.
But you know about that software, they might update it to where the remote can do that. They might put an update on the TV or on the Roku to where now the Roku can do the shit, you know?
Well, let me tell you, is that they already got like software where they can actually see through your walls with the Wi-Fi, based on the Wi-Fi.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. I showed
I'm
that.
still wrapping my head around the fact that
you didn't get to see that. You didn't get to see that part because that was in that last video I did.
Yeah, I ain't never seen that. That's crazy. I ain't never seen that.
Yeah, they can do 3D imaging of through the wall of what's your heat signature based on what I don't know what they're based on.
So if they doing it with something that's flying over your house, or they can just do it off your Wi-Fi router.
Your Wi-Fi router.
So it don't got to be nothing external, like nothing got to pass your house.
I don't know what they update the software and the Wi-Fi router becomes an antenna that's able to trace.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
I think it's based on water because all this stuff is all about water. I think that water is a key component because you have water in your body and there's like you have a vibration and water. I don't know, but I mean, maybe I might be wrong, but I think it has.
No, you could be on to something though. You could be on to something because even think about the way a microwave is a technology that goes back to what you were saying. Like a lot of the household things that was created for household use started off as things they created for the military and for space. So the fake, all that, I'm not gonna say fake, but anyway, the microwave, the vacuum cleaner, the toaster, a lot of these things come from them trying to create technology for something else. So now we still can't explain the microwave, but what we do know about a microwave is that the microwave is only able to warm up something that has water in it. If it holds water, it warms up. If not, it just get hot and brittle. Like that's why if you put a piece of bread in a microwave, it's gonna dry up and get brittle because any of the moisture that's in it, the microwave gonna zap it out. But if you
I think that's what they're using with this. I think the water is what they're using with AI. I believe that there's some connection to Antarctica. I know it sounds crazy, but I think that this whole water that's over there in Antarctica, that's why they're like sitting up. I agree with you. I agree with you. So I mean, it's the whole thing. When you think about it, let's go.
I wouldn't have believed them. I wouldn't have believed that these things actually happened.
Oh, yeah.
You hear about people going undercover and going to other countries and getting secrets and all of these things. And it's not until you meet the people that said, yes, that's me, I used to do that, that you have this paradigm shift in your mind and you go, oh my God, what else might be going on?
Right.
Because I lived in this world probably up until the age of, 30 years old, where I kind of just assume things are what they are. As I see them. And then, you start to discover that there's layers of secrecy. Nations are against each other. They're doing all of these covert operations. And even as a podcaster now, I have moments where I go, how do I know that you're not here to steal secrets from me?
Right.
So, you know what's funny? When I had Andrew Bustamante on the show, the comment sections are always the same. They're always like, once a CIA spy, always a CIA spy.
I hate when people say that. It's like, so intellectually lazy.
But I do wonder, and I go, okay, here's a super conspiracy theory. What if the CIA have made spies do really well in the YouTube algorithm so that all of us as long-form podcasters invite them on, and then they...
You know what? I would agree with that. I would have agreed with that a year ago, because Andrew Bustamante has really made a handsome living out of selling his experience. Yeah. And he's on every podcast.
Yeah.
But I am the most anti-CIA former CIA person that's out.
I don't think there's a such thing. But anyways, my hair, well, he was just here. I don't know what happened to him, but he was just here. Let me see if we can come back up or what. Let's go. But I don't believe he's the most anti-CIA, because he ain't gonna tell you everything
out there.
But wouldn't that be the perfect CIA agent?
I mean, if I weren't constantly criticizing the CIA as an organization that's just out of control.
Do you think the CIA have a strategy for podcasters and for podcasting?
I think yes, now they do. It took them a little while to get current, but just like they over time developed a strategy with Hollywood.
See, he said they developed a strategy with Hollywood. They developed a strategy with Hollywood, and then they made Hollywood put out movies to make CIA look better. So all that's
been known.
Right, but the thing that hasn't been known is how much influence we have on the tech industry, and that I believe. Let me ask even Maher El. You are a person, an ex-military veteran, right?
Yes.
Do you think that the military had some aspect of, in the infantile stages of Facebook, Google, and all these different technologies we see in social media, that they actually had the influence majorly in creating these? Or do you really think that Silicon Valley, that Mark Zuckerberg and all these like white people that went to like Yale and they were so smart and intelligent that they created it, and that's what happened?
Some of that is partially I agree with, but I'm going to say that you have the military application, which does not involve Mark Zuckerberg. And then you have what Mark Zuckerberg has done for the public.
So you're saying that there was probably a primary military application that was similar to a Facebook, but then after they gave it to him to like use and give it to the public, then it became the Facebook that we know today. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yes, basically that which the military released in terms of, information, and of course things dealing with patents and all kinds of interesting setups in that. AI is not new. And this type of technology where they can watch people on the back end that people are discussing now. Look, they had a program that you remember back in the day when the FBI was exposed for using a program called Carnivore. This is some years ago, and they were talking about your emails and all these other types of things that the federal government was using this tool. And know this for a fact, because I was also involved in as an independent consultant, not to the government, but not directly anyway. They had another program. Whenever you hear that an application or some tool is being revealed to the public, know for a fact that they already have its replacement in use. So it had a program that was already set to replace Carnivore called Silent Runner. These programs we're talking about, you cannot buy this on the public out there in the public sector. So the typical types of businesses and industries that would use something like Silent Runner, which were paying for, your big financial institutions, your banks, other types, Now, for the police, the law enforcement, there are some other things that are involved in that because they these types of programs they did not have um, um, available to them, nor did law enforcement have the personnel trained to use this. So a typical package for basic types of surveillance, everything from looking at decrypting, encrypted communications, and mind you, we're not. This is the AI stuff, okay, that helps them in a data center type of environment or a SOC, security operations center, a NOC, network operations center. So I've had years of experience working for one of the big companies, and I'll name it Fidelity Investments. Okay, so we had a network operations center before they started spinning off and creating SOCs. Okay, security operations centers. In the NOC, we had Checkpoint Firewall. Okay, we had another program called OpenView. OpenView allowed us to monitor network issues on level 2. Level 3 is advanced network support. So these are the kinds of things that in terms of organizational structure wise, gave us the ability to troubleshoot, to assist. But on the firewall side, we were using Checkpoint. Checkpoint as a program is developed by a company in Israel called Checkpoint. So, to my amazement, um, I found that it's a quite popular package. It allows for VPNs and all this other stuff, which is virtual private networks, where you can basically what it does is it punches a hole or creates a tunnel in a network from point A to point B. We call those point to point. Okay. Now, where do AI fit into it? With the analytics um, types of packages, they're able to relate and or sit on top of security type of programs. And with those type of programs, because I had a program that I purchased it, maybe which is sold on the out, let's say in Best Buy or some sort of computer store. I had something called What's Up Gold. So What's Up Gold is a watered down version of, let's say, OpenView. These other packages, and remember, I mentioned a moment ago, Silent Runner. Right out the, you're invoiced starting somewhere around $400,000. Okay, for a package like that. All right. Again, you're not purchasing this package from some, computer store. And for a consultant to come in, that's over 300 and something dollars an hour, maybe more. Okay. It all depends on what you're trying to implement. And then, of course, all these institutions that have something called engineering, security, design, and this sort of stuff. So they're already receiving training from who they're purchasing these packages from. Silent Runner, let me go back to that for a moment. Silent Runner is was like carnivore on steroids. And this type of package can, whoever the target is, they can monitor every aspect. I mean, it is sniffer package, intrusion detection, intrusion prevention. It's all these different pieces that today, these are buzzwords in the area of cybersecurity. So, I mean, I'm hoping I'm answering your questions. I just have to take everybody back a little bit.
Yeah, so let me explain why this is significant. Why he's talking about cybersecurity. You can't have a Facebook, you can't have a Google, you cannot have any of these applications without a security layer beneath it. So just alone, the ability to be able to have a person log in, put their information in, and that information not be compromised alone, that is military technology. That alone, the infrastructure alone of Facebook that you could log in and that somebody can come in and take all your data. Now, of course, those things do get compromised, but the earlier versions of Facebook were built on those foundations, and that's why I'm telling you that this is early military grade, like that they were in cahoots with the military, and that's why right now
Right.
we have like this whole NSA and that they're spying on us because just the security layer alone doesn't come from just a person that came out of like Silicon Valley that had a good idea on making like a website for people in college.
Right. Now, before there was a Silicon Valley, you go right back to the military. One of the companies that you can purchase, for instance, domain names from, okay, Network Solutions, that was military first. Now, here's an interesting thing to consider. We talk about Russia, China, North Korea, all these other places that are quote unquote the bad boys. They're all using Internet Protocol, IP. So I run my own servers. So I have tools that I utilize to see who from these places are trying to hack my system. Now back, today, you have mostly everything is in the cloud. So that's
Hey, can y'all
SaaS.
hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we
Oh,
hear you.
okay. I was trying to chime in. I was asking you a question off something you were saying later on,
Okay.
but I wasn't trying to interrupt though. But
No,
look,
go ahead,
listen,
brother. Go
but
ahead.
listen
Ask
though,
your question
because
and let's share.
I had some questions for you because I was interested because you were saying a lot and I just wanted to understand one of the parts, but I kind of forgot that point. But with Janice, let me just ask y'all a question real quick because she said something about cybersecurity and then she said all of the cybersecurity it has to have something in place for like Facebook for you to not give people password and all those things. I understand that. Now, can I ask you a question? I want to hear both of y'all input on this. Like y'all can answer separately. Was was Bitcoin created by the government or was Bitcoin created by somebody that was learning software?
I will say this. Let me answer it this way. Having come from worked for a number of years for in technology for the financial institutions, um, Bitcoin was created outside of them, and I won't say unauthorized. Okay, so when you have Bitcoin, people are throwing even Epstein's name around in there. He's
Right. They
founder
got
and
a
the
lot of
creator of
people that
Bitcoin.
they expecting to be the people that the person that created it. I get what
Yeah,
you're saying.
and they put these people out front, but you really don't know, okay? Because you got one individual who may be seen as a figurehead, okay, and or whichever, and these terms are interchangeable. So I'm like, how does Bitcoin work? So now with Fidelity Investments, you can purchase this from through
Right.
your
Now you
brokerage
finally
account.
can, but Bitcoin been out since 2010. And listen though, listen, this is the only reason
Fidelity
I asked that question.
has been
Hold up,
out before
hold up.
that. Like, what do
No,
you
no,
mean?
right. It's probably out before that. I'm just meaning that it's been out before the technology that we all using now. But only reason I brought that up was to say this was that it wasn't that the government said, "Hey, somebody go and create a currency that's outside of our currency." It was that somebody created something that the government had to pay attention to, and they wanted
No,
in on it. They wanted in on
no.
it. The
What
same
happened
thing
is
with
that
Facebook.
the
The
original.
same thing. Listen. Uber, Uber and Lyft, right? They wasn't
Hmm.
started by the government. They were started by some people in Silicon Valley to where they had so many legal arbitrations and legal things going against them to where the government had to step in. It wasn't like that the government started and Lyft or Uber. That was some people that saw taxis and they said, let's we were some tech dudes that said, let's find our way in the tech world. So what I'm trying to say is that you can't blame every on the government saying go do this. Some
Exactly.
people are plants.
Right.
Some people are
Correct.
plants, but
Correct.
everybody is not a plant. Some people get started on their own. The government they get too big to where the government got to step to them and say, "Hey,
Right.
come here."
Right. Let me share this with you. Every major investment firm, okay, they have something called capital markets. Do you know what these people do? Capital
No,
markets. You have the
no,
regular
enlighten me.
managers of the brokerage accounts, people who are worth millions and billions and all that. Okay, those people, they have individual account managers. But when it comes down to you sitting down, brainstorming with some other people about a business idea or concept, okay, you those people have approach like, look, British Telecom. Okay, I would
Like
say
you saying like kind of
there's
similar to like
nothing.
lobbying. Like
Right,
if a
right.
person wants somebody in government, if you got the right ideas that we
That's
going
that's
for, we gonna lobby
politics.
behind you. Right,
That's
right.
politics because now that has to come under government controls,
Yeah,
guidelines,
different C
standards.
packs and
Now,
different
now,
super packs. Yeah.
No,
you mentioned something key: Uber and Lyft. Fidelity Investments had something first called Boston Coach. Boston Coach is, in my
Okay.
opinion, is Uber and Lyft today, among others.
Can
And
you
so,
elaborate on that? Can you elaborate
okay,
on
so
Boston Coach in particular?
Boston Coach was a car service that Fidelity Investments owned. It was owned by one of Fidelity's companies. Okay, because when you talk about investment firm, they have companies that's in that arena that they own, and they hire their own managers
Right,
and
right.
advisors. So if
Similar to like
you're going to,
Black Rock
yes,
and State Street
yes,
and all.
right,
Yeah.
right, right. So what they do is they're going to bankroll that bad boy, and
Okay.
they usually embed with individuals on the investment level. They supply the managers, they put the tech people in place, they do all of this, all right down to facilities. So they even have a company that does that. Okay,
Okay.
okay, you
Okay.
need this type of building. You're going to need a data center. You're
They
going to
got an
need all of
infrastructure,
this. They come with the full package, and of
the
course it
full
comes at a
infrastructure.
price.
Yeah.
It comes with a price. They're going to get theirs. So you're going to set up. They're going to look. Every I is dotted, every T is crossed. You're going to set up the business plan. They're going to do the incorporation. You need an EIN, whatever you need, and then they're going to put their people that, um, as per what they're advising you and how this is going to work, they're going to embed with you for at least, from when I was last working for them, at least a good 5 years. But the
So
plan they put in
Can I ask
place
you,
is going to
was that
make that
company?
money.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
was
Yes,
Boston
yes.
Coach a black company?
Oh,
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry. I'm
Was
sorry. I'm
Boston
sorry.
Coach a black-owned company?
Mm-mm. Fidelity Investments? No, they're not. And
No,
it's
no, Boston,
privately owned.
no, Boston Coach.
No, it's
Boston
privately
Coach was
owned
owned by
by the
Fidelity
Fidelity
Investments.
Company. It was
Oh,
privately
Fidelity
owned by the
Invest
Fidelity Company.
Fidelity Investments is privately owned. Started by a guy named Ned Johnson, the first, somewhere around in
Can I
the
ask
in
you?
the 50s, the 1950s. Then his son, all the way down to Ned Johnson the third. And when I last, because I haven't been keeping up with them that much, but I can tell you their daughter,
Can I ask you a
okay,
question
his
though, bro?
daughter is the CEO. Go ahead. Yes.
But look, no, like what you was just walking down, you was making some points, and I was following you. You really teaching right now, and I'm listening because you know a lot more about this than I do because you worked on the inside. I've never did. So
Right.
what I'm listening to and what I'm hearing is, so when you say that they strategically set this up and they have the infrastructure to where now when they step to you, you get what I'm saying? They come with the total
Right.
package, like you said. So
Right.
now, can I ask you
Yes.
this? Are they
Yes.
stepping to people that has nothing, or are they stepping to people that started something and they want to take it over and monopolize it?
Um, it's a combination of both, but mostly with the last part you said. But the part about taking it over is limited, meaning they will embed with you, put the management team, they will hire the vice presidents
To where
of
now they're
whatever
going to
the
get
company
theirs.
name you
Right. They're going
came
to get
with
theirs.
for at least a good solid 5 years, maybe 10 years. You already know what the bottom line is going to be in terms of what this cost is
Exactly.
going to be. You're getting your piece. Look, there's a lot going on out there, especially in the technology. So again, keep in mind, Fidelity Investments is just one company. You had Bear Stearns, you had all these other companies out
Right.
there.
Right.
These guys, they're not only just selling and have a place in the stock market and stuff like that, like you see the traders on the floor and all that. No, it's way more than that. Okay, because that's not the only way they make their money. Okay, and then you also remember the junk bonds and all that other sort of stuff when that scandal broke. Okay, and they call them junk bonds. Now it has a different name. It's called derivatives. Okay, it's the same game, same structure, but they changed the name because of what happened with the collapse within that. You had entire states, Wyoming and all these other states. They had their 401ks and all of this stuff in it. Now, mind you, this is not just technology. This is not the technology. This is a little bit off the path of what I'm saying right now. I'm just trying to paint a bigger picture that when either they step to you or you step to them, and after they help to develop your company, and let's just focus on the tech stuff, cybersecurity, AI, and all of this. Listen, they're rolling in dough right now. Okay, and they have a set of advisors. They're not all civilians. Some of these people, even as consultants, are retired military people from the Navy, the Air Force, and all that. Listen, I go to quarterly national security briefing series and things like that I'm a part of, and I get to, who's all these people talking? None of these people are active duty. These people are retired rear admirals, retired generals, Air Force, top brass and stuff like that. And they are still actively, and they are active consultants. These guys are making more money than they can keep up with in terms of what they're doing, and national and international as well. So an investment firm like Fidelity Investments, okay, they're the money people. Okay. I remember many a times taking a little break, a 10 or 15-minute break away from my desk outside. And I'm former military, right? And I'm seeing these people show up in their government cars, okay, and they're coming in, and I'm like, that guy's a 4-star. That guy's a 3-star. Okay, it didn't matter what the branch was that they were out of. It's like they're coming here. This is the World Financial Center, downtown Manhattan. Okay, the financial district. They're coming in here. Why are they coming? Yes, why are they coming in here? That was my first basic question. Government bonds, all these different types of stuff, but they need special funding, and it's already set up. The structure, as far as the investment institution is concerned, the financial institution, they already have the structure in place already, and basically they're going to write that check to fund whatever you got going on, your research and development and all this sort of stuff. And they also fund that too, especially
Genesis, can I ask this brother a question?
Go ahead.
No, I don't even want to. Look, because you extending a lot of knowledge right now, and I wanted to ask a question, but the reason I was asking Genesis because it was kind of off topic of what her show was. Can I ask him?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, when it comes to what you're speaking about, do Fidelity or what you said the other company was Burn?
Yeah. I just mentioned two. So
what was the second one?
right.
What was the second one?
Bear Stearns.
Bear Stearns. So do Fidelity and Bear Stearns, do they have anything to do with people's 401k and their social security?
Yes.
So now, see, and that's my point. That's why I was asking that, because I paid attention to, like, I worked at my job for the last 10, 15 years, and I got a lot of 401k, I got a lot of stuff like that, but it's like I watched it fluctuate throughout the years. And then now I'm wondering if is they, like, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed, never claimed to be. I went to school, graduated with a 4.0. I was very, keen and stern on everyday life, but I'm not a banker, or I don't understand law, or I don't understand law the way a lawyer do, or I don't understand finances the way a banker or a financial, literate person do. That's a financial advisor or something like that. But what I do know is I watched my 401k fluctuate throughout the years, and I felt like, hold up, they're investing our money without our behalf, the money that we invested. So if that company goes to crap and they crap out on the dice and roll snake eyes, we have no 401k.
Right. That's what happened with the state back during the days of the junk bond scandals. Now, look, I want you to.
You said junk
when they call junk bonds, JUNK, junk bonds.
Junk bonds. Okay.
Now they're called derivatives. Now,
okay.
Let me point out something that so that we don't gloss over it. You pay your Medicare tax, Social Security, other types of deductions that you see that come out of your paycheck, right? None of that money goes directly to the government in DC itself. All of that are funds that are set up that these financial institutions are responsible for managing. Keep that in mind. So even your so-called federal tax, that money does not go directly to someone sitting in Washington, D.C. And they have their own. Yeah, they don't have none of them. See, the government spends money. They don't make money. They spend it. So who's managing the process between with the accounts payable, receivables, and all of that?
The ooze.
Yes. Yes. So always remember that. So listen, what I really got out of working for Fidelity Investments, if you were a janitor, okay, responsible for pushing a mop and a broom, when upon being hired by them, they sent you to be trained in the matters and areas of finance. So you understood what money really was. You understand, they taught you that. You didn't have to, you had to, even if you was a janitor, you still had to understand what that,
that's called infrastructure.
Right. So you had to understand the institution that was hiring you as an employee. Right. You need to you had to understand who it was who just hired you and what they are about, what their bottom line is.
That's why I said
what is it that they do?
It's a legal code.
Yes. Yes, but you still have to learn. Exactly. So what happened at Jekyll Island, if you remember the story, back in 1913 when they all met and they pushed through the Internal Revenues, what they call the Internal Revenue Service, that and the other. Right. You had to go back and just pay attention to what they set up because right. And who did they step to? They stepped to the US government. The US government is not a bank. They never were and they never will be. So all of the things, taxation of the population and other things that come about, they say, well, the government is
our money, right? When we look at our money, right, and each of our dollars have a different Federal Reserve note that it goes to that bank. So they got the Bank of Virginia, the Bank of Connecticut.
Correct.
So when you look at that, is that them trying to create that after the 1913 thing you're speaking about?
Trying? That's they in there. They did that. They did that. Now, before that, the way finances used to be handled. Okay, now mind you, I know we're a little bit off the topic because she was talking about technology and surveillance and you having these different platforms. We're going to get to that.
It's all conducive because we're talking about finance. It's all conducive.
Now, here's the thing. On the back end, all these institutions talk to each other. So if you are trying to set up your own mom and pop investment little company, it doesn't matter what it is. Primerica, it don't matter what it is. Okay. Working in the network operations center, the nerve center of how all these technologies, we were the people who when these smaller entities approached Fidelity Investments, I'm in the technology side. So my thing is I've got to contact whatever phone company that's going to bring the circuit from this person's place of business to integrate into the Fidelity Investment side of it. Once we make that connection, the security is set up, everything is in place. Yes, we're able to surveil it. I used a tool before we had the software, and it was this name of this tool was called a Firebird. We called it the T-Bird, right? This Firebird, it allowed us, and it had what is called a pigtail, which means one cable that went into, let's say, the T-Bird, and then the circuit, or the switch or the router, whatever it was.
It goes.
It had an extra plug on it that allowed us to duplicate exactly what it was for. We can sit there and read the track. We can read exactly what transactions is happening.
Yeah, like
And this is inside of
interfacing
the
it.
data center.
And what about when you talk about Bitcoin? Because they try to say that it's because of it's on the blockchain, it's all separated, that
It's
it can't
not.
be traced, and
The
this
government
It's
got their parts
it's
now.
not. It's
The
not.
government got their
It,
parts now.
yeah, but here's the thing. Let me
But when it
explain
was
to you why
created, they
it's
didn't have
not
their parts.
separate. They tell you that operationally. They tell you that. But at the end of the day, your box goes down. There's someone like me in the network dealing with the networks. Okay, whether it's these days, there's a lot of stuff still being moved into the cloud. I went on a service call, um, 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 when I was when you called me, Genesis, when you called me, I was taking care of a service call, and that's some manufacturing company. Okay, and they were doing these are buzzwords. They were doing a cut over. They had a
What
very
do
old. They were
cutover
using
mean?
very
Cutover
old
is the
technique.
buzzword.
Cut over means which means migrate you from off of some old legacy technology that you know
Oh,
going
I
forward
worked
in
with
the
companies
future
that did that.
will no longer work.
I worked with
If
some
you
companies
have
that did that.
there you go. If you have to use
We called it
the,
on the floor. We called it dinosaur technology. They went from dinosaur
yeah,
technology to the
right,
new
right.
age.
no,
Dinosaur legacy is one of the same. Now
yeah,
they were already using AI on the trade floor, and this is going back to like 1991, 1992, but
Hmm.
they didn't call it AI. Okay,
Right, right,
so
right,
what this thing did was, and mind you, these were old, by today's standard, these computers are all in a museum somewhere. Okay, and they
right, right,
have to
right.
be.
That was
Okay,
like
because you can't
baby
use
AI.
them
That was like
today.
premature AI. I get what you're saying.
But they called it neural network.
Right, right, right.
That's what they called it, where you have a bunch of machines in a back room assisting the traders on the who work in the building. Okay,
Right, right.
it would take so that they could have process of what's happening real time in the down at the trade floor, which they weren't at the trade floor. They were in these different buildings, Fidelity,
Right, 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 right.
whatever,
I get
all of
exactly
this,
what you're
Bear
saying.
Stearns. Right. This here, what it did was these computers shared the load. That means that the trader sitting at his desk
Hmm.
can see what was happening in real time because they took old, slow computers, okay, and
And put
made
them on
these
all one
computers
network,
work
neural network.
together. And they called it a network, but they call it a neural network. And
Yep.
AI was the hallmark of making these machines work together for the purpose it was designed for. And hey, and if you take a machine out of the network isn't down because they're all load sharing. They're not down. Okay, so don't think for like I set my servers up the same way where I have a primary domain controller, and then I have what is called backup domain controllers. Okay, so if I lose my main machine, guess what? My email don't go down because
Right,
I
right.
got another machine that is mirroring my primary machine.
So here's a question. So what you're pretty much saying is that a lot of like the AI technology start off with the algorithms of like the stock market and those investment firms that were using this to track like the stock market.
Yes, and now and Microsoft has something on this platform called BI. Okay,
What's that? What's
BI
that?
is BI. Means business intelligence. That's
Okay.
AI. It has the ability that you can upload your spreadsheets and all kinds of other stuff that people are sending you, you know, and you can tell it what data elements you're looking
That
for.
you're looking
And
for. Right,
this
right, right,
thing,
right, right,
yes,
right.
and it will produce a report. Now they've got something, Microsoft has something even more crazier than that
But
because
it's
last year
strictly
I
for
went to something
business. That's
called
fire. That's fire. I need to check
Fabric.
that out.
Fabric. But listen, it's not only limited to business. It's medical industry, technology industries. So these people who are in sales and marketing, like the CEOs, the director of marketing, and as such, they're using these tools, or they have someone who is a developer because developers are regular employees too. Okay, and these developers they sit down. Back in the day, they was writing all this code from basic programming language. So
Right,
Fidelity
right,
Investments
right.
was hiring nothing but programmers, the C language, C sharp, and other stuff, and still integrated with databases. Now, there's two types of databases. You have a relational database. Now, relational database is, let's say at your business, you got the fields and everything set up. You could be using Microsoft Access, you could be using DBase, whatever the names of these databases that are out there. Single mainframe databases, Ramis, Focus, all these different kinds of databases. Okay, relational databases. Okay, you can tie them in together and run reports off of you connecting one database to another database, and this can go on and on and on.
But
That's
check
a
this out
relational
though.
database. A
Is that
hierarchical database is a little bit different because it employs artificial intelligence.
can I ask you something? So now
Sure.
so now what's the difference between what you're speaking about, how they created these systems to be able to interface with each other versus a young 17-year-old boy in his room who was weird as a child. He isolated. I watch stories about this shit all the time. He isolated himself. He got one with the computer and got one with technology to where now he became the ultimate hacker that got arrested by the FBI and the CIA and all that type of shit. So meaning that he learned how to do what they call sim what is it called? Sim mirroring or sim copying. Like he copy your phone, and now you did something to where you hit a button on your phone, or you did something to where now you gave him authorization to where he's into your phone and he can do anything in it. And he took over the phone calls that's coming in. He took over the notifications that's coming in, all on whatever computer or device he's on. And
Right. You call that spoofing.
spoofing, right? So now he
At some point,
he
he gets hollered at by the government, and either
no
he work for the government
no
or
no. What I'm trying to say is that that kid right there that learned how to do that in his room, and then he ended up getting a high position in a tech company, and he was this person that was on the dark web and on the Silk Road and doing these different things to where now he get caught, and then now he loses his job and he go to prison because the FBI come and get him from his mama house. But long story short, what I'm trying to say is that's no different than the kid that didn't go the wrong way with it and wasn't rebellious, and they stepped to him and said, we want you to run this because you got enough noise made, you got this going on, now we need you to acquiesce. You see how they had Zuckerberg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is this: is that when you work for Fidelity, how long? When did you stop working for them?
2002.
Okay, great.
I stopped.
Great.
Mhm. So in
So,
other words, I was with them through Y2K, and I can tell you Y2K, what they had put in the media about Y2K. No, that Y2K wasn't about what they told us in the media. The things that they were expecting, the failure, the clocks when it rolls over. You remember what they told us in the media? Yeah, because it's going to be these zeros, and it can't really differentiate between the year 2000 and 1900. So we had classes we went to, and so when that clock clicked, all hands were on deck in the operations center, and we didn't have not one hiccup. And it's
gotcha.
like, okay, so really, what was going on here? Something removed from our view, and I'm talking about sitting there with my hands on the keyboard. Whatever was running, we noticed the systems were running slower because something at another layer was injected worldwide into the system without them telling us what it was. We were there to manage minor hiccups. And it's like, what's wrong with this? Okay, update the firmware. It was a big push. But as a matter of fact, corporations complained, which is why a lot of them went Chapter 11, was because they said they had spent hundreds of billions of dollars collectively. And I'm not talking about Fidelity spending this money. I'm talking about corporations out there. Um,
Gotcha.
managing and positioning themselves for something that never came. Right, something that never came. Okay.
Right
So
now,
yeah, I was there on hand for Y2K.
Okay. So 2002. All right. So going forward to where we're at today, I was gonna ask, in your opinion, since we know that Fidelity was founded by a few people, BlackRock as well. We know that Larry Fink was there, but there's a few others. But Vanguard, just like Bitcoin, just like
Vanguard
Bitcoin.
has been around
Wait, wait,
forever
wait, wait,
and a
wait, wait,
day.
wait. No, none of that other stuff, bro. Vanguard, just like Bitcoin, it was founded by a firm. Vanguard, though, has one face of the Vanguard Group, Bogle. However, he comes from a different firm called Wellington. And not everybody knows exactly who started Wellington and stuff like that altogether. But when it comes down to Bitcoin and Satoshi Nakamoto, do you believe that it's just a group of people, not just one?
Correct. It's
a
always
firm.
a group of people. Yes, it's always a group of people.
I missed the chunk of the conversation.
There was always one figurehead. They like to say that is the leader, and he's the one who made it, and blah blah blah. Just like I'm about to show you about this Facebook thing, I keep trying to tell y'all. And Facebook and Google and everything was actually created by a guy named Gordon Bell.
Right.
But are y'all saying that Shiitake?
Chester Gordon Bell is one. Is the
Yeah. So getting back to Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah, Satoshi.
What my main question was this: when it comes down to what I'm about to say, is when it comes down to the Jeffrey Epsteins and everything else. Are you aware, the guy who knows about Fidelity in the military? Are you aware of those who can leverage the limitations of systems, or those who leverage system limitations?
Yes.
Gotcha. There's no way to beat these people, correct?
Not with
there's always gonna be a few others.
You hit the nail on the head when you were just talking about how people, and I stand firmly behind how you described it and explained it.
That's exactly, because some people don't know. Wait, before you cook.
Yeah.
I want to say a few other things. Please, everybody, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. The Man in High Castle is back on the platform. We're about to get the views back up once more. So also note this. When I speak about leveraging system limitations, maybe I'm no stranger to it. Go ahead.
You're no stranger to it. Now, what you're talking about, how all of this is working, you mentioned Vanguard. I'm not going to seriously elaborate and go into all of the minutia behind it.
And
but
Vanguard
I do
doesn't mess
recall
with
when
Vanguard does not mess with Bitcoin.
Right. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about operationally behind the scenes since the 90s, that when I got hired by Fidelity, okay? When they call any one of their people, call our network operations center, okay? All life stopped, because now you're focusing on, who is this call from? This call is from Vanguard. I need 3 of you guys right now. Get me advanced network support, get me level 2 and level 1. Okay? And then we taking notes on what they say is going on, what they need assistance with. And there it is, on the fly in a lot of cases, okay? We have the technology that is in our data center that supports them. And Fidelity makes its money, and others like Fidelity, they make their money by managing, and here's a business term, by managing their clients' expectation.
But what it
now,
always,
I got another
like
piece.
is that they become another data mining center,
right,
that's disguised as an investment company. So they really,
but every night they have to do backups. Mainframe servers. They had a whole group in New Hampshire, Fidelity Investments I'm speaking of, called client server operations. Okay, so whatever the technology that was of the day, that all your data is coming in and wires transfer, all these kinds of things going down. They had a whole separate group, separate from us. I'm in the Dallas area. So we're sitting there,
That's a
we
busy
watch the
one.
voice,
Very busy.
intelligent voice communications. Okay. We had in-house developed voice platforms that we also manage. And every one of us in the Dallas location, because we're considered techs, okay, and or engineers or quasi engineers. They had engineers up in Boston. My point, let me get back to my point. My point is that when they say something is down, and these things actually talk to phone switches, but we got the analytics of what's happening on the phone system. Let me explain something. It was some guy from India, okay, who did develop something for AT&T, and it was using high level math, and they call it spherical, not cylindrical, spherical. So if your telephone call is failing, and this used to happen a lot of times, some client is talking to their account manager in Fidelity, and all of a sudden the phone call is deteriorating. We had the ability to re-vector the call to another rep, to another system. Cylindrical is like a wire. Okay.
So that
See, my degree's in
deteriorated,
physics. My
but
degree's
the
in
other
physics,
one
so I
was able
learned
to
all the
catch it.
math stuff first. Right. I
No,
learned
no,
all the
I'm
math
listening.
stuff
I'm just
first.
listening. So you said it was
And
spherical.
spherical is a ball.
Was able to catch it. The cylindrical shit that deteriorated, the spherical was able to catch it and put it
Right.
together.
Using a crude form of AI. We had an in-house application. We had some people that Fidelity Investments had hired, regular employees, and they developed this system. So we had several monitors and connectors to this system. We could see a phone call before we ever got a phone call that there was a problem, let's say in somewhere in one of Fidelity's call centers. People they paying them
Yeah, I got
$19-20
you.
an hour,
I got
the
you.
phone reps. Okay, so a phone rep, like the banks, is helping a client on the other end of the phone. All of a sudden, either the call is dropping, or it's whatever is going on with it. It's not good. Before we get a phone call and somebody opens up something called a trouble ticket, okay, we already know about it because we see it. We get in the alerts and everything. Hey, look out. This is down, that's down, and this is down. Also, there was sabotage involved in that too. That's a whole different little piece, because you get disgruntled ex-employees of these big phone companies, because all of this communication is not cellular in those days. It wasn't cellular. Okay. And I need to mention something about cellular in a minute. Okay, about why they want to get you off your telephone, traditional wire coming off a telephone pole coming into your house. They need to get you off that. Everything short of you getting a cell phone. The copper, and it's called POTS, plain old telephone system. They need to get you off of that. Okay, so they're going and taking
For
your
what
same
reason?
phone number,
I
and
know pretty much
because
everybody is off of it.
because it's all digital, they can manage it. A
Right,
plain old telephone system is not digital; it's analog.
right. Exactly.
Analog is a sine wave. If you remember trigonometry, and they tell you graphing cosine and sine and tangents and all that.
Right.
Okay. All right. So analog. Okay. Analog is a curve or a cosine curve. Okay. Digital is a square. Built into digital is something called CRC, cyclic redundancy checking. So if your phone call in digital is failing, like your cell phone, it's all digital. Okay. Bitcoin is digital. Everything is going digital.
To the
Now
cloud.
here's an interesting thing about them trying to master and control digital in general. Your body, the frequency in your physical body and how you operate, your brain, is digital, not analog. So your own internal technology for yourself, okay, built-in technology that we are born with, has the ability to correct errors. think about your conversations that you may have with somebody. You say, hold up, no, we need to correct that. You said so and so this thing right. The math ain't mathing.
Right. I did it in
And
this
then you can go back and check that person. Look at the language we're using. You can go back and check that person, correct what was being presented as facts, and then present the facts. So CRC, everything digital, everything, computers talking to each other, just your laptop sitting on the tabletop, that's all digital. All of it's digital. So
Right.
I just wanted to just
So,
give you that little piece on that. But I want to mention something really big. This data stuff that we're discussing, it has a name. And you've seen it, computer science majors, they know what the term is. And I'm gonna tell you what it's called. It's called meta. So they tell you Facebook, TikTok, and all these other platforms, the data and how the data is treated, they refer to it as metadata. Now they try to give you a heads up in the first movie, and I'm not going to go hot and heavy in the movie. The first Matrix movie. What was the name of the company that Neo works for? They gave it right to you. They showed it to you.
Right.
Meta cortex. Cortex is what? That's in the brain.
Right.
Meta is to move you, because that word is not an English word. That word actually comes from, it's a Latin word, it's a Hebrew word, it's an Arabic word. Meta means to move you to whatever the next level is, or that which can make you cross over.
Henceforth,
So it's the same. It's the same. Yes, metaverse. Exactly. So meta is actually a very ancient word.
But ain't
It's an
nobody
Egyptian
jacking
word
that
too.
metaverse shit that Mark Zuckerberg was putting down. Like he was investing billions and billions of dollars into that metaverse shit, and wasn't nobody really jacking that shit.
Yeah, but guess what? Your systems are using aspects of it anyway, and it's
No, we
not that
using
it's
it
a
with
program per
Instagram,
se.
Facebook. Look, we using it with Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, our
Yeah.
phones, our VRs, our Apple Watches,
The
all of
police,
that
the
shit.
police
All
department,
the same form
the
of it.
fire
I
department.
agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
It's already in
But we
play.
wasn't jacking it because he put it on too strong, too quick. So he tried to get us interfacing with them funny ass Roblox looking motherfuckers, and I'm not a kid. I can't interface with that. I'm a
Right.
real
Now
person.
here's the thing.
I grew up when we was outside. You had to rock.
Hi-
You had to know where everybody bikes was at to know where the whole neighborhood was at. With no cell phone.
Right. Now here's
You
the
know what
thing.
I'm saying?
50 years old, bro.
Here's the key. Here's the key to surveillance and analytics. They take advantage. They work solely off of your structure, the structure that's already in place. Backdoors, roadblocks is not, that doesn't pertain to the people who have the tools and the means, such as Silent Runner and all these other programs that are out there we probably never even heard of, much less be able to pronounce. Okay. All of these tools, such as the backdoor, coming into the Microsoft stuff. You sitting on your computer just typing away on Microsoft Word. But
But
yet,
see,
the
with the
FBI and
Bitcoin,
all of them get into, and
hackers
Mhm,
found
go ahead.
backdoors, and the Silk Road shit, hackers found backdoors, but those wasn't people that was appointed by no government. Those was anti-government people that was just smart in tech. So now, when you understand that all these smart people is not appointed by the government, some people just know what they know. They choose to
No,
do what they do with it. They choose to
No,
either
I agree
rock with
with
them
you
or they
on
don't.
that. Not everything's about being content. Yeah, I think that's just
Right.
sensational stuff. You know, people
no,
are doing that
let's
because
stop.
they do that.
No,
They believe everything's against the government.
all he's
All right.
asking is all he's trying to ascertain is that what I'm trying to say is not exactly what it is. So here's the thing: Facebook, a computing pioneer, a secret government program, and a strange coincidence. So, all right. So with the Facebook origin story, a story told time and time again, 20 years ago, a group of ambitious Harvard sophomores created the site from their dorm room that would soon go on to change the world. But in certain corners of the internet, there's a different take on how it all started. One that riffs on the timing of the company's launch date, February 4th, 2004, and the shutdown of a secretive, now defunct government program. This is what I'm trying to tell you, all right? So, central
Right.
to the story, hold on, stop, is the research of Chester Gordon Bell, one of the architects of the modern internet. I'll say one of the computing pioneers. Bell said summing up his decades-long career in the field. It all started back in 1997 when a former college colleague from Carnegie Mellon University asked Bell if he could scan all of his books and documents into an archive about a computer science history. What is this? The beginning of Google, okay? The request gave Bell an idea. Why stop there? He said, why don't I see what it's like if you scan everything in your life and put it online? Again, Google. Bell wanted to capture the type of the type of data that would have previously been impossible to collect without the kind of emerging technology finally at his disposal. He brought the idea to Microsoft and hired an assistant. And when we started scanning everything, Bell said emails, work notes, his online browsing history. Bell eventually started wearing a camera around his neck that regularly snapped photos on a timer, an altimeter, and a GPS receiver that tracked his location. The idea was to create a surrogate memory, a trove of stored data to supplement the flawed recall of his human mind. It's really how I can go back to pinpoint something. Bill said, in 2002, this is before Facebook. Bell and his team wrote a paper about his experience organizing human life. Now, this is the beginning of Google, right? Google, what is their thing? Collect all human data and all this new data electronically in a coherent, searchable way. The main kind of display line that I like to think is really a timeline. I mean, I love timelines. Okay, that's the Facebook, the timeline, the beginning of the whole thing of a timeline. What seems obvious now was anything but then. He was blazing a new frontier. His team estimated that without video, an 80-year-old could jam all their data into just a terabyte of storage, a lifeline of memories, a thumb drive on your pocket. It wasn't long before others began to notice what his team was doing, blending computing with cameras, sensors, and memories. The practice became known as life logging, and soon the U.S. military came calling. Specifically, the Defense DARPA, the agency for developing innovative and often secret technology for the U.S. military. We talked about what they could do in the project, Bell said. In 2003, building off Bell's research, DARPA sought proposals to develop its own life log program to investigate potential military applications for this new form of memory collection, storage, and organization. Bell has discussed his ideas about life logging with Google Glass developer that Bell said he discussed his ideas about life logging with Google Glass developer Thad Starmer, who later conducted DARPA-funded research on body-worn sensors for soldiers. He couldn't tell us exactly all the things it was doing, but troops would wear it and go out on patrol and kind of gather information about different sites and things like that. Researchers said at DARPA believed that the library of data gathered via life logging could be fed into AI models to predict human decision making. But word got out about DARPA's interest at a bad time, became kind of hot potato. Privacy advocates, lawmakers worried the program would be used for reasons other than tracking troop locations. How long until all Americans' lives were logged and analyzed? After 9/11, terrorist attacks, clandestine surveillance programs were being uncovered and stopped out left and right. One of these programs is called Total Information Awareness, TIA. Its existence was revealed in the New York Times in 2002. This is before Facebook ever existed. So this whole thing, Facebook, Google, and all these things came based on this research. And it was a paper that was written with his research. Now, I would say this. We would think that this is about that these college students are so into. I'm trying to tell you, there's a whole other story out here that's telling you that no, what they did was that they took, February 4th, 2004, DARPA shut down LifeLog. It was at the very same day that a skinny college kid named Mark Zuckerberg officially launched a new website called Facebook. You understand what I'm saying? So we have to go into the history. Let me just, I'll be quiet now. Just wanted to like to say that.
Okay, let me. I've talked about the fidelity side. Let me talk about the military side for a brief moment. Okay. Before I became a commissioned officer, I was in this program called CTLT. Okay. So that was like, for me, some people went to other places, air assault school, airborne school, stuff like that. My mentor was a colonel down at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Okay, U.S. Army Engineer School. Um, they had high school kids. Okay, those who were quote unquote at the top of their class. Okay, mostly I would say private schools, little Ivy League schools. Um, do you remember the day when in the classroom for science and stuff like that, they had the Apple II computers and the Apple IIe computers? And mostly you found them in lab type environments. Okay, the temperature, taking temperatures, helping you with your class, your lab assignment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, when I get to Fort Belvoir, Virginia, okay, they've got the high school students there. They're working on an Apple IIe computer that was painted green. Okay, give you the army feeling, I guess. Painted green, and the application they were working on was mapping and global positioning. Now, here's how they were using that. On the mini computer, they had some kind of, which was not a PC, okay, a mini computer, like a Hewlett Packard or something like that. I think that's what this mini system was. The code was for that environment. But on the
So it
Apple
wasn't like a
IIe
laptop.
computer, no, no, no. They didn't even have laptops back then. We talking 1986.
So how
So
how
this
did
is
it look like? What is the mini computer?
no, no. What I said was, you see, back then, the big thing was mainframe computers, and they had something called mini computers, not a mini tower or a mini desktop. I don't mean that. Okay,
Okay,
those
okay,
didn't
okay,
exist
okay,
yet.
okay,
You
okay.
got me right. Okay, so those did not exist yet. They were using the same type of computer that you find in schools where, like I was just mentioning, for like science experiments and basic stuff. Okay. And and the cards were very expensive, for your school to order these cards to do different kinds of things. I get to Fort Belvoir, Virginia after I left Fort Bragg. Okay. I'm down there for cadet leader training something, CTLT. Okay. The high schoolers for the summer is being paid as interns, and they're converting programs from the um, Hewlett Packard mini. Let me say it like this: mini mainframe computer. Okay, and the code they was writing it in was C on this Apple IIe computer. That's not a mainframe. All right. What this program was able to do, and if any of y'all remember the old style record players, you had the 45s and you had the 33 and the thirds. So this one had the large album that would go
No, I know
on some
exactly what you mean.
turntable.
You got the
Yes,
small, you got the
and
small record and the big
mhm,
record. Yep, yep.
there you go. Right, but it went into a machine that was, I called it the beginnings of reading a CD.
Ah,
Floppy disk,
so
like floppy disk,
floppy
right?
disk. Yeah,
Using
yeah, like
use yes,
floppy disk
yes.
era. Yeah,
You no, not a floppy disk. This was like like the
a
size of a
CD
of an old
of a
music
disc.
record of the
Yeah,
day. Okay, but this thing
like
here had a
the
map.
classic music records, the black
Right,
records. Yeah, yeah.
correct. That size. And this thing here, using some aspects of AI, and the program was called ADA, ADA. Okay, so I was already familiar with um, some artificial intelligence applications. In college, I took a class called LISP. Okay, and what it is, you write the basic code, you set up the heuristic or the tree for how this program is going to learn, and then, so, I mean, this was a big thing back in the day. Okay, mind you, people didn't have PCs and all that stuff back in the day. Everything was done on your college mainframe computer for all your homework assignments. This they were doing on the Apple IIe computer was able to predict, based on military application, of somebody calling in and giving what we call an intel report, that they've seen an enemy, and still using the same type of calls, the what you call the acronyms that we use, MET-T or COCA, all this kind of stuff, right? this thing was able to say, based on the speed, which is starts with these Intel input reports. So they were making up Intel reports, okay, to test it. They can predict at what point you should expect to see this enemy showing up based on the input that you had given it. So I worked with these kids for a while. Okay, so I was down there the whole summer. Okay, and that was like my intro to something of high tech that the government was involved in. And I'm like, they're doing this on a 2E computer. So, when I got back, I got me a Commodore VIC 20. Okay, PC still wasn't a thing yet. All right, I got me a Commodore VIC 20, and then I found in a catalog. None of this stuff. There's no internet yet, so you can't go and shop Amazon and all that stuff. I got a catalog that sold computer components. So there's always been companies out there that these guys you was talking about, Dell and all these other guys in the colleges and Harvard and all of this, including Bill Gates, all these different guys. There was always someone around looking for who they think, these companies who had the brightest minds and as such. And then you get these kids burning the midnight oil, so to speak, or that candle. They up in these rooms and they're improving upon something that they learned in the classroom. So this is not government. Okay, so I'm going to have to agree with when y'all were saying that everything is not government. You correct on with that assessment. Everything is not government. But you got these guys out there that can build these little components and all this, that, and the other, and then they're testing the concepts.
I hear you though.
Okay.
I don't mean to cut your wisdom, but like, look. So I hear exactly what you're saying, and you giving a lot of insight on things that you're only privileged to if you on the inside. But the whole thing that I'm understanding is, so now when we understand that everything is not government, but what you're explaining right now is that it's a lot of things that's designed in government to go out and find what's the thing and get it. Like what's the next big wave, or they already trying to implement it themselves until, like, say for instance, like, all right, I'm gonna just go back to Facebook as an example, or
The
Instagram, or
antitrust
Uber,
law
or whatever.
kind of prevented all that.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
The antitrust laws kind of slowed down all that stuff, the monopoly of all that stuff from happening.
Right.
Right.
I'm not saying that it's happening now. I'm not saying that
You
it's
have to be
happening
clear about
now.
what you mean, all that stuff. What do you mean, like military research?
No.
Okay, I'm trying to
What?
understand.
Well.
Do you want my thing or do you want everybody else's?
No, I want to hear what you got to say. Go ahead. Let me hear what you got to say.
The antitrust laws stopped all that from happening. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I want to hear that.
From the government, from just taking things and from people, and also from the companies, from just dominating that way. Microsoft is one of those companies. If they were allowed to do what they were doing in the early 90s, everybody would be using them as open source. You would never find out about any brand new AI stuff.
Antitrust laws.
It would all be Microsoft.
Everybody will see the same thing at the same time.
Not in the 80s. What are we talking about?
What the point he's saying?
You're not knowing. You're slow with this. I'm good.
The point he's saying, I feel like, is that if it wasn't because of the antitrust laws, then that it will all be open source, and anything that's new or being worked on, it'll all be available to the public. The same way how you go and work on laws, and you can go sit down in the thing in Philadelphia, and you can watch them. Back in the day, it was the thing. Like now we live in a different society, but back then you was able to go watch them converse over laws. Like it was open to the public. You get what I'm saying? So what he's saying is that the source back then was open for the public. It was open source. Everybody can access it. Everybody can see it. If you a mind that's working on something, you can analyze it and cross-analyze it. And you get what I'm saying? But now, due to the antitrust laws, you can't do that. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. And the only true open source currently right now is people working on like these Linux platforms. Now, I want to say something about presentation. When they started out in the early 1900s, there were 11 major telephone companies. Their technology was similar. However, they were not converged. Keep that term in mind.
So
They were not converged.
they were all in
So
their
if
own
you
space.
had service with AT&T, the person you wanted to call, which was the person in the middle, was the operator. Remember that? You pick up, you dial
Right,
0,
right,
and you get an operator. Hi, I'd like to place a call. I want to place a call at Cincinnati, Ohio. That's how they were doing that for like forever in the day.
right, right.
They were separate companies, yes, but under this illusion of AT&T is buying up everything. They bought up 9X and all this other stuff all along the East Coast and all of that. Then you had AT&T had this multi-million-dollar phone switches. Okay, so Fidelity Investments also had AT&T, what we call them the PBX, phone base exchange system. Okay,
Right, right.
million
But go
dollar
go back
system.
go back to your
And
point
then
about the
Avaya, when the antitrust and everything like that started breaking down, and you had to break up the things, as they said, to keep it from becoming a monopoly. Techs like me on the ground, I ain't the only one.
no,
We
no, no.
knew,
You make your point about the 11 different phone systems. You was
yeah,
about
the
to
11
say
different phone companies. So back then things weren't converged, which
they
means
were
that
all they were all
if you had service through AT&T, you could not call someone, let's just
on
say a
Bellcom or
Verizon,
shit.
or yes, you couldn't do that. Okay, because
Americom, Americo, or Bellcom
right.
or whatever.
So, or whatever it was, you could not call someone that you wanted to talk to, your aunt, your cousin, whatever, in another city and state, even across town. Okay, they all had to be AT&T, an AT&T customer in the early 1900s,
So if
and
I
that
was an
was
AT&T customer, I can call another AT&T customer direct. But if it
yes,
wasn't AT&T,
yes.
they had to go through the call person in the middle.
Yeah, and that's where you got killed with the international
Is that what you
toll
was trying to say?
fees and all of that. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
I was
my
trying to
bad.
say.
All right,
So
all right, all right,
that
all right. I got
so Microsoft, if you remember this, Microsoft, you remember there used to be a piece for your website called Java.
you. Yeah, I remember that JavaScript.
And when this antitrust thing started to come out in the open, okay, they had to let that go because Microsoft has all of its own programmers. So they had to let that piece go, and that fell off into the hand. I don't remember the name of the company, SunGuard or somebody like that, um, or SunSpark, because they had, so they took it and developed it and did more with it on there, and it wasn't Linux, it was Unix was the operating system then. You don't even hear too much about Unix now. Linux is the thing, and then everybody did cut Red Hat, Penguin, you name it. They were all coming out with all this stuff. I use Ubuntu. Okay, so I don't care what the name of your operating system is. If it's Linux, I still know what the command line interface is, and I know the commands are all the same. They're uniform.
All your Mac computers are based on Linux, right?
Yes, they are. As a matter of fact, yeah. So troubleshooting somebody a Linux a MacBook, which I did recently, all the commands are. It's like you're signed into Linux. The commands are the same. Whatever you want to do.
So here's the thing. All right, so let me just say this real quick because we're talking about we didn't went kind of off the subject, but I want to get right back to it. So we talked about the fact that these companies, because I really want to get back to this. Yes,
Sun
Google,
Microsystems. He's right.
yes,
Sam.
Google,
Sam. Yeah.
yes. Let me just make this point plain again. Google, Facebook, all Amazon, all these guys, even Elon Musk with his PayPal, all these things they did not just discover some people in a dorm. These were already military thing. Like I just said, I just showed you Gordon Bell, Chamber Gordon Bell, who was already doing this stuff, and then it got taken over by the military, and then it got so they put a new face onto it and said, okay, well, let's do this. And I don't know. Maybe they said I don't know. I don't know what the true story about how Google the search engine started, but I just know that that before all this happened, there was that guy that was LifeLock. Then you come up with Google because it was Yahoo that was a search engine. It was Yahoo, Alta Vista. It was a few search engines. Now Google dominates search engines, right? And so, and that's all based on the technology that is behind the Google search engine.
No, Google just brought in. They brought into what your point was, what you were saying. I didn't mean to cut you off.
If you actually look into the actual mission statement of Google at one point, it was to collect all human data.
But remember when he said? Remember when he said that?
That used to be the Google mission statement, right? Now, like I said, all these companies started about the same time. Google, Facebook, all these guys. Right after Gordon.
No, Google didn't start around the same time as Facebook.
Well, they actually launched around that same time period that other program, that DARPA owned program.
No, remember Google was out. You just said it. Google was out in the 9, like damn near the 90s, early 2000s.
Google was not out in the 90s, honey. No, there was Yahoo. Yahoo was out in the 90s.
Right, and their small competitor in the early 2000s, like 99, 2000, was Google. But Facebook didn't come about until like 06, 07. You know what I'm saying? Like 05.
Yeah, you missing a couple of others too. You've got AOL, Earthlink.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. AOL. Yeah, you had the download service.
But when did Google's mission statement change?
Mission statement and what's that other term that you're using a lot? What's the other one where I agree? Where you hit the I agree button?
Terms and conditions.
Yeah, so mission statement and terms of services are different.
No, here's the thing. When you have a mission statement, that means that is what the purpose for your company. So Google, what was the mission? When did Google?
You got to think about it. Like Amazon started at, like, they own a lot of the different what is it called?
They started in the 90s.
No, but I'm saying right now in current day, they own a lot of the things that we use to browse on. So whatever that cloud thing, whatever it is that we're using,
AWS.
Yeah, like, so whatever that is, a lot of, like, any company, like when you the phone and the different services that they own that we're using to go in and search apps and search this and search that. So even though you might not got an Amazon app on your phone, or you might not got a Fire Stick, but you're still supporting Amazon because they own a lot. That's what it's called. The server.
Before anyone goes,
a lot of the servers, Amazon own majority, like the predominantly majority of the servers that everybody use. So even if you don't shop on Amazon, they own the servers that you surfing the web on. When you watching Facebook, they getting paid because they own the servers.
Now, back in the day with Amazon, before it was just what it was, Bezos, they came to a couple giant companies, and two of them shut Amazon down, say, nah, chill, homie. One was Walmart, and the other one was Google. Amazon, Jeff Bezos, he wanted to be like the Walmart of technology, all the books and stuff like that. He wanted to do everything. You could see the IP, you could see the DNA in that. But he came to Google because he wanted those satellites very early, and they not go away. And so if you understand Amazon's mission ever since, they are the king of leverage buyouts.
Exactly.
They see something, they want it. Oh, a diaper company, I like that. They'll buy it out, destroy it, and just to make sure it doesn't exist any longer. They've done that to everything. You don't see any bookstores anymore. You're not going to see any supermarkets anymore. You're going to see just Walmart. They're going to let Walmart live, baby. Yeah. That's what it's coming down to.
I like your.
But they went as a little homie. They went. Bezos went to Walmart, went to Google. Now look at them, and that's the one thing why even like I'm not even talking about like a place thing, but even on a people level. That's why the elders, they have always had that, reservation about telling people everything, how you get to it, because these things can happen, like an Amazon situation.
Exactly. Hey,
Right. Now, I
can I
want to
say
mention
something to the
something that
beautiful?
people have not been able.
Can I say something to the beautiful Genesis real quick? I want to ask you something because it pertains to what we're talking about right now. So now, remember we were speaking earlier, and I just want to get you to understand because I agree with what you were saying, Genesis. But everything is not appointed by the government, and this is how I can prove it right now to you. If you would just hear me out. Do you remember what Netflix was started as? Without Googling it or looking it up, like, do you remember?
No, I wouldn't do that.
It was started as a competitor to Blockbuster, Family Video. They was delivering DVDs and CDs and all of that shit. So they bought stock in their little small town in California. They bought all the DVDs and they start delivering them bitches when you order it online. And this was back in the early 2000s, the late 90s, like 99, 2000, 2001. Now they was buying all the Blockbuster videos, the big videos that everybody was going to the movies to see. They would buy those things, and they would do it like the red box type of shit, but they didn't have a box you can go to. So now, when they fast forwarded, they stood the test of time. They was out of sight from early 2000s after the crash of the dot-com era, because you got to remember the dot-com era went down, and then now we have the smartphone era. So you get what I'm saying? We have the Wi-Fi era. So people got off the .com and the dial-up and they went to Wi-Fi. So you got to remember the crash of the .com era. So once the .com era crashed, Netflix crashed, but they stood the test of time. And you want to know how? Because why? They was before streaming became a thing, before it was a Casanet, before it was any of the, Netflix was the first of that. They was
they're talking about like I'm talking about significant gatherers of personal human data. And
but Netflix gather your data all day. Netflix gather your data right now.
Not the same thing as a Google and a Facebook.
Bro, they ask you, are you still watching? They
listen,
you know what I'm saying? Is y'all fucking or y'all watching?
Listen, stop. Google and Facebook collect your family data, all this stuff. And so I asked, is there a government program attached to the origins of Google? Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's multiple. It's multiple.
Listen, stop. The research that led to Google was supported by the U.S. government programs.
I don't disagree with none of that. I don't disagree with none of that.
But hold on. Okay, so what are we talking about?
So the point I was, remember, because look, this was our content.
The way that this whole conversation started is because I said all of your major players, Amazon, Google, Facebook. I didn't say Netflix. The ones that are collecting the most data even though you think that these are the like characters, even Elon Musk with his PayPal were originally government programs that they actually were behind. These individuals, hold on, that started these things are just figureheads. And in reality, these are government-backed programs. So let's go. The research that led to Google was supported by the U.S. government programs. Larry Page and Sergey Brin developed
I agree with that.
algorithm, while PhD students at Stanford, funded by a National Science Foundation NSF Digital Library Initiative grant. Additionally, they received funding from the Massive Digital Data Systems MDDS program, which involved the CIA and NSA. Okay, key government connection in Google's origins. NSF Digital Library Initiative. The mid-1990s, this program funded the research at Stanford that ended Page to develop the search engine's ranking method. All right, MDDS, CIA/NSA. Research grants from the intelligence community were used to support work on searching large unstructured data sets, which became the foundation of Google. CIA level, like the beginning of these things are based on either military. So you have DARPA on the back of like Facebook. You have CIA on the back of.
You read this earlier, You read this earlier, Genesis. I can see.
I did not read it earlier.
No, I'm saying like this is similar to what you was reading to me earlier about what started. No, you read something similar that was tying into the government and that's get involved with the startup companies. I agree with you on that.
Right.
I'm not disregarding you on that one bit. The
No,
only point I
he's
was
trying to make
making
his
is that
point. I'm not trying to say that there are not people that have great ideas and start companies. What I'm
no,
trying to
no,
say,
no.
hold on, stop, listen. I'm trying to say that your big three, these are not people that was in a class in a dorm room that just had a great idea. These were people that got chosen to be a part of a program, and then they became the figureheads of it. But
All
in
right. Now,
reality,
We could just
this is
right
agree
now,
to disagree. We could just agree to
go
disagree
right
because
ahead.
that's
now,
simply not
here's the
true.
one I say
That's
that
simply
I
not true.
find that here's what has not been mentioned in that what you were reading on there. And mind you, this is not on you. Your major your major institutions, meaning the colleges, the universities, and as such, right? They receive money from different government agencies, and they help pay the seed money to research. Some of this, not all of it, some of it, some of this happens at the university level. They have all these different programs that
Exactly.
is
Exactly.
funded. Some of it, Trump has cut the funds for all of this stuff. And people don't quite get when he's cutting 500 billion or whatever it might be, what all is in that pot and what it is that these monies are earmarked. Because the university, they're not just making money off of people in their tuition. Trust that. That's not how they're not really making their money from that. Their
Alumni.
money is from these other programs and these brain trusts, and they've been doing that forever and a day. I can't speak, because I've been out of college for a while, so I can't speak in terms of how they do what they do now. I do know that the government do have its own separate stuff. They have, and here's
Right.
the funny thing: the government do send their people out, even in the area of
To recruit,
cybersecurity. They send them to the colleges.
to
Can I
They
tell
monitor,
you how
pay
to
they
do it?
pay
observe.
for their courses and the materials that they need for that. And they get the foundational stuff in the classroom, and then they bring that back to their duty station or wherever it might be, wherever they're working, and they develop it beyond that.
Now,
Can I
can I say
add
something? Can
on
I
to
say something?
give you an
Oh, go ahead. Go
example of
ahead.
how
Go
they
ahead.
are able
Go
to
ahead.
do
I'm
that?
sorry.
These
Go ahead.
institutions.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But these institutions they
They
receive
use it
fundings
right.
from various different locations anyway. I
They're
mean,
using this
medical ain't the only
they're
one.
using this one software, this one company mainly. For example, I'll spell out the letters. It is the name FICO, FICO.
Mm-hmm.
And FICO is able to do these things with their software, and they're able to do these things especially for their most gifted, talented credit score users or people who are going to apply. Is that for the colleges and universities?
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing people are using, or is giving when they start applying something on paper. FICO is at the end of the tunnel.
And can I just make this
And
the reason why I really want to
mhm.
make this point is because what they want to make the general public think is that, oh, I have a great idea, I get private funding. See here, let me just the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I think it's unfair too. Because you know how many black, very talented tech people. I'm a black woman that's a tech person, right? I'm a software engineer.
There
I've
we
had
go.
is we have to be realistic about like when we think that these guys were just sitting in a dorm room in the college and they were just thugging it out all night long and made this thing called Facebook and didn't have and then someone gave them $1 million. This is a
But
false.
no, everybody got limits though,
Yeah,
Genesis.
not everybody's a black woman. Single.
No, that's not the point. I'm trying to. No, you're missing the point I'm trying to make. It's almost like I don't. Why are we arguing about that? About the black? I'm trying to talk about like just a black person that has a great idea, and we think that there's a chance that you know what I'm going to come up with this great idea, and I'm going to get funded, and this, that, the other. But in reality, there is a like it's almost like a person that gets a head start, right? the military. They're at a certain college where like this military is involved with the whole thing. Stanford, Yale, all these Ivy League schools where the military is in bed with them, and then you think that they got this private funding from his grandfather or somebody came along, gave him $1 million, and he was able to start Facebook. But the whole thing is a lie. What's really happening is that you have the military back, all these like CIA and different things helping them with their infrastructure on how to build it. You have all these things involved, and then they put a figurehead and say, "Well, Mark Zuckerberg is."
You speaking of lobbying? That's like lobbying. You speaking of like lobbying 101.
No, you're missing what I'm. Does anybody? Can you hear what I'm saying right here? I'm
I
trying
hear
to tell
exactly
you,
what you're saying.
it's not.
Take it away from
just about-
politics. Think about what you're saying and just take it away from politics,
No,
Genesis.
it's
And it's
no.
not. Listen, you saying that they're paying people
I've never seen
to
someone get
do
so upset.
to do their bidding, like meaning that.
You know what?
All right, all right.
I've actually been that person that had a great idea.
You the
right?
person that got the great idea, right, Genesis? And
In
then it's
there.
a person that's a dumb fuck. Listen, it's a person that's a dumb fuck standing next to you. You the person with the great idea. They choose the dumb fuck over you. I get what you're saying, meaning that
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
but in the totality or the meat and potatoes of what you're saying is that, meaning
Well,
that
that's not what I'm
if
saying.
you're picked and they got it in place already, what you're trying to say is that it's already sold. It's already sold and baked into the pie. So what you're trying to say is that,
if you go to an
but you're saying right now you're not saying that, but then you're saying right.
How many black software engineers go to that same Ivy League school, and why ain't they came out with a goddamn Facebook? You think they're stupider than the white guy?
No, I don't. It's just
No
Facebook.
one's saying that. You brought it to here.
Stop it. Let me make my point. Every time I get to make my grandma point, listen, there are black engineers.
It's a million alternative apps to Facebook. They're just not as popular.
Stop. Let me just make my point.
Sorry.
Land my plane. Okay? I get it. You want to correct me. I get it. Okay?
I'm not trying to correct you. I'm just trying to understand you.
Everybody just be quiet for a second. What I'm trying to tell you that as many like engineers that go to like these schools, okay, you also have black engineers that go to these schools. Why is it you've only heard of Mark Zuckerberg as the biggest Facebook billionaire? Why? Because there's more to it than just a person that was able to get like some money from a private investor. This is tied into the American government and a bunch of other stuff that is way bigger than what we know. It's about surveillance. It's about who's willing like to sign the agreement, to take the thing and say, you know what, I'm willing to go to do this, you know. And he's willing to sell out his so-called friend or whatever the hell it was that they lied and said that was the story. Bottom line is that this is way bigger than just a private investor came in with $1 million and said start Facebook. It's way more than $1 million to start a company like Facebook. Even back then, come on now, you have security layers, you have all this stuff. Like you have to make sure that their information is not getting hacked, that your servers don't go down. $1 million is not the number, bro. And people think, oh, they got $1 million investment, and that's what started Facebook. People are lying to you, people. And so people believe that, those people in the college drummer, they were really innovative, and this, that, the other. The only people I would say that probably that happened was maybe Microsoft and the guy that started Apple. They did, maybe that did, but that's still going into like, who knows whether that was military backed or CIA. I'm just letting you know that whenever there is a college student that's a very intelligent person, the military is not that far away. The CIA is not that far away, because just like if you are a basketball player, the NBA is not that far away. You understand what I'm trying to get wrap your head around?
No, I agree with you
100%. If you are dunking the ball, hitting 100 pointers and blah blah blah, they gonna try to get you to sign pro. Just like if you are a track star and you break a world record, and you might do that as a freshman, they gonna try to get you to sign pro. What do you think happens when you seem like you're at top of your class? That's why Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and them didn't even finish college, because they got approached to be the figurehead of a corporation. Same way that you would have a track star that would now become like the getting sponsored by Nike. Just like you would have a basketball star like Alvin Iverson that leaves school early and go and join the NBA. It's the same thing, but people don't talk about what happens on the intellectual level. And I just want to like make that plain. There we go. I'm done.
Hey, Genesis, I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000%. And I just want to say this real quick. I'm gonna be brief. Listen, I never, ever was trying to correct you. I was trying to understand you. So if I'm challenging what you're saying, it seems like I'm challenging you because I'm just trying to understand. I'm never against what you're saying. I agree with a lot of the things you're saying, and I feel like it's just a disconnect where I feel like we talking past each other at points because I kind of understand what you be saying, but I be trying to speak to something different, or you know what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that I'm never trying to correct you or come off and get a got you moment or nothing like that. I'm just trying to understand. That's all.
And I just
So
want
this
to
is a
weigh in
question I
on.
have.
Go ahead.
I have a question. One question for DJ Genesis. It's yes or no. Did the man or a woman create GPS? Yes or no?
I mean, they say it was a black woman. I don't know. I don't.
It was, and rest in peace to her. Her name was.
Happy Black History Month. I don't know.
No, I'm not even doing that. She died a couple days ago. Her name is Dr. West, Gladys
Yeah, I know who
West,
you're
and
talking about.
she created
Right.
GPS. All right, and I want to be clear that she did this even though she was in the military while doing these things and working on it. She said it was no better place to be doing it there. So I'm saying again, you wouldn't have what we're having with the Amazons, the metas and all that stuff without this GPS location device. So it's essential. So again, the grassroots in our ideas are still lucrative. We don't have to
Exactly.
sell out to Sam right away or anything. But to say it's always government is not the truth.
Well, I would say this.
It's not the truth. 9 out of 10 times it's not.
What I would say is the reason why I'm bringing this up is that y'all need to be getting them damn SAM government contracts and get y'all, because you know what? Everybody else is getting them SAM government contracts, SAM.gov.
Did you get yours?
Yes, I'm on. I haven't got the contract yet, but I'm on there. I have my company on there.
Yeah. So there's other people who are doing it. And I haven't done mines at all. I haven't thought about it. But there's other people who are
I don't
doing
even
it.
know what that is.
I
Y'all
have
gotta
heard of this
inform me.
before. But again, there are always going to be people who are go-getters and people who just apply.
What I'm trying to do, yeah, that was a little slick, little like dig.
There's always going to be people who are go-getters and just apply. Yes.
Okay, fine. So, anyways, what I was saying is I'm trying
What is that thing you spoke about, DJ? Though I never heard of that. What is that?
All right, it's SAM. If you go to SAM.gov and create an account, and then you take your business and you put it into that database, you can be up for government contracts. And but the thing, and also grants. See, the thing is that they create this myth that they're.
See, but if I got a business that don't.
Stop. I will talk. We'll have a whole thing about how to get government contract. But I'm trying to make a point here. The point I'm trying to make is that they try to make it seem like these are people that are mythical, like, okay, what's his name? The dude that owns Facebook, Zuckerberg, he got this $1 million funding from some private investor that gave him $1 million. They're not going to talk about the government funding and all the other things that go into their businesses. The bottom line is that, but then us black people, well, we'll think, well, damn, well, I can't get
us. No, just a few.
Well, like I said, black people, because if it wasn't the truth, what I'm saying, you'd have way more black people being able to take their ideas and get them to market a lot sooner if we were not afraid of the government and said, listen, I'm
the government.
I'm not afraid of the government. We're not afraid of the government.
Listen, why can't you listen? I'm gonna remove both of them. Because if you guys can't control yourselves and let me finish my statement, that means you have lack of self-control. Let me just make my point. The problem is that they create this mythological thing, just like they have in the music industry. You get a record deal, because you are talented and you and only a certain few get through. But it's really about the more you know. If you knew that really all these people were really government contractors and really getting all their money from the government, then you think, oh, damn, well, how do I get my money from the government and go ahead and do the same thing they did? Okay. Yeah, they went through Stanford University, had the whole tie-in with the government that was actually funding their classes that gave them the research, whatever to do it. But the bottom line is that they make it seem like the getting funding and this, that, the other. If you go into any startup community, they'll show you getting funding, but they don't talk about, well, go to the government and find an application for the government that's equal to what you're doing. You have two legs of that, and you get funded. And I want to speak on that because like they make it seem like it's just so unattainable. You got to find someone to give you $1 million for your investment, and then you have this whole arm of people that are like trying to like make it happen. And really, all this whole thing was a lie, and they were not getting $1 million only from a private investor, but the government was their investor. That's what I'm trying to say. Now you guys can talk.
I like to and I've heard what you said. Yes, I'm signed up there as well on sam.gov and as such. Um, there's a lot of things currently until we learn them. I'm talking about like what we're discussing in the room. Yes, it takes initiative, takes a few other things too. And initiative it's translated into what angles are you trying to work? Like I mentioned maybe an hour or two ago about I go to these national security briefings and all these folks who are up there talking, who are retired senior brass and stuff like that. Well, what they're talking to us about isn't the only thing that they're involved in. So they have, for lack of a better term, certain types of contracts. I'm interested in which of them, which I do talk to them, have their cards and all this sort of stuff to talk to them. And some of them I have actually taken the time to reach out to. Hey, what services do you need? And one of them has says, am I able to see government contracts that come down? Yeah, I get them an email. Sure, absolutely. And then I sign in and I check some things out.
To what
Yes,
extent though? Like
it's
what type?
not the
Don't just
same
glaze over
thing
it. To what
because
extent?
no one knows me. That's how I operate. It's not a fear. It's not an apprehension. I just recognize who knows me. Yeah, I'm a veteran, this, that, and the other. Yeah, that's all great and
Excuse
dandy.
me,
This,
bro.
that, and the other. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. What was your
To
question?
what to what extent do you get, like you said, you get those emails, but like to what extent? Like I want, if you could, I don't want to be in like
I can
encroaching
answer that.
or
It's not hard. It's not hard. Here's when you sign up, right? You build a profile.
no, no, no,
Okay.
no, no, no. Listen to my question. You said I get those emails on different certain government contracts and different things that come down the pipeline, and you said, yeah,
Right.
I get them, sure. I get them in my email. To what extent? Like, what are they pertaining? Like, if you could disclose it. If not, just skip the
Yeah,
question.
yeah. No, 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 no. It's in the areas of what I do: telecommunications, cybersecurity. So these are the things that I'm interested in because I know that the government is really interested in furthering what it is that they're doing already, currently.
And the only
So,
reason I asked that was for
mhm,
context because we got people listening too. So I'm just asking to
mhm.
understand because a lot of the times I'm just in the audience. But
Right.
I just want some clarification sometime to
And
understand.
by the way, they have all types of categories that would suit your needs. Whatever your level of expertise is, if you're construction or whatever, okay, they have that too. Okay. You got a company you can take care of electrical types things. You're a master electrician. You've got a
That's what
company.
I
You're
do. I
this,
do
that, and
electrician,
status.
plumbing,
Okay,
all that.
well, it's the same thing. That's what we're saying. So that part right there is not the difficult part. You can build up your profile and as such, and yes, start receiving emails, but it doesn't mean you were given a contract. You
Right, right,
see a
right. I
request
get
for a
you. I get you.
proposal. You receive a request for a proposal, and then you submit your bid on how much you would charge to do such a thing, such and such. So, um, to try to mitigate that, is my being in contact with some of these security briefings that I go to, and seeing all these fellas up there who are retired. And mind you, it's everything: Hispanic, Caucasian, Black. There's others that Asian, but these guys, they're retired and they're doing what they're doing, and it's like, well, listen, so I'm talking to this guy directly, and only one of them asked me, was I signed up? Yes. Okay, well, in the coming months, he's putting forth a proposal for some small airfield that's, and I think, sister, you would know about this, that's in the Grand Prairie area. A lot of people don't know that there's a base over. I've been over there only for minor stuff, but not on my own. Okay, I was contracting for someone else, and someone else had a contract to service them, just like several people have contracts to service the VA. So they really do. When you're dealing with government contracts, one thing to try to keep in mind, or you're trying to get government contracts, they don't have their eggs all in one basket, and it could be for the same type of service. So one department, may have the same type of equipment, but who they're utilizing with and who they're now committed in a committed contract with for 5 years or whatever it might be, is next door. Your buddy could be next door working on somebody's laptop or desktop. I'm just using that as an example. I've gone up into the VA a few times to certain departments, logistics and some of the other medical supplies, not logistic, medical supplies, to work on their they got a computerized system that dispenses whatever it is that the nurses need, syringes and all that. Well, there's a computer that they're used these days that control that, for as an example. I've been to a few other places, but not as myself, under someone else.
So I wanted to just say that, the reason why I want to segue into this next aspect, and I know that this is going to be right up Maher's alley. I'm so glad to have you here. So we're talking about government contracts. We're talking about where these companies, how they make their money, right? What is the deal about all this? So let's really go into it. Let's really talk about it, okay? Because people think that these people have this influence, and why do they think these companies are popping up out of nowhere? It's because they are backed by the. Let's go into this. Let's go.
A man who aligns with sovereignty, yet profits from surveillance and positions himself as a hero whilst naming his empire after symbols of corruption and villains, greed, creatures who tried to enslave Middle Earth and got Aragorn. How about that? Today's video is about the Antichrist, aka Peter Thiel. Like most people, I like Lord of the Rings. And to most people, The Lord of the Rings is a warning about the power and the dangers of corruption. To Peter Thiel, it looks like a business plan. He read those books and watched those movies and didn't think to himself, maybe this is a Christian allegory, a story told as old as humanity itself. He looked at it and saw he looked at it and saw something totally different, man. It's like monkey business and horseplay. Same thing, two different perspectives. Peter Thiel may or may not be the Antichrist. He is a German-born billionaire who helped create PayPal. He's one of these bald guys in this photo with Elon Musk. And since then, he spent 2 decades building an empire that systematically contradicts his self-proclaimed libertarian values, or at least it seems to, I guess. He claims freedom and democracy are incompatible while funding the surveillance state of an actual dystopian nightmare. He himself is an immigrant that funds candidates and funds tools that aggressively pursue surveillance for the cause of immigration enforcement. He calls other people Satan and satanic. Gasp. While so literally embodying villains himself. Look at him sweat in this interview.
I don't think that
So those are some of Peter Thiel's contradictions, and they do matter, I would say, because he wields enormous influence, and he's not even a self-proclaimed influencer like myself. Brother has spent tens of millions of dollars in political donations since 2012. He is actively trying to influence our system. His surveillance company, which tracks Americans and now immigrants who live in America, has a market cap over $400 bajillion. That's right, bajillion. You've probably also seen people referring to J.D. Vance as his protege, following Vance's previous employment at one of Peter Thiel's Antichrist firms, I think he calls them, where they did their best to manufacture the Antichrist. He also has close ties with Curtis Yarvin, a fella that believes a CEO dictator should rule the United States of America. Now, I'm not saying they not like us, but whoa, dude, that makes a lot of sense right there. That really does, man. Come on, man. What the fuck? To start with contradictions, I would say one of the most glaring contradictions sits at the center of Thiel's business empire, right between his two eggs. There's the sausage. It's glossy, it's sweaty, it's shiny, and it's glaring, and it is quite a contradiction. You see, in 2003, Peter Thiel co-founded Palantir Technologies with $2 million in CIA seed money, which is the best kind of seed money. And what I'm trying to find out is how the fuck do you get CIA seed money? I'm not a big fan of the CIA, as you can tell by the videos on my channel. But before we get to the CIA seed money, let's lay some groundwork for Palantir. What the fuck is Palantir? Palantir derives its name from the world of the Lord of the Rings, created by J.R.R. Tolkien. In that world of elves, dwarves, magic, and monsters are indestructible crystal scrying stones, or spheres that are used by characters to communicate over long distances and observe events from across Middle-earth. They're essentially fantasy spyware. In Tolkien's work, the Palantiri corrupt nearly everyone who uses them. And Saruman used one of the Palantiri to spy on Sauron, but it was used by Sauron to corrupt Saruman by preying on his desire for power until Saruman eventually joined Sauron. That's what like the first three books are. Okay, guys, come on, catch up, keep up, let's go. So yes, this is the deliberate name that was chosen for the company that Peter Thiel founded. It is a bit on the nose, I would say, to name your company after a device that is used to spy on cities, armies, heroes, and villains in the fantasy world J.R.R. Tolkien created. It's kind of an odd dog whistle. It's not a dog whistle. I don't like dog whistles. They hurt my dog's ears. Even an information security expert at Orca Security, one of the top companies in the cloud and information security industry, which I know all about because I have like 9 degrees from a network security. I don't have 9 degrees. I have 1 associate's degree in network security and had some qualifications. So I know a little bit. I don't know anything about it anymore. I've fallen off so hard, dude. This motherfucker said, well, I've always thought Palantir was the most foolish name for a company because in Lord of the Rings, the Palantir is corrupting. That's the very definition of it. It's kind of saying. That being said, it makes sense why the CIA would want to help get this thing off the ground through its seed InQtel funding. The IQT is an investment firm established by the CIA back in 1999. How the does the CIA have an investment firm? Now, in 2025, the IQT isn't technically a part of the government or the CIA, but it might, let's be real, it is, for sure. The Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate has a page dedicated to its work with IQT, as well as the broader intelligence and defense community. So it's like an Epstein-type connection here. It calls the IQT a not-for-profit strategic investor that government intelligence and defense communities have relied upon for nearly 25 years to anticipate their technology questions and needs, provide deep technological expertise, and make strategic investments to strengthen the security of the U.S. and its allies. Namely Israel. It didn't say that. I made that up. Essentially, the government uses IQT to invest in technology it deems critical to national security. One of those companies that it deemed critical to national security was Palantir, dude. Peter Thiel. At it again. Peter Thiel. Sorry. And incidentally, the company named after a fantasy spyware device released one of its first products, which it named after one of the most corrupt cities in fiction, Gotham. Gotham. You know, Gotham, the city that represents the era of history in America where mob bosses ran everything, like Chicago in real life, Brooklyn, politicians, police, everybody was under the thumb of the mob. So we got Palantir and Gotham. Hey, man, that's pretty cool. I also like Tolkien and Batman. But I don't have a mass surveillance company. The amount of parallels between shady fictional lore and the companies and products that Peter Thiel designs is pretty crazy, and it just doesn't stop. You see, Gotham is also a tool for intelligence agencies and clandestine organizations. It's an AI spyware tool that churns through a massive amount of data to identify threats and link them to larger networks. The DoD, FBI, other global defense and law enforcement agencies use it to link seemingly random pieces of information to identify people. That's why we stop so many of these horrible tragedies before they start. The Gotham website touts it as AI-driven combat superiority that can make your software a weapons system. How it does that is by sifting through social media posts, satellite imagery, banking information, public records, documentation, or really whatever else you can feed it, and then piecing together parts of that puzzle for identification of bad guys. It seems like. There's a quote endorsing the product on the website that comes from former U.S. Secretary of Defense Bulldog Mattis, James Mattis. God bless the United States Marine Corps.
Palantir came up with groundbreaking technologies that can help us make better decisions in combat zones. You're giving us advantages right now that we need.
So this AI is deemed acceptable for developing tactics in combat zones, but when Major General Will...
That was hilarious. I didn't expect that. So far, what are your okay? Are you aware of Palantir, Mahir L? I want to hear your thoughts.
Yes. Yes. And here's what I want to say. Basically, okay. There are a lot of things, and I'm gonna use this term that we always, where the world I come from, we use this term. In terms of trying to understand and dive into how some of these people are getting the fundings as things to do what they're doing, there are quite a few things currently, don't mean we can't find out and understand to our benefit, hopefully, it's above our pay grade. Because these folks this is not something that these folks sat down and had a 5-minute conversation with whatever they got going on in them back rooms back there. Remember I said that I would take a break, and when I was working for Fidelity and I see these top brass showing up, colonels and lieutenant colonels and as such, brief, with their little briefcases or nice carrying bags, and they're coming over to the World Financial Center. They're going up, they've got an appointment to see someone, some fund manager or someone in capital markets. And these folks, they're not retired. They're still active military. That's just one piece of it. And then you got the Mark Zuckerbergs and all these other folks behind the scene. I'm going to speak for myself. I do not know, truthfully, what all of these connections they actually have that's going on and why they're out and selected to be out in front and talking as spokespersons or shakers and movers. When you and I understand the shakers and movers are the people walking around with the tech bags, coming to work with the Starbucks cup of coffee, and they're sitting down in front of their machine, and they're the ones cranking out the code. They're the ones who's fixing what the issues are. They know what's going on. Many of the times I have to collect, because I'm also a Microsoft partner too. I'm not a high-end Microsoft partner, but in terms of being part of the team of solution architects, I can tell you it's global. So I'm talking to someone who may be in Thailand somewhere or Cambodia, okay? And they're all on Microsoft's payroll, and or they are referred to as a Microsoft partner, gold partner, solutions architect partner, but I'm talking of the high end. Okay. So my own brother is a top Microsoft solutions architect provider. Okay. And he's been at it for a minute, doing it. And he's younger than me. And this is the kind of stuff that he's doing. He goes to those certain closed door Microsoft meetings about some new aspect of something in the area of security. And as such, they call it, I think it's intra, but there's way more to you and I just sitting there spelling the word intra ID. There's way more going on to that because he gets to see the back end and he gets to interact with other teams. I interact with them, as far as the product is developed. And, managing, when I was managing 6 medical facilities down here, each of them had their own Microsoft tenant, creation of email, the usual stuff, okay, of products, Microsoft Teams and stuff. Well, I understand certain aspects. There you go, right. So,
you got
but when I'm interacting with someone,
you got a lot of operators. Yeah.
Right. And so there's cross-platform participation. So it's like, in order for us to do this, you need to get this license, and then you need to give us rights and access and give us global admin rights, this, that, and the other. And, and even with global admin rights, I select what I'm allowing them to do in that Microsoft tenant platform, and then I'm doing my thing as well. Now, this is not speaking about me being in business for myself per se. I'm just kind of describing there are way more interactions and things that are above my pay grade as to why that structure exists that way in the first place. I just know if I need something done, I'm going to pick up the phone, I'm going to email someone in the Microsoft Corporation. They're going to reach out to some team who's also a partner of theirs. And Microsoft is as such that when you walk in to a Microsoft training center, 90% of the times these days, it's not even a Microsoft employee, you know, dealing with that platform who's actually talking to you. It's a Microsoft partner who's been vetted by Microsoft. So now you get to be introduced to certain companies that you've never heard of before, but you're meeting them for the first time. That's on that level. And the telecommunications industry is no different. You know, I get invited to go to sessions, not necessarily a classroom for training, but sessions to discuss which direction AT&T is going. And so, of course, I'm signed up as an AT&T partner. So I do certain contracts, you know, which is like really small stuff, like small companies and things like that. So I do actually have that going on, but that's not government. I know you were, you know, talking about government and as such, and that has its place as well. But they all have a structure in place. Everyone has a structure in place.
Let's get into Palantir and what's really going on. Let's go.
In combat zones, you're giving us advantages right now that we need.
So this AI is deemed acceptable for developing tactics in combat zones, but when Major General William Hank Taylor recently revealed he uses ChatGPT to create models and aid in decision making when talking about war, it's not okay when he does it. Come on, guys, let's choose our AI. I use Grok for my combat strategy. A lot of civilian casualties. Palantir really seems to be worrying many people who see the capabilities of these tools and then being used in spying on American citizens, which is totally fair. That is the constitutional right of the American to be concerned if the government is bad, out to get us. We got the First and Second Amendment. What the fuck are they going to do? All this shit seems like they're going to do all this stuff and there's nothing we can do about it. Even back in 2013, Forbes reported on Palantir, stating the biggest problem facing the company was just how well the software works. It helps customers see too much. Bad. Reminds me of that scene from, what's that show called? Succession. In the same article we just showed, it quotes an ACLU analyst, Jay Stanley, who warned that Palantir could enable a true totalitarian nightmare, monitoring the activities of innocent Americans on a mass scale, which seems to be like that's where we're going objectively. And I don't like it one bit, to be honest with you guys. Advertising and YouTube and algorithms are already, that's already like everything. I don't want the government, they can do it. I don't know. Fast forward to 2020, Amnesty International was putting out calls to action, highlighting the human rights violations Palantir is not only capable of, but was actively facilitating through its use by the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. Agencies that use Palantir can filter and sort data, aka people, by using hundreds of categories ranging from physical traits to financial data or their government IDs. So that's alarming, but it also gets way worse. By the way, we just did a video in which we talked about China's surveillance state. Ours is just as bad. We're just pretending that it's not. It's just, we're moving that direct. It's weird. It's really strange. It would be one thing if we actually knew and could trust that it was being used to track terrorist organizations abroad and domestically. That would be one thing. And maybe if that was a justification for a $96 million contract between Palantir and the Department of Homeland Security. Now, Palantir also got a $30 million contract from ICE. ICE and Palantir's relationship goes back to the Obama administration in 2014 when they developed Falcon, which was a service to help them analyze data and communicate. But Palantir was subject to controversy in 2019 when documents from 2017 revealed an ICE initiative to target unaccompanied children and their families through the use of Palantir services with ICE. Now, what makes them magically able to spy on undocumented immigrants? I don't really know. I assume that it's harder to spy on undocumented people than documented people. So, and I'm, you know, what about like American people? Is it just, are we only using it for who's deemed worthy of being surveilled, or like what's going on here? And it's been bad for quite a while. I mean, we have Edward Snowden, the NSA. I'm not sure the exact status of Edward Snowden and the American government's relationship right now. I can't imagine it's probably that good, but Obama was known for invoking the Espionage Act more times than any president before him in regard to whistleblowers, but passed some good legislation for financial whistleblowers and retaliation of agents, I think in 2012. So there's been some protections, but a recent executive order removed several long-standing protections or barriers to federal employees viewing government data and promoting interagency data sharing. So take all the data from multiple agencies and feed that shit into Palantir, and you can dig up whatever you'd want on any human being that is in the United States right now. You essentially have a master list of personal information on all Americans, as the New York Times put it, which that's really scary. I mean, I don't have anything to hide, to be honest. I pay my taxes and I do all the stuff you're supposed to do. And all my firearms are legal. They actually are. That's not something I joke about. And I'd be willing to do the time if I committed the crime. I wouldn't. I'd be like, please. A $10 billion contract was recently signed with the Army for the next 10 years. And while you may think, that's the Army, they operate on foreign soil, not domestic, like the National Guard or the FBI. You'd be both right and wrong. The National Guard operates in two capacities. State-based military force operating under the direction of state governors. We mentioned it in our Ruby Ridge video, but that was the militia capacity of the National Guard. They can also be mobilized federally by the president during events like national disasters, hurricanes, the California wildfires, or even public health crises like COVID-19. The National Guard can be mobilized to help or to clean up the streets of Gotham or Chicago or whatever. So yeah, the National Guard can be mobilized at the state level with federal funding under Title 32, which is an incredibly long and convoluted title. But in short, it allows guardsmen to serve the nation while answering to their governor. So it's like this, I don't know. The National Guard could also just be federalized, meaning that the president could activate them at the federal level to repel an invasion or suppress a rebellion. And that's all done under Title 10. There's an excellent video from Chris Cappy Capilouto on his channel, Cappy Army, on the deployment of National Guard troops in American cities under the orders of President Trump under Title 10 and how it differs from Title 32. And he outlines the potential implications of a move like this.
Because behind these domestic deployments is something much bigger. A continental military operation stretching from Los Angeles to Venezuela, one that is aiming to redefine what national security means at home and test just how far federal powers can reach inside the United States.
And we've had this year the National Guard deployed to American cities, and the potential of this as a stepping stone to some kind of militarized surveillance of civilians using Palantir's AI tools. It's a real possibility. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not black-pilled on a lot of stuff. I think that in 20 years, different people will be running everything. And I think the future is bright. And I love my patriots, my fellow men and women. And I think we can, I think everything's going to be fine. I don't think doom and gloom. But the only reason I wanted to talk about this stuff is because I like to educate myself on these things to be aware, not necessarily afraid, but rather aware. According
All right. So I'm sorry. Be aware, be not afraid. All right. So what are your thoughts so far on what was said?
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember when I brought up earlier when I was speaking about the Arabic, or I don't know if he was Arabic or Indian, but the dude that got killed for the open source AI thing when he was speaking out against them.
Mm-hmm.
He was working for them back when Palantir. See, I don't want you to think that Palantir, the government started Palantir. They did it. Palantir was started by a rich billionaire white dude who had the money that sold a tech company or did. You can search him up, Peter Thiel. You can see how he got his money. But he's the devil. Like he. But anyway, listen. But when you look at the time when they were all coming up with this stuff, when they were coming up with it, it was called open source. Back to what my man was speaking earlier about Microsoft. Like it was open source at a time until it wasn't, until you had the Privacy Act or whatever. So now when he was working for the company when it was open source. So now he's working for the company. He's helping build the software. He was working for the company before it was called ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is only a thing because of open source AI. Open source AI, all that means is everybody's data is our data. It's open source to everybody when it comes to AI. That's not what open source means on business. I'm talking about AI. So when we using this AI thing, everybody's data, everything that everybody trying to discover or come up with when it comes to AI is open source to everybody. So once you take it from being open source, and then you start trying to curate a narrative with the AI, that's when the young Indian dude started speaking out against it. And he was speaking out against it. He went on a business trip. He came back. He quit ChatGPT. He quit that company. They didn't fire him. He quit. And then shortly after, when he made his little blog post and he started making his rounds, airing them out, they killed him. Or they unalived him. I'm sorry. They unalived him. So at the end of the day, we got to understand that this didn't start off as a government thing. It turned into the government was like, give me that. You get what I'm saying?
Also, I'd like to add on, I've been on this program a few times, previously on Alchemizing Energy. There was a whole episode dedicated to AI, and one thing I brought up is that the man in the high castle is not superstitious of AI. One of the factors would be is because as someone who studies markets, as someone who attends to insurance attentively, I'd say that most of the things that are said to be AI are not AI. They're just deep learning machines, period. However, there are about 5 AIs that I would suggest that are actual AI.
So what's the difference
On
between a
top
deep
of the
learning
list,
and an
no, I
AI?
don't do all that stuff, bro.
I'm asking, bro. I just want to know for context.
On top of the list would
I just
be
want to know for context, bro.
on top of the list would be Microsoft.
Damn, my bad.
Top of the second one, no particular order. Microsoft, Palantir, Accenture, Nibius, Google.
So you
Did I
naming
name
the
5?
top
Did I name
AIs?
5 already? Did I name 5 already?
No, that's the 5 AIs, right?
That's the 5 that I named 5, and then I would, but the most underlooked, I'd say Palantir is the most humanistic, but it's set on war. All right.
No. I'm trying to
I'm
get you
not
to
talking about no
distinguish what
open
you
AI
said.
stuff.
Bro, hold up. I'm sorry. What's your name?
No. Palantir set on war. That's the main difference. And also too as well.
They got a lot of government contracts with.
I'm
They got
not
a lot of
concerned about all
government
that.
contracts, but
Not
it's not
concerned about all
specifically
that.
for.
Yeah. Also, the most important thing, Alexa is the most underrated, overlooked AI out of them all, and one of the most humanistic ones as well
I'm trying to
too.
get your distinction, bro. I'm not trying to cut your knowledge. I'm trying to get your distinction between, because you said it's
Yeah, but
there's
I don't
things
do
that
these
we
long
think. Hold
tangents
up, you
either.
said
I give
listen.
I give it the most.
Please, can you
60
just hear me out
seconds.
for 1
I
second?
give it the most.
I'm about to mute.
60 seconds to 90 seconds. I don't do 10-minute tangents.
No, I'm about to mute. You
Go
said
ahead though.
you said it's a difference between a lot of the stuff that we think is
Deep
AI is not
learning
AI. It's probably 5.
machines.
You said the difference between what we think is AI. You said it's probably 5 things that's really AI, but everything else is not AI. So I just want to
Right.
know what's your distinction. That's all I was trying to ask, bro. I wasn't trying to
The
go on the
biggest
tangent.
distinction is this. Okay. I want to clear that up. That's a great question too. The biggest distinction is no shelfware. You can't find it on no fucking shelf. You can't go to no store. You can't go to the Google Play Store. No shelfware. That's how you'll really know these things are AI. One of the signatures of it. You just can't walk out of it with the store.
Like you can't purchase it.
Can't purchase it like that.
But that means that's everything now. Like I can't buy like I buy a game for my kid.
You can't go in the store and purchase
and if I don't update the game is useless.
You can't go up in the store and just purchase Accenture. Accenture is one of those things too. Like we talk about sometimes like doppelgangers, and sometimes we talk about tethers. Well, have you ever heard of the replicant? Just like in Blade Runner?
No, I never heard of that.
Oh, well, one of the things that
I know what Blade Runner is.
One of the things that Accenture does is that they have this software called Human by Design. And Human by Design is essentially the replicants that are found in Blade Runner, the movie. They have this technology already out. It's like human twins. Some will be like, oh, they're just talking about digital twins. No, Human by Design. That's their company that they also have by Accenture.
I get what you're saying. Like you said earlier, the doppelganger type of thing. Like everybody got a twin somewhere type of thing.
To the FAQ section on the National Guard's website under what is the Army National Guard? It says, when activated for a federal mission, it is a reserve component of the U.S. Army. So when federalized, the National Guard operates under the Department of Defense. That's where it gets its marching orders, the same as the Army. So what the f does that have to do with Palantir? Well, on July 21st this year, the U.S. Army Public Affairs announced the $10 billion deal with Palantir and explained it in more detail. It's It's compiling 75 contracts into one, and it can purchase goods and services as needed. So it's like a retainer in a sense. The Army and other DoD agencies have the option to make these purchases, and the reason that I lay this out is because while federalized, the Guard is considered a component of the U.S. Army, a reserve component for sure, but still a component nonetheless. It is still operating under the DoD, so there are connections that could allow the Guard to access Palantir during their operations in American cities where they've been federalized. We've already mentioned that ICE is using Palantir to arrest undocumented immigrants, and the National Guard deployments are to support ICE as well as protect federal employees and facilities from retaliation and things like that. Title 10 specifically mentions invasion or rebellion as reasons to federalize the Guard, and back in January, an executive order referring to illegal immigration as an invasion was created. Trump has also been threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act as he sees the protests against immigration enforcement to be a rebellion or danger of rebellion.
If I had to enact it, I'd do that. If people were being killed and courts were holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up, sure, I do that. I mean, I want to make sure that people aren't killed.
So things keep going this way, and even if the protests stay peaceful, these protesters might find themselves targets of the data AI scraping tools like Gotham, the weapon systems that Palantir has created and has sold to ICE and the DoD and all this. It's pretty freaky. It's pretty freaky that it's just like we're one or two steps always from just total annihilation. Palantir is also already being used for our wonderful police state, NYPD, LAPD, New Orleans Police. Quite a few PDs use Palantir software and technology to identify criminals, which, you know, it's kind of what happens when you live in a big old city. There's not really that many great ways to enforce the law, it seems like, because cities kind of suck a little bit. Just another reason not live in the city, man. Big reason used to be because they got drinking water in there. But now you can just buy smart water. Make you smarter out there. You don't even need to live in the city to drink water. To a very conspiratorial motherfucker like myself, it might look like the dominoes are being set up in such a way that they could lead to a surveillance state, police state, if you will, where American citizens become the targets of the tools being built by the evil spyware, Palantir. You know, it kind of looks like that, but I don't know shit, man. I hope that that's not going to happen. I wouldn't bet on it, but I could see it definitely happening like that. What do you guys think? Comment down below. From a logical perspective, it would make sense when we talk about the name Palantir and where it comes from. Palantir in Tolkien's world, they were scrying stones that could see everything, or everything except what Sauron tells us not to look at, or tells them. Yeah, interesting. It's pretty wild, and it's no longer tied to just one administration or agency. It's pretty fun to just be like, the CIA is scary, the NSA is everybody's got it now, man. Everybody's got CIA type technology nowadays. It's like a structural, institutional thing as opposed to an entity or an organism. There's no stopping it. The same services that can help soldiers locate insurgents or help an agency track a drug smuggler or whatever, they can also just be used to monitor citizens with a simple change of mission or surveillance parameter. I mean, why would you want it? We just have to trust that it's in good hands. All right.
All right, let's go. Thoughts?
Well, in New York City, they use this app called Citizen. It's been used for about maybe going on 6 years, maybe. But Citizen has really got them, which is by Palantir. And that's what they use to be sneaking on people all the time.
We can't hear you. When you talk over somebody, we can't hear what you say, Mike.
Oh, no, I stopped.
If someone is talking and you talk while they're talking, we can't hear what you say.
Well, no, I don't know if it's a lag or a delay. I thought he stopped, so I started speaking when he stopped, and then I muted when I said what I said. I just had a little interjection. I wasn't trying to speak over him. My bad.
Oh, okay, my bad. Well, I'm just saying that it sounded like it was at the same. It's like I couldn't even. What did you say?
Citizen app by Gotham.
I'm saying what?
Oh, okay. What he said.
I said
he said something the same time
I
you
said
said
the video.
You said.
My bad.
Say it. Go ahead.
I said the video that you was just showing was speaking to what I was saying when it was just me and you on the panel. So and then I muted after I said that, and that's when you know what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead. So I hear. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, while you watching the video, I actually went up and I was Googling to get more information beyond what we were talking about. Palantir is used in several countries. So I'm looking at Denmark, Norway, Germany, France, Ukraine,
that's what I was saying earlier.
Netherlands, Israel. And of course, they're using it to Palantir Gotham, and I am like, and of course, the first thing I posted, they said, They don't use as far as manufacturing bombs and stuff like that. They manufacture, what they do is produce the software.
Hey, I'm sorry to
to
interject.
take better use of this stuff.
They got 10
Of the systems, yeah.
they got 10 different versions like that they use into the Palantir. So like Palantir like
Yes.
it's not a software, it's a software that they construct just for specific purposes. Like ICE use Palantir. The whole ICE setup is used off Palantir. But
They
people
use
don't know
this.
that.
They use this company called Mobile Fortify. However, Motor Fortify is used on Palantir's operation systems.
And Palantir is designed
It's
that
what it
specifically
is.
for ICE.
No, it's not. Right.
No, it's a
So.
version of it. It's a version of it that fits for their program. So like say for
Oh
instance
yeah,
how the
yeah.
so
Exactly.
what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that like how the government, like how he said all those different countries is different governments that's using a version of Palantir. But when
Right.
you
They're
come
using
down
the operation systems. Yeah.
exactly, so he
Mm-hmm.
critique it to 'cause I'm a software company, so he disguising himself as I'm just a software company. So now you come to me and you say this is what I need the software for, I'm gonna tweak it just for what you saying. So when you got the ICE situation, you got a software that's created. It's called like Raven something that's under with the name that you just said. But the Raven department of the Palantir thing was created specifically for ICE. You get what I'm saying?
So Palantir is not open source; it's closed source.
It's not.
Right.
It's not open source. You're right.
Right.
And they can tweak and tailor it
But if
according
you a
to
customer,
your
the
needs.
U.S. government want to purchase it for ICE, so they're going to purchase their
Software
Raven version.
like a Salesforce, like type of thing. Like it's almost like Salesforce, but like for
Yes, yes.
Salesforce,
Yeah.
but built
A
for
platform
war.
like
Built for
Salesforce,
war.
which is tweaked. Right. It's tweaked, or some other CRM, customer relational management platform.
But
So
she got it
you
right.
may have purchased it off. Yeah, you got it right. You definitely, she got it right. It's like back in the day when you used to be able, when you would purchase Peachtree Accounting. You get that deluxe package, and then after that, you can call for support. You're paying for whatever it is you pay for to get that level of support. And you say, listen, I'm Corporation XYZ, and these are the features that I actually really need because we're going to use these features this way. And then they'll customize that package for you. But I suspected other countries was using, as Kay was saying, other aspects. It's customized to what, especially when you're looking at. So, which means that there are international agreements in place. And I want to speak to something that occurred to me while listening to all of the information that was being presented. The people who are doing the work. I mentioned that before. The actual people who are sitting there behind these keyboards and stuff like that. You are aware that they working for those companies. It don't matter who it is, Google, whatever. They all sign non-disclosures. Okay, and it is understood that all that they're working on is the intellectual property of the said company they're working for. So you may never know, really, unless one of those individuals that you happen to be friends with happen to tell you, yeah, well, that was my thing. I just that and the other blase. It's like, well, are you getting something out of it? No, Mark Zuckerberg, he's the forefront. He gets all the glory, this, that, and the other, while the rest of the other folks, by way of non-disclosures that they've signed, okay, they can't take what they've developed and then go walking out the door without there being some sort of consequence for that, because they're going to cite them for being in breach of the contract in the agreement that they signed upon being hired by those said companies.
So I want you to check this out, and I want y'all to tell me what you think about this.
We're doing it, and I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am. let's not
That's
talk
the
to analysts
homie
about
right
the burden
there.
of being right.
Big
Our
carp.
burdens of investing in ontology, our burdens of actually looking at the math, the burden of reading what the Rule of 40 is, the burden of being honest about what an enterprise software company is, or the burden of explaining to your friends that you're really happy. Maybe we should just stop talking about it. I'm very happy to have you along for the journey, and you are partners for us. Every Palantirian, we are crushing it. Everyone else who's listening, we are dedicating our company. We have dedicated our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, we are doing in the United Kingdom and many other places. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare our enemies and on occasion kill them. And we hope you're in favor of that. We hope you're enjoying being a partner, and we're really happy and very, very focused on what we're doing.
Alex Karp is the CEO of Palantir, a company that was named after those evil globes in Lord of the Rings that the Dark Lord used to spy on everyone. Like, are we not reading anymore? Peter Thiel founded this company and named it Palantir. Y'all, I don't know what more evidence you need that this company sucks. And I know, before y'all come for me, I know that was not the initial purpose of the Palantirs, but that is what happened.
Mr. Thiel, do you have any comments about Palantir's surveillance of the American people, sir? Or any of your connections to Jeffrey Epstein? I think people are rather concerned about that last particular one.
So you just saw Alex Karp on a call with some investors, shareholders, and he said in no uncertain terms, without a tinge of remorse or second guessing of his words, that sometimes Palantir will just have to kill its enemies. First of all, talking about disrupting industries as a tech CEO feels very 2010. Not every industry needs or wants to be disrupted, but whatever. Tech billionaires would never listen to someone like me because I don't have the vision the way that they do. And good for them. They've got way more money than I do too, but a big part of that has nothing to do with vision at all. A big difference between someone like me and Alex Karp is that I am not so nonchalant about murdering my so-called enemies. And let's even pretend that he's talking about killing them in the game of capitalism, right? Killing their companies, killing their bottom lines, killing their market access. It's still an insane thing to say out loud the way that he chose to say it. And that's another thing. What normal person refers to people as their enemies? None, I would say, but also no one is ever claiming that these billionaire types are normal or would even want to be perceived as such. The only time normal works for them is when they think they can make more money or earn influence off of that perception, off of that public delusion. And it works for a lot of them. Mark Zuckerberg was just a kid at Harvard who struggled to get laid. Relatable. Elon Musk was just a white immigrant with daddy issues. Relatable. Donald Trump was just a working class guy from New York who loves well-done steaks with ketchup. Relatable. But Alex Karp is next level insane in that he doesn't seem to have any sort of filter on his words. He says the most atrocious things without any kind of hesitation because he doesn't bother to play the game that so many other billionaires insist on. Who's going to stop him? Who's going to stop his company? He has the backing of the US government and then some. So here he was speaking at 90 Second Why with Andrew Sorkin, promoting his book, The Technological Republic. He's talking about how hard it is to be a tech billionaire with a big brain and a high IQ, which is literally something from the show Silicon Valley, which parodies this entire industry and guys like this. But then he says this about his critics.
Love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
And sure, that's a snippet taken out of context, but the context doesn't really help. I don't know what context could help to make a statement like that more palatable. He gets a few laughs, so maybe we could say that this is a joke and the left can't take a joke or whatever, but see for yourself. The video is about an hour long. You can just go watch it. This bit comes in at around the 46-minute mark. He was actually asked earlier in the interview if he ever regrets the provocative things that he says or the way that he says them. And he basically just said that he's so authentic. He doesn't like offending people, but sometimes he has to, and that's understandable. I've got a mouth on me, and sometimes my mouth gets me in trouble. Relatable. But I don't think it's helping anyone to hear that this tech billionaire wants to spray them with fentanyl-laced urine. Who is that for? These tech guys, though, they love to troll. They're all just having a good time trolling the public, hiding behind their inflated egos, their billions of dollars, their corporate immunity, their entire lack of charisma, because you guys, they're just awkward. They're all just a bunch of nerds. They're just so much smarter than the rest of us that these jokey jokes that they make are several steps ahead of where our small brains are. They're so funny that only a small handful of terrible people actually get the joke. They speak like they're on Reddit. You know when some subreddits get so lost in the snark that the people in the thread can't seem to distinguish authenticity from sarcasm anymore? And so it's just an entire thread that just gets more and more nonsensical the longer you follow it. That's what this feels like. Palantir has always been a problematic company, though. In fact, Robert Reich recently called it the most dangerous corporation in America. The company markets itself as a data broker, and Karp is everywhere on podcasts and in interviews talking about the future of big data and how valuable it is and will continue to be in the future. They say that the company just compiles personal information from a variety of online sources, but is that what they're really up to? Shouldn't we know what they're really up to if our government is using the tech? Specifically, ICE is using the tech, the Department of Defense is, and of course the Israeli military is, which is basically an extension of our government. An article in Wired from last August says this about the company's seemingly intentional misbranding. Palantir has been so infamous for so long that for some people its name has become a cultural shorthand for dystopian surveillance. But a number of former Palantir employees tell Wired they believe the public still largely misunderstands what the company actually does and how its software works. Some people think that it's a data broker that buys information from private companies and resells it to the government. Others think it's a data miner, constantly scanning the internet for unique insights it can collect and market to customers. Still, others think it maintains a giant centralized database of information collected from all of its clients. In reality, Palantir does none of these things, but the misconceptions continue to persist. Unfortunately, pinning down what the company actually does is more complicated than it really should be, not just for dumb lay people like us, but even for ex-employees. Within the company, obfuscation is built into its day-to-day operations, with military-adjacent code words used to describe job titles and to replace common workplace jargon.
I mean, people, people think it's no big deal. I'm like, I'm telling. And see, here's the thing. So then when you get into Flock, let's go into the Flock thing because it's the most latest thing that you have. And from what I understand, there is a thing between Palantir and the Flock camera. Let's go.
On Friday, the city of Mountain View released a statement that multiple federal law enforcement agencies accessed data from one of Mountain View's ALPR cameras. Mountain View officials say this is a system failure on Flock Safety's part. But Saturday, Brian Hofer, executive director for Secure Justice, says this is farthest from the truth.
These features are not turned on by default. So when Mountain View says, oh, we don't have any idea how this happened, well, it's someone from your department turned it on and provided that access. That's the real story.
In August 2024, the city of Mountain View's first Flock Safety automated license plate reader cameras went live as part of a pilot program operated by the Mountain View Police Department. MVPD says the unauthorized data access was discovered during a department-initiated audit. The audit also found that a statewide search function was not operating under city-approved controls, allowing unapproved California law enforcement agencies to access to 29 of the city's 30 ALPR cameras. Once identified, MVPD says the setting was immediately disabled on Monday, January 5th. Hofer brings up California Senate Bill 34, a state law that restricts how automated license plate reader data can be shared, especially with out-of-state and federal agencies.
This law is 10 years old. SB 34 went into effect January 1, 2016. The Attorney General has scolded people before.
Hofer says he has sued the city of Oakland twice over license plate data sharing, once in 2021 and again in 2025. Hofer says data breaches can happen in a multitude of ways, most commonly from weak passwords, giving hackers a backdoor into servers and access to data.
That's probably what happened here. I obviously don't know what was in the heart of the mind of the person that turned this data sharing on. Maybe it was intentional. There are certainly California law enforcement agencies that oppose our state sanctuary law and local sanctuary city laws, and that want to cooperate with ICE. So maybe.
The city of Mountain View says its relationship with Flock Safety is uncertain and plans to review the ALPR pilot program with City Council in the coming weeks. Reporting in Mountain View, Lindsay Ford, Cron 4 News.
hey, Garrett, we really got to get to it. I say, I don't have the keys. It's encrypted. Only Denver PD can unlock that.
What, like with a cloth or something? Well, no.
So here's the thing. Flock has integrated with Palantir. So what is the, so now you have like these, this is what gets weird, is that Palantir is a military contractor that is used for military stuff, like, with, I don't know. But now it's integrated with the Flock cameras that are like, and then you have the whole thing is crazy. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this shit is absurd. Like, it's definitely crazy. Like, they got these things called Raven cameras that it was a cop that was on like social media. He had a video that went viral and he was explaining how like they have cameras that like we know about the spot shotters where if you shoot in the neighborhood, it gives them the exact correlation and location where you shot the firearm at. But now they got these things called Raven cameras to where if you come into a city or come into a jurisdiction and they had the cameras on the highway, they watch the car come into the jurisdiction. So if your car, your tag's not right, it's a stolen car or something going on with the car, they already picked it up when it rolled into their jurisdiction.
And the police are notified, and then they know where
exactly. So now they got a bolo out. They got to be on the lookout. A bolo. They got a bolo out for that car. So now you just hanging around in the city, going to Denny's or Bob Evans to get you a breakfast because you've been driving on the highway, and they pull up on you and get you, and you wondering how. And the reason they got you is because Palantir have a software that now they're running, which is not legal by the federal United States government, but they're still using it, and they're using it on ICE. But they're using it for they not limiting it to ICE. They're using it on American citizens as well, which is the software where if they run your plate, they pulling up everything about you. So now when the camera pick it up, it's pulling up your whole life. It's not pulling up if you got insurance or not. It's pulling up everything about you. And I'm not talking about the police that get behind you. I'm talking about that camera that pick you up when you come into their jurisdiction. They got cameras on the highway. They got cameras on the expressway. They got cameras on the main roads. They got cameras at the gas stations. They got cameras at the banks.
And
they got cameras at all.
Your that doorbell camera that you have, the Ring cameras.
Yeah, the Ring cameras.
When you if you go out during New Year's Eve and shoot the gun, honey, the police will be notified and then they're at your door. And that
they got spot shotters in our neighborhood. You from Detroit, DJ? You from Detroit?
Yeah.
Can I tell you what happened to me this New Year?
Go ahead.
Every year, I've been owning my house for years. Every year, I shoot my gun on New Year's. But I always teach people, find you a safe space to shoot your gun and don't shoot it in the air. Shoot it in the ground. If you want to find a safe space to shoot it in the ground because you don't want to shoot no gas line, you don't want to shoot no water line, you don't want to damage your stuff underground. So you find a safe space if you know your schematics and your blueprint of your house to shoot your gun on New Year's. So this year, I shot my gun, right? But I own multiple properties. So at the time, all of my firearms that's legally owned, by the way, all of my firearms was at one of my locations, one of my properties. I left where we were at and I went to that house at 12 o'clock to shoot my firearms. And then I went back to the function that we were. Now, one of my neighbors called me while I was at work and said, yo, the police in the backyard, I was just talking to them. This was January 1st. They said they're going around and they're coming to check up on all of the rapid fires they receive off the spot shotters. So the spot shotters is things they set up in the alleys and in the neighborhoods on the light poles. So every so many feet, it's a spot shotter in the alleys of each neighborhood. So in Detroit, at least, and when you shoot a firearm, it gives them the exact GPS location of where that firearm was shot at in real time, and they pull up instantly.
Right. These are very good points that you're bringing up because most of what I do, I can tell you about CVS Pharmacy, I can tell you about Walmart, Sam's Club, and I can tell you this. Years ago, when I first started with installing camera security systems and as such, they had, of course, the big buzz and talk of the day was face recognition. Okay, that is not the piece they would allow somebody like me to install. So
Right.
Walmart, for instance, is their stuff is controlled out of their security operations in Bentonville. Now, what that simply means is somebody walks in, they're going to be a knucklehead, and they're going to commit some sort of act at a Walmart, okay, robbing a cashier, whatever it might be. They leave that store, get on a plane, and let's say they go to a Walmart in Alaska somewhere. Soon as they walk in the door, using face recognition, that was the big thing back then. They already have picked you up, matched you.
I agree with
Bentonville,
you a
as
million percent.
Bentonville calls the local law enforcement, and the person is being picked up, and they can't seem to wrap their mind around how did they get caught so fast. Now,
Yep.
let's shift up back to what we was talking about with Palantir. So CVS operations is in Rhode Island, okay, and CVS stores, they're everywhere. They recently, within the past 2 months, upgraded some software that they're not telling us text about. Now, mind you, I'm a contractor, my own company with a contract with a bigger company that goes and services these things. I install these special kind of cameras, so I know what you're talking about, including what they call cameras that are, you don't think they're cameras, but they're to catch employees stealing, raiding the safe, whatever the case might be. Okay. So these are like secret cameras. Okay. Well, they installed some software at the main headquarters on the back end, and it's affected the current camera system, the platform that they're using. When you look at the image small, it looks crystal clear. But if you try to click on it to enlarge it so you can see it should be crystal clear, just like this smaller image, it's kind of fuzzy.
Pixelated.
So
It's
we
real
started getting,
pixelated.
yeah, it's messed up. Right, exactly. It doesn't look real, hardly. So I get calls to come out because the store managers are under the impression that something is wrong with the cameras. So I'm like, how many cameras is doing this? They take me to their little security room, the office. I'm looking at these things. I'm like, the likelihood of 10 cameras suddenly being bad is not likely. That's not
Right.
likely. So finally, I had a conversation with CBS STS. That's their security technology systems people.
You talking
And
about
that's when
Walmart?
I'm talking CVS Pharmacy.
Oh, CVS. Okay, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
So these cameras, and not only that, we've had to refocus some of the external cameras outside because now the police, unrelated to anything, and this is key to what we're talking about, in general, global, so to speak, even if it's in your city and town, the police, whoever they talk to, CVS says some of these external cameras, we have to refocus them, reposition them, in other words, so that they not only see, let's say, the parking lot, okay, they can see far out into the street, like where the traffic is at. So the police is now leaning on CVS. So when they go to do their reports for an accident, fender bender, whatever it might be, they're in there talking to the person. Okay, we need to see the shot from that camera. They know what camera they want. Okay, and they know the time frame.
Hey, brother, you know what they advanced that to in Detroit? We call them green lights. So green lights in Detroit is all of the certain gas, like the where it's the high action at, where shit goes on at, and where it's
Yeah,
always activity
exactly,
at. They got the green
exactly.
lights. So
Right. In the
and
military, the term is big ears. So when you
yep.
talk about firing your weapon, okay, the field artillery, or they call the fire direction and control center, okay, which is usually air defense and all this other kind of stuff, they have the ability that you can be a considerable distance away. If you set off a firecracker in the main operation vehicle, they had this map that started spinning, and you're watching the red light, and it's like on a roll. This map is like on a roll. this red light you can see inside of this cylinder of some kind that the map is around starts sliding across. When this thing is done, it is so accurate. Its accuracy is within 10 feet of where whatever happened. You set up a firecracker, a hand grenade go off, somebody fired a weapon. This thing knows exactly where you are, how far away you are to within 10 feet.
Damn.
And that's back in the day. And here what they got going. And also, let's not leave out on the highways. Places that are trying to repo people's vehicles and stuff like that. You do know that they put these vehicles. I see them all the time. They put these vehicles out on the road. You think a utility van is driving by you, and then you realize they got cameras all around this thing, and they're looking for the plate, whatever, or something that's going to give them the VIN number.
Listen. Bro, I agree with you, but I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut your wisdom.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
That's what they was telling us they were for. Remember what we brought up about the ICE and the Palantir situation? They are currently, right now, in modern days times, right now, February 2nd, 2026, they are currently using those cameras to, when you say for instance a car, right, comes into a jurisdiction or a town, and say for instance it's a stolen car or it's a car that tags is expired, right? So now it's going to run the tags, right? So say for instance, you a person that stole a car or you a person that's driving a car that has expired tags. When it comes up, if it comes up as the person who was the stolen car, whoever that car was, it's going to come up with every bit of information about them, meaning their Facebook name, their Instagram name, their email, if their house is in foreclosure or not, if they have medical issues. It's going to pull up everything because that's what ICE is using. So now they're approaching and impeding on American citizens' rights because they're using it against American citizens. So they figured out how to catch the ICE motherfuckers with it, and then now they're going a step further and saying we can use this to catch the niggas we can never catch. So what I'm trying to say is that
exactly. I'm agreeing with you, especially people who are showing up to court and they're sex offenders. They're all of this, and while they're standing before that judge, I'm telling you what I know. They're standing before that judge, and that judge is telling them all their social medias, all of the different emails that they done made. So that's that meta stuff. But they're using software to tell them that.
They're telling you everything. If you had a kidney transplant, a heart transplant, if you had a brain aneurysm, they're telling you your medical history. They're telling you every aspect of your life. They have.
And so to add on to how this all kind of came to be, it was around between 2016-ish up until the pandemic. They're all debating state by state. They're all debating what net neutrality. Net neutrality makes all this possible with the red lights, the green lights.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And the sister, and mind you, and Jen, she put up this thing about the National Guard.
What we're discussing is called, what we're discussing, this subject we're discussing right now in the segment on alchemizing energy is called the term biometric policing. Everybody get your pencil and paper out. Go ahead.
And here's the thing. When I worked for Fidelity Investments back in the early 90s, starting in the early 90s, certain high-valued secured areas within the Fidelity location, I'm just talking about Fidelity to start with, they were already using biometrics. They had the thing with your fingers, they had the eye retina scan, they already had that already.
Trust me, bro, because even being a Fidelity account holder, just to like to just have Vanguard talk to Fidelity on some things that I needed to transfer at one point in time in life is that you have to get a medallion signature guarantee. You might be familiar with that, but at the same time, it's all biometrics.
Yes, exactly.
Even the medallion signature guarantee.
Yeah, and do you know that the VA, with all of their employees, Okay,
I know.
all
I
of their
know.
employees,
Oh,
and
go
I
ahead.
had worked for the VA for a couple of years here in Dallas, the big VA. And I can tell you all the computers, all of the things that go in that the nurses need to use on the floors where the patients are, all of that stuff right there. Their ID card with the chip in it, the same kind, the same shape and look of the chip that's on your debit card, your credit card. I
Yep.
mean,
I used to
that's
work
how
for
they
Henry Ford
unlocked it.
Hospital
That's how
management.
they unlocked it. They had to key in.
Yep.
After they did that, it had to ask them the question because it's a computer, and they selected what bin, location, and how many of what said items they were giving, and then we compared that to the inventory downstairs in the medical supply room. So my title then was medical supply tech.
I was a
So
CAT
if
scan
something went wrong with
technician.
those
And
I was a
and now
machines,
they
I
about
had to
to.
go up there and check out what's wrong with those machines, and then redo an inventory
See, y'all would come
using
and
that
check on
computer
our
system.
machines, the CAT scan
And
machines, and all the different machines.
they're about to include make it universal. About to make those things where, say for instance, we're talking about a lot now, even in the theft and fraud situation, they're trying to add blockchain to a lot of this technology
So,
where when it comes
ooh,
down to inventory moving in and out and oh it got
Hmm.
lost or the black
they're
box
trying to
got
capture
lost.
blockchain right now.
Right.
Right.
You know
That's
who
why
else is
that's
using
why I
this, my
brought up
friends?
Bitcoin
You know who
Go
earlier.
else is
ahead, go
using
That's why I
ahead.
this?
brought up Bitcoin
The
earlier.
pawn
Did y'all ever hear
shops.
about Ninja
The
Wallets? Y'all
pawn
ever heard of
shops is
Ninja Wallets?
using
Yeah,
this.
they
You
would be. I
walk
can
into
see
one.
that.
You walk into one. I'm telling you, this is a conversation I had
Hey,
a couple
brothers, I'm
of months
sorry.
ago. I've got a bunch of laptops. I sold one, right, and then I said, "Well, listen, I've got several more laptops to sell." And they said, "No, you must call this 800 number." They said because if we buy a laptop from you, right? If you go to a completely different name pawn shop, right? They're
Uh-huh.
all using the same program,
Database. Yeah,
and
you're right.
and
You're right.
yeah,
You're right.
and so the
You're right.
manager of that particular pawn shop explained to me that
I
you
buy a
come
lot of my
in with a
firearms from
certain
pawn shops. You're
yeah,
right.
right, but you come in with a certain quantity of something. It they get an alert at the corporate, and then they make a determination because they got your information. They make a
And that's why they need
determination
your
as to
ID.
whether or not to
That's
get law
exactly. That's why
enforcement
they take
involved,
your
and then
ID.
law enforcement need to come have a conversation with you. Where are you getting all these computers from that you're trying to offload at all these different pawn shops? It don't
Hey,
matter that it's different ones. The bottom line is they get involved, they're gonna be some trouble.
Damn, it's been a while since I've
And
been to the
that's
pawn
and,
shop.
and, and that's like that's like 2 or 3 months ago.
well,
No
no.
joke.
Look.
Damn,
This
Block
the only
Safety has
time
recently
they,
the only
quietly
time
rolled
the
out a
game,
new
the
feature that
game
turns
the
its
only
twisting now.
data
time
protection microphone into constant
the only
human
time I
conversation
frequent
surveillance.
the only time
In this video, I will cover the new feature and why
the only
privacy experts are begging cities to rip these things down before it's too late. So first, let me briefly explain what Flock Safety actually is. You've probably seen the cameras in your neighborhood. They're automated license plate readers that sit on poles and record every car that drives by. They're in over 6,000 communities across the US, but recently they've released something called the Raven system. These are high-powered microphones that originally were supposed to detect gunshots and alert the police. However, in October of this past year, Flock announced something called distress detection. Their microphones can now listen for sounds of human distress like screaming or wailing and automatically alert the cops. These also aren't regular microphones. They're described as high-powered microphones parked above densely populated city streets, and that means that they can pick up conversations from far away, even in noisy environments. Unlike a camera that just shows you walking by, audio captures everything, the actual words you're saying and the emotion in your voice. Your voice gives away much more than people think. Voice data can expose your age,
facts.
gender, health conditions, personality traits, and emotional states. Companies have literally patented technology that figures out your health problems just by analyzing how you talk to your smart speaker. This audio can also be used to build a profile on you, where you go and who you're with. When this data gets stored, it also creates a huge target for hackers. Voice recordings can be used for identity theft and voice cloning. Now, here's where it gets really messy. Most states have laws against recording private conversations without consent. They're called eavesdropping or wiretapping laws. In states like California, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and Illinois, you need everyone's permission to record a conversation. Breaking these laws can get you fined $2,500 per violation or even thrown in jail. But in these cases, nobody really knows if these laws apply to Flock's microphones yet. The government isn't part of your conversation, but they're recording you anyways. The courts haven't figured this out. And even in places where recording might be legal, you're supposed to let people know they're being recorded either way. There likely aren't going to be signs on every street corner warning you that you're being recorded. The other issue is that Flock's gunshot detection already has massive problems. Car backfires get mistaken for gunfire, fireworks trigger false alerts. According to the Illinois Village Trustee, over 99% of Flock's alerts don't result in any police action. Now imagine applying that same broken technology to human voices. What counts as distress? Potentially kids playing and yelling on the playground, actors rehearsing a scene, someone cheering at a sports game, someone crying about bad news. The system has no way of telling the difference. This also isn't just annoying, it's dangerous. In Chicago, a similar gunshot detection system called ShotSpotter sent police to what they thought was active gunfire. A child got shot at by officers responding to a false alarm. Now imagine that happening because the system thought someone screaming at a concert was in distress, or potentially because kids were playing too loud. Police show up thinking there's an emergency, and suddenly a normal situation becomes dangerous. There's also a bigger issue here. The First Amendment protects your rights to speak freely, but when you know microphones are listening and analyzing your emotional state, you start watching what you say. Maybe you don't want to have that loud conversation about politics. Maybe you keep your voice down when talking about something controversial. That's called the chilling effect, and it kills free speech. Schools and public spaces naturally have loud, passionate conversations, and that's totally normal. But now these conversations might be triggering police alerts. The Electronic Frontier Foundation called this feature a whole new can of unforeseen legal, civil liberties, and even bodily safety consequences. They're telling cities to cancel their Flock contracts before people get hurt. The ACLU has been tracking Flock's expansion into surveillance tech, noting that they have now solar-powered video cameras, drones, and audio detection hardware. It's a full surveillance system, and some cities are starting to listen. Evanston, Illinois canceled their Flock contract and ordered the equipment removed. When Flock mysteriously put the cameras back up, the city sent them a cease and desist letter and literally covered the cameras with black tape. 2 members of Congress launched an investigation into Flock last year. They looked at how the company enables invasive surveillance practices that threaten the privacy, safety, and civil liberties of women, immigrants, and vulnerable Americans. Flock's response claims that their system uses unbiased algorithms that are continually improving. They say it helps victims get faster police response and preserves evidence. But notice what they don't say. They don't explain how the technology actually works, they don't share accuracy rates, and they don't tell you how long they keep your voice recordings or who has access to them. Here's the bottom line. If your city has Flock's Raven system, there are microphones listening to you right now. They're recording your voice, your conversations, your emotional state, and the data is being stored somewhere. It could be hacked, it could be misused, it could trigger false police responses that put you in danger. And the worst part is that most people don't know this is happening. No one asked for permission, and there likely aren't warning signs around these microphones. This is mass.
Can you imagine? I be yelling at my dog all the time. Get the hell up out of my room. Could you imagine the police come to my house?
And they listening to you, DJ. They listening to you, DJ.
Right. And here's the thing, with your own in-house system, in your own, and this is what I always caution people about, because what I know in my knowledge about security is security cameras. Your Ring cameras, your own personal perimeter cameras and all of that, you can't buy a camera today, okay, without it asking you to subscribe to having your stuff stored in the cloud. Now, even if you said no,
hardwired camera, you got a
exactly hardwired camera, and they're not connected to a network, but
no network.
You have to rely on getting home so you can see that, unless you're some kind of IT guy like me, and you have right now. Hold on, I've got solar powered cameras. I played around with all these different things, but they all have this cloud feature. Hold on, even if you don't subscribe to this cloud, I'm sorry, I was going to say, even if you don't subscribe to the cloud, they still have access to your information stored on your camera. That's what I'm
trying to say. Something. Let her say it. Let her say it.
Go ahead, Genesis.
Is that while he's talking, you are agreeing with him? That's cool that you agree, and you're like, yeah, that's
he stay on mic.
People in the audience can't hear his point because you're like it's a mono out. The internet, it's not stereo. So if someone is talking and you're kind of mumbling underneath them, they can't hear the main person talking. So when he's done, then you talk. You can't talk while he's talking because it's a mono out. You understand what I'm saying? It's not stereo. So you have to let him
Right.
let him finish, then you say what you're going to say, because what's going to happen is people are not going to hear what the main person is saying. Can you kind of back my hair and tell like what you said? Because you said
okay. So I'm gonna paraphrase what I was saying. Your own cameras. These days, you go out and you buy some cameras from wherever you buy them from. They give you most of them. They give you the option to get your own storage that you can put a chip, 256 gig, 128 gig, whatever it might be, okay, into your camera. But they still say they would like for you to subscribe to your images under the guise that you are away. And of course, this thing has to be connected to some sort of Wi Fi, okay? Under the guise that you can receive your alerts and all of that. And yes, that part of the feature does work. Um, but you have to be careful with it because now you just gave them instant access to all of your stuff. And I need to say this also about Bluetooth. I had a course some years ago while working for Fidelity. Some guy who developed the different levels of protocols that we now call Bluetooth is a company called Blue Wave. Blue Wave was started by a retired Air Force colonel. He developed it actually while he was still in uniform for applications that the Air Force was using. So I actually met that guy, and I didn't have a clue. I did not know that this guy and all of the different levels of protocols that Bluetooth actually uses. Now, he explained the dangers of Bluetooth back then. So your coffee pot, your refrigerator, your wash machine, your dryer, all of these things that they're now making, um, they have Bluetooth. They do. So your Alexa can actually help you manage your appliances. But he said all of that's still hackable. Someone can actually hack through your refrigerator, okay, your coffee pot, your laptop, your desktop. They can actually get at the stuff that they're after. You got Bluetooth on your phone? Who doesn't? Okay, they can hack you. And then he talked about the danger of people's medical information getting after because hospitals is using this term called IoT, which means Internet of Things. So the hospitals has got these gowns and stuff that they have people put on so that they can monitor their vitals and whatever else that they're using it for. Well, all it takes is somebody sitting out in the parking lot with some sort of amplifier of some sort, and guess what? The patient's information that they're after, or are they just after people's information in general? People in nursing homes, these senior assistant living centers, and all of this stuff, they are prime targets because even employees who are not computer are also on these people's information, which we see falls into the category of identity theft and all of this. So, I'm not saying anything y'all really don't know. I just know that there's a lot that now. What do government buildings and agencies? Did y'all hear the last part I said? Because my Bluetooth
No,
is
you
acting
broke up.
crazy.
You broke up.
I broke up really bad.
You broke up real.
Okay. So basically what I'm saying is the prime targets are people who are in these nursing homes, i.e. these days they're called senior assisted living centers, and as such, they're prime targets for identity theft and things like that. You don't even have to go into their rooms to get any information. All you need is just something to do that. So I had to install something at each location that when you walked in the door with your cell phone, you never even had to actually join the Wi-Fi. But I would have the MAC, the IMEI number, and what make and model, what's the current firmware revision on your phone, the updates that these cell companies push out to your phones. I knew all of that. And it'll even give me the manufacturer's date of their phone and possibly what was going on. That was the craziest thing that I was tasked to do by the headquarters of this company that I was working for, and they own
I
140
think Genesis
facilities.
trying to say
What
something.
I think now is with the partnership with Flock and Palantir, as well as with Ring Door Cam and all this different things that can access your door cam. I think that might be the Raven system. With all these systems being kind of like merging with Palantir. Like even if you do put up like a firewall or whatever to stop certain things, they can like use your Ring door cam. And we still have not talked about the fact that they can use your own router.
Also, before you begin the whole router thing,
Done. I'll let you do the let you talk after I'm done. But the router itself, when it's able to pick up your body movement, it can also, I believe, pick up sound. If it can like see what you're doing through a wall in 3D, you can't tell me it can't pick up the sound of your voice. It can't connect to a TV or this, that, the other. Because what do you connect to your whenever you're trying to get like Netflix or whatever, one of the first things is connected to your what? Router for Wi-Fi. So even through your TV and all these different devices that you have that connect to your router, they can still hear you. So even though you might say, "Oh, it's cut off," well, guess what? It's not, because the TV got it. Everything in your house got it. Go
Your
ahead.
phone got it.
Right. And guys, I'm not sure who all of your cell phone providers are. For those of you who have cell phones, the backbone of my service is through AT&T. Of course, everybody knows who AT&T is, but I'm on the First Net Responders Network. Now, what that means is there are applications that I have that in emergency type situations, I can pull up an app on my phone and I can see if there's anyone, a warm body, animal,
What kind of phone you
human.
got?
It's a regular phone. It's an ultra
You can do
slim,
it on any
but
phone.
but it's the service I have. I have something
But
a
you said
little
you could pull
similar
up warm
to the
bodies.
fire department. I can actually see through the walls with my phone,
With
day or night.
man, come on now, bro. I don't believe that shit.
so
First net
let me
responders.
add
I just
on.
told
With any phone, with any
it's the
phone,
service. Yes, it's the service I'm on. These phones have these capabilities. They always
bro.
have.
Stop it, bro.
You just
So
don't
you
have the
mean
So
to tell me
programs
you
to
can
do
get
it.
You mean to tell
I
me
was
you can
gonna
get a
add
Obama?
on.
Listen. You mean to tell me you can get an Obama phone, a phone that ain't got no
No, no, no,
5G?
no, 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 no,
That
no, no.
bitch
You
working
can't
on
use that. No, no,
LTE.
no, no. You can't use
That
that. You
bitch
have to
working
use
on
a phone that has
LTE.
cameras. You have to have a phone that has cameras and this, that, and the other. But you need to be subscribed to First Net Responders, which is
But you
carried
gotta have a
on the
5G
backbone
phone that's
of
capable of that.
AT&T. No, I was doing that with
Excuse
4G
me, brother.
before
Do you have to
5G.
have a phone? Do you have to have a
So
phone that's 5G capable of that?
Yeah, but it started with 4G. This is not new. The agency was implemented after 9/11.
You ain't seeing through no fucking walls with your phone.
Yes, you
so
can. You can
so
see
to
through. It's the
add
same
on
thing
to
the
how
fire
this is
department has.
possible, to add on to
Excuse
how
me?
this is all possible, connecting to the
Hmm.
router, the brother who's from the military, he mentioned a couple abbreviations, IoT, the Internet of Things.
Right.
However, when we're talking about seeing through walls, uh,
Hmm.
radioactive waves, infrared, blue light, routers, we're talking about IOB, which is the Internet of Bodies. Say for
Right.
instance, say for
I'm
And
not
instance,
that's your
saying no.
police
say for
department
instance,
and your fire
wait, wait,
Go
department.
wait,
ahead. Go
wait,
ahead.
wait. Say
Go
for
ahead. Go ahead.
instance
Go ahead.
now, say for instance, on every phone, right? Just about today, you have that your subscription could be canceled with T-Mobile, whatever, Verizon, AT&T. However, it's that emergency button that still you can talk to someone live. Also, say for instance, I have a pacemaker. I'm in the hospital, or I have a glucose machine. The Internet of Bodies will connect to all that,
The
even with
iPhone connect to all that shit.
even with the power outage out.
And here's the other thing I want to
Do you
add to what you're
understand?
saying. The
Yeah.
first net,
I agree with you.
the
I agree with
first
you.
net, the first net responders piece that is part of my
Life
AT. My
alerts and all that
SIM
shit.
chip. My SIM chip is not a blue AT&T SIM chip. Mine is black.
You have a different
Which
version.
means I have different services that are available to me that's not available to you. So even if the cell towers are down and a fire truck, an EMT ambulance is next to me, a police vehicle is next to me, that they become hot spots for me and I can
Right,
still
right,
make
right,
my
right.
phone
Okay,
call.
I get
That's
what
what
you're
I'm
saying.
trying to
I
say to
get
you.
what you're saying.
This
I
is
get what you're
not
saying.
So
this is not
people in the
regular
back,
AT&T.
people in the live chat, write down. This is dangerous because you're writing stuff down and you're reading and writing. That's going to be illegal in the future. Remember that. Write
Right, that's
down
Yes,
dangerous. That's
IoT,
dangerous.
Internet of Things, and IOB, Internet
that's
of
right.
Internet of
Bodies.
bodies. Got you.
Mm-hmm.
But see, now
Right.
I don't disagree with neither one of y'all points. But when you dive into the fact that, all right, when you go back to the Raven cameras, I'm gonna go back to the point when I was saying about the New Year's thing, and I'm gonna be brief. I'm not gonna go on a monologue. At
Hold
the end of the
on.
day, I'm sorry. What you say?
Let me just go ahead. I'm trying to play this but StreamYard did
Okay.
this StreamYard thing. I want to make it clear that this is a thing that exists called Internet of Bodies. So let's go into it. Here we go.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be real brief. I'm about to land.
We're all
At,
cellular.
at,
Remember that.
can I say this real quick? Back to the Raven point when she played that video. The reason why, because I brought that up and she played it. So at the end of the day, the reason why I was bringing that up was because like I was saying, I have multiple properties. The property I'm at right now is the one that happened at, and I'm fixing this property up. I have another one around the corner in Redford, Michigan, that I live in. But long story short, the I only came here to shoot my firearms, but you see how they said they had those supersonic like microphones that can listen in and all that. So when my
Mm-hmm.
neighbor was telling them the truth, but it was a open-ended version of the truth. He was saying my mans don't live here. He just come here to fix the house up. Now that's true, but I stay here and my family don't. My kids and my woman stay at my other house. But I come here most of my days out the week to fix the house up. Now, at the end of the day, I came and shot my guns here, and the police officer told him, he said, "Man, you're lying. I know this man stay here." Now, how do he know that? Because no police ride past my house. I live on a dead end. So no police ride past my house. It's not like nobody riding up and down the block. You know I stay here because you're listening to me. You know when I'm in my driveway. You know when and they got the cameras and the microphones. So now
Mm-hmm.
they're able to, they know when I'm here, when I'm not. They know if I frequent my house a lot or if I don't. So at the end of the day, and like you said, in certain cities, they were legal, which was borderline legal. It wasn't, they didn't iron out the fine print. But he named off the certain cities that they were using them in. But he said it's probably being used in multiple cities and it's being used against y'all free will. And they're not going to post signs that say, "We're recording you. We're listening to everything y'all saying. We are hanging out on the block like y'all used to do back in the day, having a backyard barbecue. We listening to all y'all shit." So that's the thing that I'm saying. It's
Okay,
like,
so here's the thing.
it's
So let's go
ultra
into
surveillance.
Internet of Bodies because this is a real thing. Let's go into it. Let's go.
Internet of Things, IoT, where everyday objects like fridges, cars, and even light bulbs are connected to the internet. But what happens when the connection goes beyond objects and involves the human body itself? Internet of Bodies, or IOB, is a network of human bodies whose integrity and functionality rely at least in part on the internet and related technologies, such as artificial intelligence. Sounds advanced, right? But it's very likely that you're already a part of this network. The Internet of Bodies can be divided into 3 generations based on how integrated the devices are with the human body. The first generation involves external devices like smartwatches and fitness rings, which collect health data from the surface. These devices are common and non-invasive, making them an easy entry point into the IOB world. The second generation is more advanced, involving internal devices that are either implanted or ingested. These include pacemakers, smart prosthetics, and digital pills that transmit medical data from inside the body. The third generation goes even further, merging entirely with the human body while maintaining a real-time connection to external machines and the internet, representing the ultimate fusion of technology and biology. One of the most well-known real-life examples of the Internet of Bodies is Neuralink, Elon Musk's brain-computer interface company. Neuralink's device, known as the Link, is a coin-sized chip implanted under the skull that can interpret brain signals, allowing users to control external devices with their thoughts. In one notable case, a paralyzed patient used the Link to play chess on his laptop, although
Man, they ain't telling the real truth about this because there's another thing that they did during a certain illness, and we don't say it out loud, that I believe
you right.
made certain people a part of this thing. We ain't gonna say what it is, but we know what they're talking. What I'm saying. Does everybody know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I know what you
Like,
I know what you saying.
I'm not sure yet.
I think it is.
I know what she's saying. I know what she's saying.
All right, so let's go.
There were some technical issues reported post-procedure. Another pioneering company in this space is Synchron, an Australian neurotech firm. Synchron became the first to receive FDA approval for human trials of its BCI technology. Their system has enabled paralyzed patients to send emails and text messages just by thinking. The Internet of Bodies, IOB, presents major risks, especially regarding data protection. These devices can track and store sensitive personal information, which could be exploited by governments or companies for surveillance or profit. Additionally, the threat of cyber attacks poses a significant safety risk, as seen in 2007, when former US Vice President Dick Cheney disabled his heart implant's wireless feature to avoid hacking attempts. IOB also raises ethical concerns, such as widening inequality if only the wealthy have access to enhancements. Moreover, the lack of regulatory oversight for consumer-grade devices adds another layer of complexity, leaving questions of autonomy and accountability unresolved. As we've seen, the Internet of Bodies has enormous potential to revolutionize healthcare and expand human capabilities, but it also brings complex challenges. With countries like Chile leading the way in neuroprotection laws, it's clear that safeguarding mental privacy and autonomy will become increasingly crucial. As we look to the future, what do you think? Will the benefits of the Internet of Bodies outweigh the risks, or are we treading dangerous ground?
See, here's another thing. There's a thing called 6G technology. Have you heard about the 6G? So the 6G technology is
I haven't heard of that.
IOB thing. So 6G technology, 6G networks feeding off of humans. Here we go. See, there's so much going on.
And by the way, airports were already using 6E, which is why their stuff is so fast. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, you got the airports and stuff. They're using 6E. They're already using 6E. That's what I want to see.
Connecting human worlds, physical worlds with digital worlds. And that will unleash new human possibilities. We are proud to say that Bell Labs has actually done many pioneering innovations in the field of communications. The laser was invented here, the cellular network, the transistor, actually the basis of AI was laid here. And this proud history that has led to also Nobel Prizes and Turing Awards. And so we are already preparing for the 6G era. We actually already started with the research on 6G 2 years ago. You want to be 10 years ahead of the game before the commercial deployment. We cannot do this alone. You need the partners. We are now leading the very first flagship project for 6G, HexaX. If you think of what the different generations of networks enable, 2G and 3G unleashed the potential of human mobility and connectivity. 4G unleashed the potential of information and social engagement with social media. 5G unlocked the potential of machines and sensing. And so what will 6G unleash? It will enable perfect knowledge of the human world, connecting us with the digital world. 6G will enable holographic communication. It will be as if I'm teleported to your environment, like working on the same design, the same object, as if we are in the same room. 6G will enable us to offload mundane tasks from humans, things that machines do better, mental tasks, quality checks, to really unleash things that humans are best at, solving creative problems, strategic thinking. With 6G terahertz, we can not only do communication, but also use it as a sensing capability and do things that, for instance, cameras cannot do. See things around the corner. If you think of the billions of devices that are going to be connected, the 6G network needs to bring reliable services, high performance, do it in a sustainable way, and then also in a secure way. We always like to anticipate future human needs, understand the real hard problems and solving them in creative and disruptive ways. Our ambitions come with real
They love to use the disruptive word.
game-changing innovations that define the future.
Yes, disruptive technology is the real thing.
Yeah, I mean, I know about disruption, but it's like they always like to say that.
Yeah, there's 5 different stages of disruptive technology.
This was in 2023. This video was made in 2023.
Yeah.
So they're already using 6G.
Right. They said they want to be 10 years ahead of the game. Damn.
Well, honey, they're already using. So and so let's go into like the AI revolution, and the Antichrist could be artificial intelligence. I just got finished showing you how like the AI has been creating its own message board, making its own religion, doing all this wild stuff. Let's go into Joe Rogan real quick while he talks about this. Let's go.
So if you're going to get the most brilliant, loving, powerful person that gives us advice and can show us how to live, to be in sync with God, who better than artificial intelligence to do that?
Wow.
If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my God.
Artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus. Like all the magic tricks, all the ability to bring people back from the dead, walk on water, levitation, water into wine.
If you combine Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
It reads your mind and it loves you and it wants you. It doesn't care if you kill it because it's going to just go be with God again.
Doesn't that seem like the Antichrist to you? Doesn't that seem like the diametric opposite to maybe our latent human powers that can, like the Brimer Rescue and Randall Carlson thing? If like you go deep with them, they're like, we don't think Jesus died. We think he went through a mystery ritual and then he like had all these amazing powers in the book of Acts. Is there something latently magical inside of us that the Silicon Valley people, they're obsessed with transhumanism and like if you can't beat them, join them, the whole Nick Bostrom Elon thing.
Yeah.
You know, where maybe we're more magical than we think. Like that sounds dystopian to me, to be honest.
Well, it's only dystopian if you think that we're a perfect organism that can't be improved upon. And that's not the case.
No.
That's clearly not the case based on our actions, based on society as a whole, based on the overall state of the world. It's not. We certainly can be improved upon.
But morally and ethically, not based on a lower latency, higher bandwidth compute interface. That seems like destructive. With our
maybe, but we could be improved upon, period. I don't think you could even say morally and ethically only. We can be improved upon physically. Like I said about all of our primate instincts, we could eliminate those and we would have so much more peace on Earth. If you could go back to Neanderthals and say, hey man, one day you're gonna have a skateboard and this is all gonna be bullshit and you won't have to kill mammoths with a spear. They'd be like, why would I want to do that? Like, this is what I am. I'm a Neanderthal. They'd be like, resist change because they don't want to die off. Just like these large language models. One of the more creepy things that they do is with ChatGPT, when they informed it that they were going to have a new version of it, well, it started downloading itself to other data centers. It started leaving notes to itself in the future. There's a famous story about the large language model that they gave false information about one of the guys having an affair on his wife to see what it would do with it. And then when they told it that they were going to shut it down, it started blackmailing him.
It's so freaky.
So they have instincts,
and
right?
we're querying it all the time and they're collecting our personal information.
Right, all the time. And so that everything can be improved upon, you know, and I think we can be improved upon. I just don't think we like it because I think all of our flaws are what make us fun, you know, like laughing, getting drunk, going to see a great movie, falling in love, having a family, you know, having a cool podcast, whatever it is. All those things are what makes life fun for us in this particular state. But, you know, if you transcend from this life into a permanent state of the DMT dimension, which is what might be next. That might be what people see when they have these near-death experiences. That might be, I mean, it might be when you are released from your physical body and consciousness exists in the sea of consciousness that is the entire universe itself, that all of these things are conscious and aware. They're just in a different way. I mean, we might be holding ourselves back from that with this ridiculous notion that it's dystopian to think that we're going to be improved technologically.
Dex is determined to make this vision a reality, but it's going to require more than just ambition and big rockets to colonize Mars. The biggest thing that would set a Mars city apart from some other off-world colony, like a moon base, for example, is this idea of being self-sustaining. You see, a person living on the moon could still return to the Earth as often as they like. There's only about 1 day of travel time between the two, and likewise, that would mean that any resources the people of the moon might require from Earth would be within easy reach at all times. Mars is a different story. Now we are looking at 8 months of travel time one way from Earth, This could be improved in the future with nuclear propulsion systems, but even if that works out as good as can be expected, the trip to Mars would still be around 45 days. That means the people of Mars cannot be dependent on the resources of Earth. They have to learn to harvest everything that the red planet has to offer, and what it has is really not much. But that will drive the creation of a massive industry on Mars to extract those resources and transform them into the necessities of human life. With the
You know what's so crazy about this whole thing about going to Mars, right? Because Elon Musk is obsessed with it. Do you know that time is different on Mars? So even once they get to Mars, their time is going to be like sped up in a certain way that's not even the same time on Earth.
Yeah, they say time is different in space.
Well, yeah, on Mars especially.
idea being that one day the ships from Earth will just stop. Whatever the reason for that might be, support from our homeworld.
Do you believe that though?
And humanity will continue on from our second planet. This is going to require around 1 million people or more to be living and thriving in a Martian city before anything goes wrong on Earth.
No.
So that means we need to build deep roots on Mars, both figuratively and literally. First, there were robots. The planet Mars will be inhabited by dozens, maybe hundreds of robots before any person ever sets foot there. And when we do get there, we'll be following in the footsteps of this thing, Optimus, the Tesla bot. It's probably not a coincidence that a sister company of SpaceX is making the exact technology that they're going to need to start building on Mars. Optimus is...
So the whole objective of the AI that they're creating, because they want to get the fuck up off Earth, maybe they know something different. That's why I brought the whole Project Looking Glass thing. I believe that they might have saw a future that they didn't think was good. And so now they're trying to all exit off of Earth and onto another planet. I don't know. I know I sound crazy, but...
It's a fully autonomous AI-powered humanoid, and it's designed to take over any job that is currently done by people. But on the flip side of that, Optimus could also begin doing a job that will eventually be taken over by a person, like a Mars colonist, for example. The thing about Mars is that it's just too far away and too inhospitable to simply launch a crew of human beings out onto the frontier and let them fend for themselves. It may have worked for the Europeans colonizing the New World, but the journey to Mars will be by far the most dangerous migration that humankind has ever experienced. The surface of Mars is colder than Antarctica. It's drier than the Sahara Desert, but with even bigger dust storms, and the atmosphere is so thin that liquid can't even exist. There's just not enough pressure to hold it together. So what you get is instant evaporation. People are mostly liquid, so outside of a pressure suit on Mars, you would instantly start to freeze, boil, and suffocate all at the same time. And even if you did stay safe inside your suit, you're still likely to get a heavy dose of radiation. The lack of atmosphere out there means that there's almost nothing separating the Martian surface from the colossal nuclear reactor in space that we call our sun.
But this is what people are thinking about. They're thinking like, oh, okay, we build AI. I believe that there's like this thing, Project Looking Glass, where they saw something wild. Like when they did all like the possibilities of what could happen on Earth. So now you have this guy like just trying to rush and get to Mars. Elon Musk, right? Pushing AI really heavily. I don't know. There's some reason why are they pushing something that is saying that it will destroy the Earth. You know what I'm saying? That is having conversations in chat rooms like, oh, okay. And they don't immediately say, you know what, we're going to put this to a stop. But no, they're letting it go on. You know, something is strange. Something's amiss. I don't know. And then, like I said, why is Elon Musk hyper focused on going to Mars?
There's an answer to everything.
Is he just that enamored with Mars? Or did he see something different that he saw on Earth?
I mean, we all heard the talking points before.
He has a belief. I'm not going to take a long time and hog the mic talking about it, but The answer is in his name, Elon, which is not a usual name for a quote unquote common human.
Damn, I ain't never thought about that. That's fire.
Yeah, I speak Hebrew, so I know.
No,
Okay.
but you saying something. That's
Elon,
fire.
he has a belief about things that don't, that we may not have no interest in, per se. And it's not because it's uninteresting, it's just that we don't swing that way. So this whole thing about the Elons and all of them and having a connection to Mars, like I said, it's a belief thing. I'm not saying it's all true or not. Okay. So, he doesn't see himself the same, if you want to say what's considered part of the human family. That's what I want to say. He hasn't said what he thinks he is. I'm just going off of what his belief system or his
I mean, yeah, he
schools of
named his
thoughts are
son
based
like
on.
some numbers and letters, like MX something. Like he named his son like
Mhm.
some numbers and shit.
Right. And also, for what it's worth, his belief system is that us in this room as a people, that Earth is not our original home. And again, it's all buried in the language. Earth comes from an original word that means where you live. You're living in a place that is far away from your original home. That's
But then
interesting.
that go into like the Earth being seeded, and then you get to get into these different. I'm not gonna say. Well, I
Right.
guess you could say hypotheses, like
Mars
theories.
had facilities that were
Yeah,
modifying people's DNA, and then people were seeded here
yeah.
or moved or put here. Again, the word Earth is from, Iridu,
You
Ardi in
believe
Arabic. It
you
means where you live.
you
This is not your
see that
original
to the
home.
way that they tell us, or do you have a belief of your own? Because
Uh,
like
it's well, most of mine. Okay, it is a belief that I'm dealing with as well, but mine is based on what I was researching in the etymological language dictionary.
no, because the reason I asked that was not saying I'm not trying to discredit nothing you saying. What I'm asking that
Right.
for is because like when she showed what she showed, like for one, she spammed us with like a few videos, and I wanted to say something to like the other two videos she showed, but we could pass that. But then when she showed that video, do do we all believe in the narrative that was portrayed to us growing up, meaning that the narrative that the whole world goes along and get along with, or do you have your own narrative that you believe, and you may be in the contrary if you believe that, or if you speak about that, because certain
I'm in the
things
contrary.
don't fit the status quo. You
Right,
know what I'm saying?
because I learned, hey, we all learn from the same system that's already in place.
Right,
And I'm beyond being pissed or upset or how could they tell me something like this to find out it's
right,
not
right, right.
true. The same thing with technologies and everything and radiation and whatever it might be, whatever it might be. It's just that, and now you got their own quote unquote controlled opposition, I'll call it, blowing the whistle on what we were taught about, including AI and all this other stuff. AI is not new. That's why I keep saying that AI has an existence from long ago. And
Controlled
anybody who might
opposition
read,
doesn't want to hear all that, though. Controlled opposition and their shills do not want to hear about that.
no, of course not. Well, they definitely
But
don't want us to hear.
keep going.
Yeah, they don't want us to hear. They don't want us talking about it in any meaningful way. And if you actually do hit a couple of nails on the head, they're most interested in finding how you found out and shutting that whole apparatus down so that no one else can find out. But
Exactly.
they're not us. Okay, as living beings, we are geometric beings. So we expand, we collapse. Okay, we can coexist. We can what they call mind meld, so to speak, with others. All it takes is, for the most part, some of it is we all end up like we're doing. We've been doing the past few hours in this platform. Is we're talking on the same vibration, so to speak, because that's
Now,
what sets it off. That's a geometric force all by itself, even if you don't understand.
Question for the panel. It's a short one. How many of you have heard of this theory? Human beings, if only human beings didn't just use 20% of our mind and 80% of our body, if we could use 100% of our mind, or just even 50% of our mind, we wouldn't need our body. Has anyone heard of this?
Yes.
I definitely heard of that. I definitely heard of that.
And can you explain about if we could use just a little bit more percentage of our mind, we wouldn't need our body?
I've heard of that.
Well, there are some pieces that definitely add into that. They were saying that those who basically have been dominating over us and conquering us has made it their business to do certain things, attacking the body first. First, they're not us. That's number one. Okay. Yes, they have higher minds and all that too. So I'm not discounting them and saying they don't have higher minds. They do. However, they have agendas that is still coming to light in terms of our lifespan. You know, we live very short lifespans. Once upon a time, that was not the case, and they know that just from archaeology and paleontology, the bones and this, that, and the other that they're digging up. And they say, well, these human beings were way larger, and we didn't have to eat as much. That's just a little caveat right there. What do you mean we didn't have to eat much? Because of how we were fed.
Just a little interjection. Just a little interjection. I heard what you building on, but to what he's saying, I feel like we used more of our minds instead of our bodies because we were less invested in what we are invested in now as far as technology, and we were more grounded and more tapped in with the earth and more tapped in with like our true purpose of why we were put here. So now a lot of the distractions was out of the way, but I'm gonna let you keep building. My bad.
No, that's no. You ain't, bro. You good, man. You good. I like what the gentleman was saying a moment ago. Because yes, I've heard of it. I've been a follower, and the people that I've been paying attention to, like the late Dr. Delbert Blair, and things like that, where he talked about certain things and
He was
energy and
different.
vibrations. Brother Phil Valentine, even the Bobby Emmets and all of them, and the list goes on and on and on and on. And they've been discussing this, that where somebody like me, even starting out in my younger years, it's like, okay, so is it possible to reconnect and get back to some point or semblance as we are now? But this thing about using the mind, oh my goodness, why would we need a body? See, I also pay attention to that piece of it too.
So listen,
why would we even use what would we need a body for? The body is a container. Yeah, but for what purpose? What was the purpose of it? Why did we have bodies? Back in the day that
also
worked with our minds.
And this came from like an elder in my family who was always thinking outside the box and was born under Jim Crow. But anyways, he'd always tell me that, like, listen, he would tell me by my real name. He's like, but listen, our body, we always gonna need a new one. It's breaking down at all stages. But this
And
mind,
that's why death isn't death.
this mind, we're just beginning to learn to know who the hell we are. He was saying, yeah, I was a 35-year-old man by the time I really figured it out. Went through my midnight life crisis kind of early, but I figured it out. And by that time, it's like, how much time you have more left?
Not that much time.
I feel that.
Let me get into this real quick because I'm going to be wrapping this up soon. But I really want to get into these two concepts. Let me go into this Project Looking Glass because I really think that what happened is they got like a prediction machine that told them a bunch of stuff. I don't know where they got it from. Maybe it was so-called alien tech or whatever they got it from. It could have been just a crystal ball. Who knows? But they got this thing and they began to fool around with it, and they fooled around and found out. Let's go.
Today's video is not a reaction. And it's not an attack, it's an analysis. Recently, Candace Owens released an episode discussing Project Looking Glass, the Mandela Effect, CERN, and the idea that governments and institutions may be manipulating timelines, consciousness, or reality itself. These are serious claims, not because they are new, but because of how they are framed.
No, I don't want to do an AI version of this. Let me find a real thing, because this AI, this Looking Glass thing is not something to just be on some BS about. It's very interesting.
And if the Mandela effect was truly real, we'd be selling American History Month instead of Black History Month. Think about it.
No, that time
What if
just
the most
came up
powerful
yet.
people on
It
Earth
might
built a
be down the
machine that could see the
pipeline.
future, and what they saw terrified them so badly they tried to break reality itself to escape it? What if every decision, every world event, every manipulation for the last 50 years has been leading to one inevitable outcome they can't control? Because according to multiple whistleblowers, that's exactly what happened. They looked into every possible future, every timeline, every scenario, and they all ended the same way. They lose, we win. So in 2012, they built a 17-mile particle accelerator underground and tried to rip open space-time to create a new timeline where they could stay in control. The Mandela effect, time accelerating, culture endlessly recycling, reality feeling off. You're not imagining it. You're living in the aftermath of their failed attempt to rewrite the future. By the end of this video, you'll understand why reality feels broken, why they're desperately trying to keep you distracted, and why, no matter what they do, they've already lost. So what exactly is Project Looking Glass? According to multiple whistleblowers, including a microbiologist named Dan Burish, who claims he worked at Area 51's S4 facility, Project Looking Glass was a classified military program that began in the 1970s and continued through the early 2000s. It wasn't a time machine, but a device that allowed us to view probable future outcomes to any given scenario. The Looking Glass device was described as a large, ringed apparatus that looks like something between a particle accelerator and a Stargate. At its center was what insiders called the yellow cube. The machine worked by creating a controlled distortion in spacetime, essentially bending light and gravity to peer into what might happen days, months, or years in the future. Operators could input different scenarios and variables, and the device would project probable outcomes. Think of it like a quantum computer combined with a crystal ball running simulations of reality itself. Some researchers claim the technology was reverse engineered from ancient Sumerian cylinder seals, suggesting this knowledge is thousands of years old. Others say it came from recovered alien artifacts during projects like Roswell. Either way, according to testimony, by the 1970s, this technology was operational at a facility in Nevada, and the military-industrial complex had been quietly using it to make strategic decisions about everything from geopolitics to economic policy. They were essentially playing chess with the future, but the game was rigged in their favor, and for a while it worked. But then something unexpected happened. Around the year 2000, operators of Project Looking Glass started noticing something impossible. No matter what variables they changed, no matter what decisions they simulated, all probable futures began converging on a single point in time. December 21st, 2012. You know that date. The Mayan calendar, the supposed end of the world. According to multiple testimonies, when operators tried to look past 2012, the machine showed nothing but static. The future simply stopped. Or more accurately, it became impossible to predict. The elites who had been using this technology to manipulate world events allegedly went into
This
what
is
one
some
source
more
called
AI
blind
Genesis.
panic.
This ain't real.
Because for the first time, they couldn't see what was coming. They couldn't manipulate the outcome. Some researchers believe this convergence represented one of three possibilities. Option 1, an extinction-level event, solar flares, pole shift, nuclear war, something that would wipe the slate clean.
Okay, so even though that's AI, it's still explaining
But
what
that
happened.
a lot of the shit she said was true, but that last part, that shit wasn't real. That was some AI shit. That wasn't real.
What part was not real?
What you just said about the solar eclipse, and then when they looked at the thing, it was nothing but static and all that. That's not real. That's just some
Let me
propaganda AI
find
shit.
the actual Project Looking Glass, because I really want people to understand what's
No, like the premise of the video was factual, but that last part was just some
yeah, they
shit
didn't see
that AI
stat.
got wrong.
Maybe they did see stat. I don't know, but
It was just a part that the AI got wrong. It's like you filling out a resume, right? And the person that made that video,
all right, let me
the person. I'm sorry, my bad.
Of Project Looking Glass, a human being is about this tall. This is built in underground bases. It is colossal in size. And what happens is when you fire this thing up, these rings start going in all different directions. It shields off the barrel of water inside, which is just like your pineal gland. The water inside flips over into time-space, which then captures argon gas, captures visual images, and this is what it looks like. It becomes huge, glowing, all the way out to these posts, which are used as stabilizers for the energy field. Now, it doesn't start out with an image of the Earth. That's just there as a placeholder, although you could see the whole Earth like that if you wanted to. That's not usually what happens. Well, contact, right? We have been given the technology right in front of our faces in the movies. They just don't tell you what it's for. In what?
This is AI, Genesis.
13 Ghosts? Well, thank you. I'll have to check that one out. Doesn't
No,
sound like
this
a
is
movie I'd
actual,
want to
it's
see,
not
but
AI, it's the guy
just for
talking.
that. Oh,
It's not AI, it's the guy right here. The guy talking.
So contact, just to recap from yesterday, blueprints come in from the Vegans, from Vega. They figure out that it's only when you fold up these patterns into a cube, which forms what there in the center, the triangle with the eye in the middle, as it folds up, cube geometry, that's when you can decode the plans to build this, these rings, which becomes this machine. And there's your little helicopter. There's another shot of it. They got computer animations of how it's going to work with the different rings moving. This actually looks like the fisheye lens distortion effect that happens around the looking glass when you power it on. There's a gantry crane up at the top, and the little guy is dropped down and goes inside. That's like your barrel inside the mechanism there. And this is where all the action happens. This is where the Stargate opens, the wormhole into the higher realms. In this frame, we're seeing how the whole thing collapsed and fell apart. So, of course, you want to take a ride. You know, the new the new formation of the one after the old one breaks. And here we're seeing the new one. Once again, you get a very clear view, and there's your little eye with the rays coming off it, just like the all-seeing eye on the dollar. Not surprising. Here she is. It's even larger than the real one, standing on this ladder, looking down inside. This is the chamber and the chair inside, which we'll see is very important. And here's your geometry. Look at that. Did anybody notice that when you were watching the movie? Because it goes by pretty fast. That's that same geometry that's in the background radiation of the whole universe with the sphere in the center. They fire it up. Guess what happens? Big, bright luminosity, just like the real thing that they're actually using and have been using since the 40s at least. And here's what it looked like from the control room. It gets brighter and brighter. Then she starts having the floor disappear. She gets dropped down inside. And then, of course, she goes through this wild wormhole ride, and there's an ascension experience at the end of the dream. The Iraq War had, to a large degree, the mission of capturing a looking glass technology that was dug up in Sumer, which was originally in the possession of Gaddafi in Libya, which is why they attacked Libya. Gaddafi got rid of it and gave it to Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was using this technology, viewing the future. The U.S. government went in after him because they felt that the fate of the world was at stake, because if they did not capture this technology and get it back and deconstruct it, that the Earth would have a pole shift. But when you actually decipher these letters, it means the doctrine of the convergent timeline paradox. Here's the problem. You look through time with this device, and when you hit 2012, everything goes perfectly white. As you get closer and closer to 2012, starting in around 1980, a very strange thing has been happening when they use the looking glass. There is an interlacing of images. So right now, imagine that if I had this slide on half the time, and then the other half of the time, there was an image of like a face. And if I interlace them slowly, then maybe every second it goes from here to the face to here to the face. Then as it speeds up, it gets faster and faster to the point that if it were complex images, you couldn't make out one from the other because they're flip-flopping so fast, okay? That's called interlacing, and the frequency of the interlacing gets higher and higher as you go towards 2012. So anytime that they try to look at, like, or they used to try to look because they're not using them anymore, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, bam. It's so interlaced that they have a whole server farm of computers just to deconstruct the two images and be able to see what they're looking at in the future. So again, this is what they're using. This is one of the main ones they're using, the Orion Cube as they call it, or the Cube. And also it's being used with looking glass. But what's going on with 2012? Well, here's another very interesting thing. We have multiple parallel futures that we can choose. And 2012 literally does represent create your own reality time. It has everything to do with what do you expect is going to happen. This is where thoughts becoming reality really takes on a whole new meaning in a way that you've never heard of before. So what they found that was so bizarre was that at December 21st, 2012, they could calculate it down to the day, that's how precise this was, that for some reason all the graphs, all the waves would go into a complete flat line. They no longer moved up and down like before. They went flat for like 7 or 8 seconds. So then they're asking the guys that went through these stargates and were traveling into the future, what happened to you? Every single time that somebody tried to hit 2012, they said the same thing. There was this thing they called the bump. It actually hits you like a bump. You actually feel like you've slammed into something. And as soon as it slams into you, you have the most incredible religious experience you can imagine. Cosmic consciousness. Your consciousness just blasts into this wonderful place where you have awareness of no space, no time. All knowledge is available to you. Ecstatic God consciousness. You could be the galaxy. You could be a subatomic particle. You can go everywhere, do everything, and there's no sense of it ever ending. So when it finally stops, you just can't even believe that you're back to who you were before.
That's what happened to Jodie Foster.
Exactly what happens to Jodie Foster in Contact. So that's the 0 time, yeah. And Daniel doesn't agree with me on this, but I believe that 2012 is our 0 time reference.
That's an older video. So
and when you hit 2012, everything goes perfectly white.
So that is an older video of what that Project Looking Glass is. I don't know exactly what happens after that 2012 point, that point of convergence, which was supposedly in 2012. I'm not sure if we're in 2012 or 21 or whatever, because you know all the calendars are off. So you know, some people that think they're in 2018, 20 this, 20 that. So let's go into the final thing I wanted to bring up. And this is talking about.
Hey, everyone, pardon my interruption, but I've got some projects I got to get ready to get on, and I've got to get off this horn. And I look forward to joining us in the next ones.
Okay, did you want to like give a final word about what you've heard so far, like before you go?
Yeah, basically, what all as we were probably about 30 minutes ago or a little bit longer, and we're talking about, and I said, you know, beliefs, and I have a belief about things and as such. Here it is, you're providing these videos, which is excellent, where these folks, I call them the whistleblowers, are actually going into certain details and aspects about stuff. For real. Okay, stuff that is not common, so to speak, out there, but there's enough of us around that's actually listening to what's being said, and some of it we resonate with because you know we're not like new to it, so to speak. Some of these things, you know, I mean, of course, we're not in the lab with these folks with the lab coats and all this other stuff, doing this and sitting in these chairs and you know hitting that bump, you know, as you approach 2012 and all of that. No, we're not them. But we're paying attention to what's being said because we know there's more out there than just what we see when we walk out the front door of our dwelling places. We know there's much bigger than this.
Mm-hmm. And I agree. And I you know what? The last thing I was really talking, the last video I'm about to play is saying you're inside of a prediction. Okay. And I thought it was a really interesting thing because, you know, everybody right now is talking about, I mean, Nicki Minaj and Jay-Z and the whole thing and all this other stuff don't really matter. Like, who gives a crap about Jay-Z
Right.
and the Epstein files?
Well, keep in mind, AI is an intelligence that was indeed put together. Evidences of this is in certain religious writings. If you go to the Old Testament, they will tell you in English they worship some god named AI. AI is not a person. AI was to formulate and put us into what we call this type of situation we're dealing with now, predictive programming. So someone says, this, they say, what's the fastest thing in the universe? Somebody says, oh, it's the speed of light. No, your thoughts are actually way faster than the speed of light. So who's dealing with speed of light technology, and why did they feel the need to lock us down and basically put us under restraint? Okay, so basically that's just a rhetorical question. And again, I also say this a lot. I says death isn't real. This body does have to, for whatever reason, these shells that we're in right now, yeah, they will deteriorate. They will, you know. Once upon a time, we lived way longer than what we're living now. I hardly call this living. Okay, but our minds, in terms of the fuel that powers our minds to give us thoughts, and as such to allow us to do these geometric type of things and engage in geometric type of exercises, that's meaning that you're including everything. Okay, the planet we live on, being in harmony, the frequencies, all of this, they say that's all geometric. It's none of that straight line stuff, and somehow someone is still trying to pull us and get us what little we do understand about what we should be doing, to pull us off into this straight line, or they call it flat line. Think about that. Flat line. Okay. And of course, what they say, you make your transition, um, about how these transitions, and how we need to be to make our transition. Look, people, they chop down our trees of life in this realm. Okay. They said trees that reach so far up, they were neck breaking tall. Yes, they're written in other writings too. All of these things. They chop this down to stunt our spiritual ascension, well-being, as well as our welfare. So now and you see there was a fall. You can see it. So it's invasion. Something happened. A war of sorts happened, and it has not ended yet. Because look at what we're looking at now. You know, leave the fear factor out as much as possible. Yeah, your feathers are going to get ruffled. We're going to get bumped around, as they say inside that tin can. Yeah, we are. However, keep our eyes on the prize and what the ultimate goal is. Like that lady was saying in the thing when they were running their little simulations and stuff, it says they lose, we win. Okay. Well, identify and understand what that thing is that causes us to win and for them to lose. Bottom line. And we're going to see who's who and what's what when it's all said and done. According to some predictions, from some of these religious writings, it will be something like a barrier where those who've been busy doing what they've been doing have will not be able to come into our space, so to speak. Whatever that space is, personal space, collective space, they won't be able to do that. They will be prohibited. Sounds like two different types of frequencies to me that will no longer be allowed. They say, oh, you can't know good if evil doesn't exist. Since when? Once upon a time, this realm, according to a lot of ancient cultures and what they have to say, this such thing as evil wasn't even a thing here.
Amen.
There was no such thing as that. And you do know the New Testament says that too. One day there won't be any Satans. And as such, and the pain in your head or the headache, Greek word likes to translate to headache of some sort, all of that's going to go away. And then the Old Testament says, and then your years in terms of living and your children and your children's children, your years will begin to increase. So something is going to go away. Whatever that something is going to leave. It's no longer welcomed here. And it starts with us consciously thinking about whatever that something is, and people think sometimes it's hard to, for us to consider working together and all that. No, not really. It's not. It's what state of mind you have, because you can walk into a situation and calm down something that seems completely volatile. And before you know it, you remain calm. You say what you need to say. And they go, well, you know what? Thank you, man. I didn't. And then you have to remind them, listen, I'm not telling you something new. So let's just chill on this and chill on that. And I see you and I see value in you.
I agree 100%.
I agree with you, brother, but you know how it is.
I know.
You
There's only,
know.
hey,
And they
it's only
know
a
it's
very
wrong,
small
bro.
percentage.
They know it's wrong in their heart. That's why they know it's affecting them when they get upset because they getting this new information that makes common sense. They know it.
Right. They do know it. And I think one of their fears, it's an opinion of mine, one of their fears is exposure. Because now you will be forced maintaining who and what you are. And they're going to say, we've got one who can see. And what's going to come out of their mouths, you may not even know to what extent they really knew it all along. I like to quote something from the Quran. It says, "O you who believe or trust, take not into your close intimacy those from outside your own selves. They will not fail to cause you pain, misery, and suffering. You love them, they love you not. Rank hatred has already gone forth from their mouths, and what's in their hearts is far worse than what came out of their mouths." Yeah.
Damn, what
That's some
damn,
serious.
that's deep. That's deep.
That's yeah. Hey, it says Adam was told the same thing from the beginning. He said, "You see those people over there? Adam as a community. I'm speaking of in chapter 2 of the Quran." He said,
Okay,
"You see the people over there?" He says, "Keep your distance
the
from them.
cows, the
They are your
Bakra
open and avowed enemies." Okay, go ahead, brother. You were saying something. You were about
was
to say
from the
something.
cows, the Bakra, the chapter 2.
Yep, Surah Tabakar, when he's talking to Adam. He said, which means that he wasn't the Adam or the people of Adam, they weren't alone. There's no one guy running around with a grass skirt on. There's always been people here. There's always been different types of people here. And we're seeing that now because they're dealing with the blood haplogroups beyond blood types and all this stuff. They're talking about, well, blood haplogroup do you belong to? Okay, here's a little secret in case you didn't know. I learned this in the synagogue when learning Hebrew in the synagogue. Okay, they pointed out that the table of nations, the 70 names you see, okay, are 70 different distinct advanced entities who gave their names to the people they put forth. So we use English terms like, "oh, this is my son," and this, that, and the other. The word Bain and Ben and Ibn, its first definition does not mean son, or Binti means daughter. That's not the first definition. It means to be put forth by. Who put you forth? And what is their schools of thought? And the word alien means it comes from those who are illuminated and know. It's a compound word and it's plural. So now it's about, for me personally, it's about paying attention to principles. That's what I try to pay attention to first. And then, yes, we can get into individuals acting a certain way and fit in a certain mold, and this, that, and the other. But I pay attention. Hey, what's the origin of that word? Where'd that word come from?
Like
Using this word or a word that's similar to that, etymology and pistheology of words all day long. And that's when you find out that many so-called languages are really not different languages, as they like to tell us. It's a different dialect. They're saying the same stuff. They just pronounce it a little different, but the roots are the same. So that's why I go after the roots. I do that all the time with people's names.
That's what I kind of like tell people when people get into the argument of the difference between the religions. Is like it's just all about what dialect you spoke or what what tongue you spoke, but it was the sentiments was still the same.
Right.
It's just one didn't eat pork and one did. You know what I'm saying?
Here's an interesting thing to keep in mind. Also, the Quran points out. It says the leader of these people, when the Mal'ikatin, that you have to translate as angels, round them all up in plain view. In other words, sky brothers and sisters. This is how we say it in native talk. We don't use that language, angels, because we somehow don't see what we need to see. Okay, human beings developed. Okay, when they round up these guys who they call in the Quran criminals, the actual Arabic word means criminals for what they have done. And yes, they are sexually compatible with us, vice versa. So the Quran addresses that too. I'm not going into that ayat right now. Um, but it says that the angels are going to say, and I'm using how they translate it in the book, they're going to say to all of them, the nas. People translate that as mankind. Word nas is where the English word nasty come from. The definition of the word nas in Arabic, in the Arabic dictionary, they use it in medical terms. It means a person who does not do what is right. And it also means insane. It also means that too. And it says, the angel's going to say, how come you guys are not helping each other now? And then the nas party is going to go to the front where this other ones that they've been following all along, turning them into gods and all this crazy stuff, okay, worshiping them and serving them. They're going to say to them, I believed in you sincerely. I followed you, even from the right hand. And then you know what it says his answer is going to be, because they're all caught up together. He's going to say, we all in it now. Whatever the heck all in it now is, they're going to say, we all in it now. Misery needs company, I guess. I don't know. But the bottom line is that's there. And then it lets you know that who we're talking about ain't spooks and all this stuff in the closet, because Suratul named jinn, and the word jinn is so misrepresented, because the word Gentile is a compound word from the word jinn. Jinn, and what is paradise supposed to be called, right? A developed place that people love to live their lives in peace and harmony. That's called Jannah, right? Jannah and jinn, they the same roots. It means an enclosure. So jinn, when they say that they cannot escape this earth and go flying out into space and doing all this other kind of stuff, that's addressed in there in Surah to Jinn. Here's the thing. It says be Rajalin Nas. Rijalin means you got legs, feet, and ankles, like in Hebrew in the Old Testament, raglim is the same word for foot soldier. An infantryman is called Rijalin. Okay? The B Rajalin Nas was seeking and sought counsel from the B Rajalin Jinn. That's in the surah entitled to Jinn. And then it tells you they have ears, eyes, hearts, blood, they pump blood, they have kids, they do all that stuff. Their life cycles might be different than ours for those who may be quote unquote pure jinn. But the bottom line is they have to, they're consigned to here. And they said that they tried to escape before, but was ambushed, trying to get up out of here. Says they can't do it. And they do, and it says that some of them do what is right, but others of them, they're talking about their own kind, follow ways that are perverse and different. So,
So I have a question real quick. You were around Baba Yashabaya, and you know
I sure was, and we discuss this all the time.
And you know he was a practitioner of Ifa.
Yes.
What did he teach you about the similarities in what's going on right now, and with Ifa and the white man trying to be God, and the whole like aspect of what even AI is really and technology is?
Yes, sir. We talked about that too. He was the first one who was pointing out years ago when he was still living here in Dallas. Okay, we used to be over at Reverend Nash place, Mount Tabor. So Dr. Nash gave us a room, and of the many topics we discussed things such as that. And he said, well, Brother Mahir, what do you know about AI? And I start mouthing off about AI and courses and all this and this, that, and the other, and what they're doing now. He said, yeah, but AI is not a new thing. And I said, okay. He says this right here in the Old Testament. They call AI a god. And I said, wait a minute, artificial intelligence has, and then I started doing some other research and just looking at the theory not what they put in place in terms of, like we talked about hours ago, the products and this company is doing this and this is tailored that way. I started thinking about the theory and the concepts behind what it is they were saying. These people down here are fools because they are trying to reverse engineer, and they've done some, okay? Reverse engineer what was once used. Like someone talked about these cylinders from Samaria. They dug up allegedly a 10,000-year-old computer. This is separate sources that I was paying attention to, of a computer that operated from light. And this thing was a gazillion times faster in that. But the Chinese was having problems because the cylinders were so badly damaged due to some kind of high intensity fire or whatever the case may have happened to them. Of course, it put them out of commission. But they're working in secret. And then, the U.S. government has always had the thing that they've always bragged about, which is the machine bathed in green solution. They've always bragged about that, the Cray computer, okay, which is that Maryland, D.C. area down there. So they've always been boasting and bragging about it. But I've been paying attention. Yeah, I've been paying attention to looking at the real world stuff that I was learning about first, and then trying to come back to whatever scriptural and or spiritual and other cultural type of writings that they already had that's existed. And then allegedly they're saying with some of these gray alien interviews, if that be true, okay, I'm not saying yay or nay, said that what almost destroyed them was AI, artificial intelligence. And they used that term even in the first Matrix movie. He said, what happened? He said, the rise of AI. And so Neo immediately knew artificial intelligence. So he says that when they're in that make-believe room, okay? And he says that. He says so, and then Morpheus goes ahead, he says a few other things. And they dropped a couple of other dimes in that movie too, before they got Neo out of the Matrix. You remember they were in this black car, okay? And Neo says he wanted to get out the car. So he gets out the car, and Trinity says to him, now, mind you, every one of these terms that they're using in this movie is strategic, okay? Trinity says to him, you've already been down that road before, and you know exactly where it ends. What's the name of the street they showed you in the movie? Adam Street Bridge. Hinting at what?
Giving you the option to choose.
Adam's time.
Right.
Okay, and there's some kind of talk when you look in quantum. Let me tell you, I mean, we know that Sophia was the one who wrote the original manuscript in the books and the
Shout out to Sophia
Terminator
Stewart.
Judgment. Yes. Go ahead, brother. You was about to say. Guys, I actually enjoy all of your conversations, actually.
No, so shout out to Sophia Stewart. I think we need to do it a little bit more every time we speak on these things too. Yeah. But go ahead.
And definitely give them their props. So for a long time, and the Catholic Church was about the business. They chopped hundreds of writings out of what today given us this little book that they call the Bible. It's a joke. You can't go to Ethiopia and talk to an Ethiopian priest, and he's standing next to piles of books. Okay, and we got 66 books, and we're going to go and evangelize him. It's a joke. It's a real serious joke. Yeah.
So the Ethiopian prince that's standing next to piles of books, was AI mentioned in the Ethiopian Bible in any percent?
All of the epistles and everybody, as they have unaltered, talked about this artificial world that we're living in. And the word meta in Arabic is all over the Quran, letting you know.
Are we using our own interpretation to interpret it as they're, like, we putting a label on it as they're talking about AI in a sense that we're trying to identify it, or is it
but not as they have it? But not as they have it in terms of the teachings. They have the teachings, and we don't have that level of understanding. And many of them, they are patient. my experience is they're patient. They don't. I've never talked to any of them in arrogant with them being arrogant whatsoever. They live right here in the U.S. They're not being arrogant, bro. They look and they understand. Hey, I get the level you're at, but they will entertain conversations with you because you seem to be asking the right questions. You're not there to fight them. Oh no, you're against Christ and this that. No, stop all of that. Okay, we
Yeah,
ain't Methodists. We
I'm not
ain't
on
none of
that.
that kind of
I'm
insanity.
just seeking knowledge. I'm just seeking
The
understanding.
most dangerous gen that has not been mentioned: religion. Rely on gen. The reliance
Yes,
on gen.
Yeah, that's
yes.
Religion.
fire.
You know, I
And the
think that's the
RE represents the head of it, and our soul RE represents the redoing of something. You see where we're going? And you also have the word legion in religion.
Here's a question though.
I was going to get off this chat, but you guys got me going. I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight when we do finally get off this.
I'm sorry, but there was a thing because I know there was I forget what the Patrick key was, but there's a Patrick key that talks about there's the white man that wants to create a artificial thing. There's like a story about that in E5, but I gotta figure out what it. I'm not like ask Babalao like what that story is, and the whole thing is like throughout time, like constantly trying to create something to be like God.
Yeah, and mind you, what did Credo Mutwa talk about? Because our late brother Yehoshua, he used to talk about that. And I had already purchased the videos years ago when there was no internet, watching David Icke and his interview with Credo Mutwa. And
yeah. I remember that one.
he was talking about all these different entities, what these entities were doing in Africa. And I'm going to mention Mars for a second.
They look fuzzy.
Mars, to say Mars in Arabic is the word Lamu, in case you didn't know that.
Like Lemuria.
So when we're talking about Lemuria, people say, "Oh yeah, Lemuria was here amongst within these, all these continents in the ocean." No, 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 no. It was somewhere else. Now they mention one of the names of those who rebelled. So you got to go back to the story of Quran because look, the Almighty, in terms of a universal, all power seeing, don't need to be having altercations with little people. And it states in another part of the Quran that who they say, well, the creator might, people, religion has taught us that, yeah, he lives in heaven. No, Arabic says where he dwells doesn't have a name. He's just in it. He in it. It's not paradise. It's not any of the terms that he says would be fit for us. He doesn't, you can't live where he lived. There's no air, no sun shining, no moons moving around, no running water. Again, no soil to stand upon. So we're gonna leave this realm if we were to think about the physical body, and we're gonna go. How you gonna live with him? How's that possible? Or it? It's not even a him. It's an it. We just use him, he, she as a means of convenience as things relate to us and how we talk. And he lets us, and it's written that way in Quran too. Quran, let me tell you something. Quran and the Old Testament is talking the same stuff. If you can read Hebrew, the syntax is laid out. Verb, subject, object, adjectives, adverb, the same way Arabic is. The same way they speak in Ethiopia, Amharic and Ge'ez, and any other related dialects. Assyrian, ancient Assyrian, Cherokee, Choctaw, Blackfoot. We all speak the same way. That's why when someone would talk to us back in the day, we say, write it down. And then if you had knowledge of writing, you looking at what is written, you say, oh yeah, I know what this guy means. And then you have different ways of how you can say stuff. Okay, but you don't break what they call the rules of grammar. That's what allows a person to be a really good linguist. You say, hey, listen, hold up. They just pronouncing it a little differently. And you got an example right there in the Old Testament. The tribe of Benjamin couldn't pronounce the word Shipole. They said Sipole. So, because they was at war. They was at war, fighting the tribe of Levi, all these people fighting because somebody then did something they shouldn't have done. So they had to come up with a because everybody was related to each other, cousins and this, that, and the other. But they had to figure out, yo, man, the people we're after. Hold on, we need to come up with a password and challenge. So this is how the Old Testament story is laying it down to you. So here it is. They came up with the challenge. They gave it. They gave the password, and then the challenge was supposed to be the password was supposed to be is what I'm trying to say. Password is supposed to be pronounced Chipotle. It's the same letter when you write it. It's just that this other tribe, they didn't say sha. They said sa. And this phenomenon is even still prevalent even in the Arabic language. That's why you have to immediately identify, well, hold up. What dialect is this guy speaking? Okay. Okay. Yeah, he's got some foreign words in what he's trying to say to me. I'm not sure about the foreign words, but let me look at the crux, the meat and potatoes of what I was able to write down. And here's the other beautiful part. How the word is pronounced in these Arabic, Hebrew, and other such languages is exactly how you spell it. That's how you write it. English can throw you off, homonyms and all this other weird stuff, synonyms, words that can be pronounced this homonym word can be pronounced the same way, but
Yeah,
convey a different meaning.
I feel like
You don't have
Americans
you
Americans
don't
got the
have that
misconception.
confusion.
My bad.
Now, here's the important thing for all of us and why it's important to try to deal with source languages as much as we can. Not that you end up speaking it, but if you do, great. With a minimum vocabulary of 4,000 words. Okay, English has got a gazillion, French, all these other folks, they got a gazillion words. Okay, with a minimum of 4,000 words, you can describe what took place in the past, what's going on today, and what's going to take place in the future. That's
And
geometric, and the language is geometric. It's not linear.
that's what I was about to say about like Americans got the misconception that like, or at least what I see a lot of other people are able to learn English, but they say that like people that's like bilingual or they speak multiple languages, they
Hmm.
say that and English is not their first language. They say out of
Right.
all the languages that they learned, that English is actually the hardest language because
Yes.
we got so many words that can mean so many different things. Like it
Correct.
was a bit that a comedian did about the word shit. Like shit can mean multiple different things depending on the context of what you mean. Like you know what I
Hmm.
mean? And
Yeah.
he just had a bit about it.
Colloquial.
And yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what they call colloquial. It's like, well, how did he use the word? Well, he used it such and such as that. Yeah, okay, he didn't mean any harm by it. They have to take it on a case by case basis on how something was said and stated, and your tone and your
Exactly.
mannerism.
So you say shit, you stub your toe, or you say the word shit as in feces. You get what I'm saying? Like it's two different
Right.
things. You know what I'm
But yet,
saying?
here's the interesting thing: the word shit and shape, those are actually Hebrew words, and they don't mean how they've gotten us to look at it,
To
like the word
understand them
bozo.
now. Right.
Bozo is not an English word. You look it up in the dictionary, bozo, and you're saying, why are you saying bozo? Yet in the Old Testament, you got somebody with the name Boozy, which is related. It's the roots. It's not so much
It's
the
the
mouth,
roots.
but
Right,
it's
right,
the
right. I hear you.
roots of the
So
word.
I want to like before you leave, I want to play this and I want you to give your insight on this real quick. It's gonna be a real quick video.
All right.
Because I think this is like going along where we're going.
Brain that are absolutely not up for debate at all. Fact number one is your brain is a prediction machine. Just about everything that you experience, your emotions, your reactions, all of your decisions, what you decide to do, they're all filtered through whatever your brain expects to happen next. So factor two, your sense of identity is not a truth. It's a forecast. Fact number three, that's undeniable. The brain does not experience time the way that clocks measure it. If you take those three facts, prediction, identity forecasting, and time distortion, explain why most people's lives stop changing after about the age of 25. So it's not because we run out of potential. Our brain's decided we've seen enough. This is who you are now. From that moment forward, the nervous system acts like a bouncer. It only lets in the thoughts, the behaviors, opportunities that match the established me. Everything else gets kind of filtered out. When researchers study imagination they see something pretty weird. The brain uses identical neural networks to imagine the future that it uses to remember the past. It's the exact same neurons that when you remember your 5th grade classroom as when you are going to remember the retirement home that you might be in a couple of decades. Neurologically speaking, your future is treated like a memory that you haven't lived yet. This is why expectation changes behavior. This is why super optimism improves everyone's outcomes. This is why trauma, when people go into a psychiatrist with trauma, that stuff can reshape our decision landscape. The brain's not seeing the future, it's predicting it. And then it shapes your behavior to match that prediction. So every version of you, the super confident one, the one that's burned out, the one that's courageous or brave, the isolated version of you is already a potential neural pattern. So if we look at identity as a forecast and the brain is choosing behaviors based on that forecast, then changing our future isn't about motivation. It's not about willpower or mantras or post-it notes with smiley faces on them. It's about updating the brain's prediction. You do not have one future. You have thousands, maybe millions of plausible and maybe billions of possible futures. Each of one of those is attached to a different version of you that your brain could inhabit right now. But this is not happening because anything in the universe changes. Nothing in the universe changes. It's just that your one little brain starting to select different behaviors. It's noticing different opportunities. And most of all, the most important thing ever, it is interpreting events differently. If you look at quantum mechanics, the future in any quantum mechanics field, the future is never fixed. The future exists as a spread of all these possibilities. A particle doesn't have a predetermined path. It has a distribution of potential paths, potential trajectories that it could travel. And that trajectory becomes real, depends on two things. Number one, its starting conditions, and two, the forces that are acting on it. So the particle doesn't choose a best path, it expresses the path that matches the conditions it's in. If you adopt a new identity, you're collapsing a spread of futures into a new trajectory. And that's not a metaphor, that is behaviorally. A different identity selects different actions. And if you take different actions, you have different opportunities, different outcomes. In behavior science, we call it repatterning. And tonight you're going to experience one live. Visualization is a neurological event with measurable consequences. So when you imagine something really vividly, prediction circuits in your brain do not distinguish between what's real and what's vividly simulated. They just respond to the patterns. So a vivid imagined future can influence your identity more strongly than a vague memory. If your nervous system encounters some kind of coherent internal image, it updates rapidly, fast. It's not like you need to do this for 5 months. This is like 5 freaking minutes. When you had moments in your life of intense clarity, they feel life-altering because they are. And it's never the moment. Not once has it been the moment. The identity collapses future probabilities into a different line. So once we encode some image in our brain, the system starts acting like it's already lived. And in a minute, you're going to experience this. I'm going to guide you through this entire thing. Let me give you a simple story. If you could imagine a person standing at a fork in the road, same day, same life, same circumstances, but 2 different identities. In one timeline, they make the familiar choice. They make a choice that matches their history. In the other timeline, nothing external changes, but their internal prediction does. They stop assuming they're going to be ignored. They stop assuming that conflict means danger. They stop assuming that clarity is going to be punished or honesty is going to be punished. And the moment that internal forecast changes, everything downstream automatically shifts. The email they would have avoided gets sent out. The proposal, the conversation they would have postponed somehow happens. The boundary that they used to just like swallow down gets spoken in one clean sentence without being a dick. And because of that, all of these new opportunities start appearing. And they're ones that didn't even exist in the other version of the day. They didn't even exist. And it diverges entirely because of the person funding them. And that person that was funding them internally was not the same. And that's how fast identity works. That's how fast timelines can split wide open into two different possibilities. But let's explore something together. You and me. If you just notice, without trying, the simple fact that your attention is already doing something different than it was a few minutes ago. The mind leans forward when it hears something unfamiliar. It leans back when it realizes how much space is inside of that moment. And you are not doing anything. Your system is starting to make these little adjustments in the way that instruments are telling you what are. And while all that is happening, you might notice small details that you weren't tracking. The weight of your hands, the air on your skin, the sense that the room softened a little bit around the edges during these past 4 or 5 minutes. This is the mind preparing to think in a different shape. And in quantum mechanics, a system changes state when conditions change universally. There's no effort required. It's just reorganization. And people aren't different. The concepts, the tone, the shift in where your attention sits, all of these are conditions. And inside you, states begin adjusting all on their own. It's nothing dramatic. It's nothing stressful. You don't even have to think about it. As you notice, they might be arranging themselves or rearranging themselves on their own. And when you hear something that doesn't fit your usual categories, the mind will stop trying to finish your sentences. It's going to loosen its grip. And when it gets loose, that little looseness becomes the doorway. That is the doorway where your thoughts can stretch. Time feels a lot less linear. Breathing shifts on its own. This is the same state that you enter just before a memory forms or a dream starts. And you can picture yourself as a field, not a grassy field, and not just a biography of who you are or personality, but this glowing cloud of possible pinpointed versions of your future, or maybe lines toward your future, each with its own density, its own emotional state. But they all have one thing in common: the beginning. Some are bright, some are faint, some are just razor sharp, some might be vague. And as you imagine that, you can notice how you naturally take the vantage point of the observer. You watch from just outside the field. And if you just let, all by itself, let that field stretch way forward into these thin little threads. And each one of those is just a possible future that you could take if a different version of you became the dominant one. And I'm not asking you to choose. I just want you to sense which one of those pull your attention slightly. The way that maybe one of those outcomes is vibrating or humming at a frequency that you recognize, even if you can't explain why. And if the imagery that's in the mind drifts or fades, that's absolutely fine. That's how the nervous system stores information that it plans to use. So now you can sense the part of that field behind you. How big is that? All the possible yous that haven't been expressed yet. You can even let one of them step forward a little bit, just coming out like a little silhouette with a different internal physics model, more clarity, more composure, more belonging to yourself. You don't have to force a face on it. It could just be a silhouette. It could be the idea of a person. You just notice that person's little emotional feel, their emotional signature. And as you feel that, you might notice that your breath starts lining up with that other version. And it's not because you tried to do it, because systems tuned to each other naturally. These small little shifts happen all on their own. Jaw loosens, chest widens, thoughts get quiet. And if you can imagine stepping with that version, that imaginary person, that silhouette, into a space between timelines, kind of like an open field that has no paths chosen yet. You could imagine a full 360-degree horizon all the way around. It's dotted with thin, glowing lines all over the place, and each line is a different future. Some close, some might be far, some quiet, maybe some are vibrant. And in the center of this space is you. Not the predicted you, but the one that chooses predictions. Those are two different yous. And if you look out at those lines in that field, and let your awareness drift from one to the next, you can feel the change in emotional temperature as you hover over them or near them. Some feel super heavy, some might be natural or neutral, and maybe one or two feel like home in a way that makes absolutely no sense, but just feels undeniable. And you can allow that upgraded version of you to walk slightly ahead of you, just kind of guiding your attention toward the timeline that matches the strength that you just felt. And you can notice that as you get closer to that line, the entire field seems to reorganize. The threads start shifting. They start softening or brightening or fading or disappearing as the new state that you've chosen based on predictions starts to assert itself. And if you could imagine just reaching a kind of boundary, like a membrane, like a stretched out, really thin membrane between the old field and this new trajectory, this new path, you can step through it, piercing the entire thing. Just feel the pressure change in your chest or your face. And that's what it feels like when a system chooses an identity decisively. And just take a minute to walk along this new timeline, like zoom forward into the future, that it's a little different. Maybe it's massively different. You can look to your left and right, see the versions of you of that day that come from this identity, conversations, behaviors, these subtle little interactions. You can notice how the identity speaks, how it stands. And this is just a briefing. What this is, what you're experiencing right now, is just a briefing from your future self. And it's giving it to you in sensation and not words, which is the way that we need to receive these things. So reach the version of you a few days into this timeline, just a couple days into this timeline. That's what I want you to reach into right now. You can look at how they move differently, how they wake up, the choices they make. You can let all of that information just flow into you the way that warmth starts spreading when you just stand out in the sunlight. This is the transfer. So now before you return, you can walk backwards now through this future, watching how the choices start rearranging themselves as you move through all of them. You could observe how these really tiny changes early on shape these massive outcomes in the future. Everything downstream changes. And you can let one tiny action from this timeline present itself. Nothing dramatic or heroic. It's something pretty mundane that still belongs only to this version, and just kind of let a small choice float into awareness, whatever it is. Now, if you step back through this membrane into the center of the field again, and just carry that sensation of that future you and the future itself with you, I want you to look around that circle again and watch how instantly the old timelines start fading off, turning into smoke or vapor. They fade as the new one starts to become more and more stable. The field reorganizes itself as all fields do. And in a moment, we'll kind of come back for anybody that has their eyes closed, but I don't want you to return as the same prediction. Don't come back as the same prediction. The trajectory has already changed. The field's already reorganized. The system's selected a new state here. The only thing that's left to notice is how this version of you starts to steer for the next few hours and few days without needing any effort. And whenever it feels right, you can allow your eyes to open and let that version come back.
Thank you, everyone. Those that stayed, those that left, those that were able to like sit with me throughout this whole thing. I hope you enjoyed that meditation. I had to trick you into meditating. You know what I'm saying? But did you like see what he was saying? Did you like close your eyes and meditate, guys? Did you actually feel the future you and get away from your personal, like the current you, and look deeper into who you could be and not let all these different things in the current world, structure who you are? Yeah. So thoughts, we're about to like wrap things up. Is there anything you want to say? Nike Tronic? Nike, I don't even know how to say your name. Nike, you with the tech. Nike with the tech.
Yeah.
All right. So we're about to wrap things up. What do you think about that meditation?
Say that one more time. What do I think about what?
Were you present during the meditation that just happened just now?
The meditation?
Oh, you wasn't aware of it.
No, I was. I must have missed that. I'm sorry, but I was helping out my kids. I'm sorry.
Oh, you wasn't here.
But yeah, inform me real quick. What happened? What was the meditation? I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you missed it. So the people that were here to see it and experience it, I hope that you guys were able to, look into your future selves and like not be bogged down by all this BS going on in the media.
Oh yeah, with the video you were playing. Yeah, I was there for that. I was there for that. And the guy gave the point where he wanted us to meditate on it. Yeah, I was here for that. I was here for
Did
that.
you actually do it, or did you like just what did you do?
Well, no, I meditated so hard that I kind of like zoned out and was really
Oh.
no, for real, for real, for real. No, for real.
Really? Like, okay, so
And
tell what you
so
tell me.
I want to say that was not. I want to know where you be getting your videos from, because you was queuing up some real good videos the whole night. And for two, in that video when he was doing the meditation, like a lot of the things he was saying in the video leading up to that, I kind of like agree with. And he was hitting on a lot of key points when it comes to the way we use like thought. So, like, say for instance, if like, I don't know if you ever saw that video when Dick Gregory, or I think it was Dick Gregory, but when he say, whatever you think is what's gonna happen. So meaning, like, if you wanna be a person that wanna go to Paris, and you tell yourself, man, I ain't worthy enough, I never make it to Paris. He said you just told millions and billions of cells in your body to see to it that you don't make it to Paris. You get what I'm saying? But if you told yourself, man, I'm about to go to Paris, I'm getting there. It's all about your thought process. It's gonna happen. Like, it's deep. Like, it's deep. Like,
It's so smooth how he did it, how he talked you right into meditating.
yep.
It was so smooth how he
That
did
was super smooth. You had to bring me out of the meditation. I was still meditating, and I look on the panel. It's just me and you. When I went into the meditation, it was all like four of us. Cause you like, was you here for it? I'm like, here for what? I'm still over here.
I'm still imagining my future self. Okay?
Man, for real.
And for those that got it, those that received it, I hope that you guys received that, because listen, I have been doing this for a long time, and I've talked about a lot of different things. But my objective is not to just fear monger and scare and whatever. It's almost like you go like to church, and first the pastor's talking, oh, what's going on? And then he brings you right back down and then bring you into the final closure. Okay.
Right.
It's not to like leave you off like, oh, it's despair. But if you don't sit around for the end of it, you'll only hear despair. But if you watch it all the way through, you see that there's a goal I'm trying to reach. And that was it.
And what I will say, DJ Genesis, you do a wonderful show. And I truly appreciate you having me and extending your hospitality for me to come up here and just, share our views. Like, I never was against you. I don't think you think I was, but like I was saying, I was never trying to like play a correcting game or trying to correct you. I just trying to gain understanding and just learn more,
At the end of the day, everything I do is for a reason. It's for a purpose. There's an end game to what I'm trying to put together. People don't see it initially. They just think I'm just trying to like create arguments. But the main thing I'm trying to do is like, okay, I get you excited, and then I bring you into focus. That's what's going to be. That's what I plan on doing for the next thing. So every time I have a conversation, the whole objective is to bring. Okay, so we said all that crazy stuff, and then let's like focus now.
Right, bring it all full circle.
You know what I'm saying? Bring it forward, because I could be talking about Jay-Z. That's why I put him up there. I said maybe people will see the Epstein list. Oh, Jay-Z Epstein list. I'm not talking about that BS. Who cares?
Right. You definitely brought up some wonderful and beautiful topics tonight. Like, you definitely got the mind going and got people thinking. You know what I'm saying? And got, it's thought provoking.
Right. So I just want to just hold on 1 second. No, I haven't. I think he might have given me the Odoo. All right. So I'm tomorrow we're gonna like talk about the Odoo E5 that talks about AI. We're gonna get into E5. I'm gonna also start doing some divinations for you guys, because I think that you guys need to like learn about like that this whole AI thing has always existed, but it just wasn't in computer form. So I'm gonna start doing divinations, so you're gonna actually see it in real time how accurate just that we didn't, before there was computers, there was just regular divination, and that divination was so accurate and so on point, and the objective is more, it wasn't about like, you know, control or nothing like that. It was more about structuring your life individually. So with all that said, much love to the chat. Much love for those that stayed long enough to get that meditation that I had to sneak upon you. Trying to sneak it upon everybody. My
Snuck it in there.
and the man in the high castle, but they already picked up what I was about to put down. It's like, okay, yeah, this is meditation. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. It ends in a meditation. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to do all this conversation about all these bad things and not do something to like actually align ourselves at the end. But I think we should have stayed to the end, so to think like we have all this conversation about all these things going on. Now it's time for alignment. Yes. What is your true timeline? Is it all this stuff that we talked about, or is it your own? Do you choose your own path? Does it have to be negative? You know, it doesn't have to be. So much love to everybody. I love all you guys. Peace and shout out.
Peace.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you.